Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Ate Rare One Piece Devil Fruit. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. UA is huge. Hundreds of people were running to get in, all here for the same goal. The entrance exams for UA High. Not all were there for the hero course. The support, business, and general studies courses are also the best in the country. But heroics is the big attraction of this place. That is the reason why the boy with green hair and diamond-shaped freckles was there. His name? Edward Izuku. Taking a moment to observe the huge building, Izuku wasn't very impressed. Don't get him wrong, the building is as beautiful and magnificent as everyone says, but when your father is more than 20 feet tall, you end up a little desensitized to big things. Something he doesn't understand is why so many students are wearing their school uniforms. It's not as if they are representing their middle schools here. Izuku definitely wouldn't want to advertise his elementary school, and he never went to middle school. Since he graduated online, it had been 5 years since he had last set foot in a schoolroom. A subtle red glow in his green eyes, and Izuku soon notices someone approaching, someone he hasn't seen for years and who, frankly, he is not interested in seeing now. With a subtlety he certainly hasn't learned from any of his noisy brothers, he mingles with the crowd and enters the school, completely avoiding the spiky-haired blonde. Sighing with relief as Bakugo passes by without noticing him, Izuku lets his focus slip, and as he starts walking again, he trips over something. Unfortunately, his clumsiness is something he never got over despite all his training. Guess I'll just die, Izuku thought, bracing for the impact. But it never came. Oh, I'm sorry for using my quirk on you. Izuku opened his eyes and saw a girl with pink cheeks looking at him. When he looked at himself, he was floating a few feet above the floor. I thought it would be bad luck to trip before the exam. Then she touched her fingers together. Release. Izuku's weight returns, and he falls back to the ground, this time managing to balance himself. Thanks. Izuku nods at her, smiling. You have a cool quirk. Thanks. The girl replies, her cheeks becoming even pinker. Oh, good luck at the exam, I have to go. Then she runs to the building. Ding, I forgot to ask her name. Izuku mutters as he walks inside. But hey, I talked to a girl. He smiles to himself. Izuku may have 16 brothers, but unfortunately, he has no sisters. His contact with girls is relatively limited, and so he is generally very shy around them. And no, Izumi doesn't count. He may like to wear makeup and cross-dressing, but he still identifies himself as a man. With a smile on his face, Izuku starts to enter, remembering the moment when his life changed forever. Izuku, at the age 10, was facing the man with long blonde hair and a crescent-shaped white mustache. The tallest man Izuku has ever seen in his life. Izuku had always been kinda short for his age, but still, the only word to describe this man is giant. Izuku was sitting in front of him, with 2 Sakazuki cups between them, one much larger than the other, both filled with a clear liquid. Izuku knew well what they were doing there. He reached his hand out for his cup but stopped a few centimeters away from it and then looked up, having to raise his head at an awkward angle to look at the huge man. Do you really want me? This is not the first time he has asked this question. Even though he knows that this man, Edward, Whitebeard, Newgate, never does something he doesn't want to do, the doubt has never left Izuku's head. Even if I want to be a hero? Gururara. Whitebeard laughs, then looks at Izuku, grinning. And for Izuku, this grin is more reassuring even than All Might smile. If you want to be a hero, then be a hero, kiddo. No matter what people say to you, and no matter what path you choose, you will always be my son. Having said this, Whitebeard took the larger cup, raising it, and Izuku did the same. Touching the cups in a toast, they both drank simultaneously. Sake, honestly, doesn't taste very good. But they are not drinking it for the taste. Izuku is not even old enough to drink it. This is the only time he will drink alcohol before his 20th birthday. No, the goal here is to make their family ties official. Whitebeard drank from the father's cup, and Izuku drank from the son's cup. With this, he is officially part of Whitebeard's family, becoming Edward Izuku, the youngest of the family. Izuku is brought back from his memory when he realizes he has arrived at the exam site. He quickly goes to his assigned seat and takes a seat. Closing his eyes, Izuku briefly checks on the other examinees. The most prominent emotions are nervousness and anxiety, for a few, confidence, and even fewer, resignation. Opening his eyes again, Izuku decides to reorganize his materials again, just to pass the time. So the next 20 minutes are spent with him moving his pens from right to left of the table and back to the right. When Ectoplasm, or one of his clones, hands over his test booklet and announces that they can begin, Izuku immediately opens it and begins writing. As expected from a test at the best school in the country, the questions are all challenging, but Izuku has spent months studying for this. Alone, because as incredible as his brothers are, academically speaking, they are not the brightest there are. Mathematics, literature, history, physics, biology, chemistry, quirk science, quirk history, analytics. Everything imaginable was tested. Izuku wonders if the tests for the other courses are also like this. He has heard that the written test for Gen Ed is even more brutal. Finishing his analysis on a retired hero's quirk and combat style, Izuku checked all the answers and the time. Of the 4 hours available, he still had 1 left. But if he checked one more time, he would begin to wonder and might end up changing a right answer for a wrong one. Raising his hand, one of the Ectoplasm clones approached, expecting to have to answer some question, but to his surprise, Izuku handed over his completely filled-out test booklet and, with the clone's permission, discreetly left the room. He was the first to finish, disregarding those who left as soon as the minimum PRD of 2 hours had passed and who, judging by their expressions, had simply given up. With an hour to go before the written exams were over and another hour break until the practical exams, Izuku decided to find a quiet place to eat his lunch. The search takes a while. UA is like a maze, and unfortunately, no observation hockey can help in this case. The perfect place turns out to be the shade of a tree outside. Izuku sits down and puts his hands in front of him. A light forms over his hands and quickly molds itself into a rectangular shape. Then the light disappears, and a lunchbox is in its place. For anyone who sees this, the whole process takes only a second. Izuku opens the lunchbox, and his eyes light up at the serving of katsudon inside. Thachni didn't say what he prepared for Izuku today. He said it was a surprise. And what a pleasant surprise it is. Izuku makes a mental note to give the cook a hug when he sees him. At the first bite, he hums with delight. Thachni's katsudon is to die for. Distracted by the food, he doesn't realize that someone is approaching until he hears a sigh behind him. Izuku turns around, still chewing, and sees another boy holding a lunchbox in front of him. Boy, that boy needs sleep. Izuku thinks, seeing the boy's eye bags. Then he notices the purple gravity-defying hair. Is this from his quirk? Izuku swallows his food and moves a bit to the side, opening a place in the shade for the boy to sit down. The boy seemed to debate for a few seconds what to do until he shrugged and sat down in the shadow of the tree with Izuku, probably not wanting to look for another empty place to eat. Realizing that the boy is in no mood for conversation, Izuku gives him a warm smile and goes back to eating in silence. The boy simply nods back and begins to eat in silence as well. Surprisingly, the silence is not awkward. After he finishes eating, Izuku touches the lunchbox again, and it lights up, disappearing in a cloud of glowing, totally harmless sparks. Izuku stands up and smiles at the boy. Good luck in the practical exam. Then he goes back inside. With that, he went straight to the auditorium. With half an hour to go, he picked up his cell phone and started scrolling through the news. The HPSC has again increased the reward for anyone who brings information about Whitebeard's vigilantes. Funny, it's not like Papa was even hiding in the first place. The Mob D is a huge ship that has been docked for years. Everyone knows where to find them. Heck, Papa constantly drinks with some heroes. But HPSC needs to keep up appearances. They have to make it look like they are trying to capture Papa and his commanders. But the truth is, they can't. The only hero who used to be able to fight Whitebeard was All Might, but since he got injured a few years ago and started to weaken, well, Papa also complained a lot about losing his best drinking buddy. But in his current state, All Might can no longer drink alcohol. Suddenly Izuku felt an unfriendly stare on the back of his neck. That look, combined with the Deku hissed in his direction, is enough to make him curse his luck. Of course, of all the hundreds of people taking this test, he had to sit right in front of the one single person he didn't want to see. He pretends not to notice and keeps his eyes glued to the cell phone screen. When Izuku feels the noisy hero coming on stage, he sighs with relief as he puts away his cell phone. Present Mike is one of Izuku's favorite heroes. And one of the few on good terms with Papa. Most underground heroes don't mind working with vigilantes. Twilight, on the other hand, is something of a 50. Mike is one of those in favor. Although he cannot say it openly, Marco has teamed up with him several times. Everybody say hey. An awkward silence echoed in the room. Thank you for the enthusiastic response. Now let's start these exams. In the next few minutes, Present Mike explains how the exam will work while Izuku begins a mutter storm analyzing every word the hero says. So immersed in his head, Izuku didn't even notice Bakugo telling him to shut up, or the blue-haired boy getting up and asking a rude question to Present Mike. And you there with the curly hair. Izuku jumps from his chair when the boy calls him. You've been muttering non-stop all this time, it's distracting. If you're not going to take this seriously, go home. Izuku turns to the blue-haired boy and glares at him. You accuse Yue of making an unacceptable mistake, then start yelling at me, and it's my muttering that is distracting? Izuku asks, then turns back to the stage as Mike explains the error, which was none. The fourth robot is worth 0 points. Leaving the auditorium, they go to the changing room to change into suitable exercise clothes and then get on the various buses to the testing areas. In the middle of the crowd of students, Izuku stretches while waiting for the starting signal. He sees in the crowd the girl who spoke to him earlier and the boy who ate his lunch with him. Izuku probably should have asked their names. Ignoring the blue-haired boy who comes accusing Izuku once again of trying to sabotage the students. Izuku summons a cup and a 12-sided die. Gambling is a habit that Izuku should probably cut down on, but he simply loves it. He blames Uncle Odin for introducing him to the dice. With a smile on his face, Izuku throws the die up and takes it with the cup closing the opening with his hand. When he feels the die stop inside the cup, he removes his hand and sees the result. Izuku grins at the number. Perfect. Okay, forget what Izuku said earlier about cursing his luck. Today is his lucky day. Extending his hands, Izuku summons a katana in each hand. Simple blades with a black handle, without name or grade. But they are sharp and do their job well. Excuse me. Izuku looks, and again, here is the blue-haired boy getting on his nerves. These are dangerous weapons, and you are not allowed to bring support equipment to the practice exam. Besides distracting others, will you cheat too? Taking a deep breath, Izuku puts the katanas away and turns to the boy. First, as you can see, I used my quirk to get these katanas so I can use them. Never heard of summoning quirks. Izuku says in a done-with-everything tone. Second, the only one being distracting here is you. I was perfectly fine preparing myself until you came to annoy me. If anyone is trying to sabotage anyone, it's you. I wasn't Dash, the boy starts. Start. Present Mick's voice interrupts him. Izuku completely ignores the boy and rushes to the entrance, re-invoking his katanas. What are you waiting for? There are no countdowns in real life. The little listener has the right idea. Go. Go! Izuku tunes him out and starts running, soon finding a group of robots. 3 1-pointers, 4 2-pointers, and 1 3-pointer. Izuku runs without hesitation over the robots, concentrating on his swords on the way. Busa Shoku Koka. Izuku says, and his swords turn black with haki. Then he crosses the katanas in front of him. Odin Nitoryu, Gun Madoki. Izuku runs through the robots, cutting everything in his path. His katanas cut through metal like a hot knife through butter. 14 points. Continuing to run, Izuku cuts off the head of a 2-pointer, 16, stabs a 3-pointer in the eyes, 19, and cuts off another group of 1-pointers, 24. He was about to look for more robots when he sensed someone in distress with his observation hockey. He looks and sees a three-pointer approaching the purple-haired boy who ate his lunch with Izuku. Without a second thought, Izuku runs up to him and cuts the robot just as purple hair falls to the ground. Izuku takes a second to examine the boy's condition. Panting, bleeding knuckles, noodle arms. He must have a mental quirk. Izuku frowns. This test is immensely unfair to people with mental quirks. His quirk might be perfect for heroism, but how is he supposed to pass if it doesn't work on robots? Making a decision, Izuku summons his iron gauntlets and throws them at the boy. They might be a little uncomfortable, but they should fit you. Then he points to the robot on the floor. The head is the weakest part, so aim your punches there. If you are strong enough, you can grab the joints at the neck and pull. And if you find something to stab, aim for the eyes. Avoid the chest area. It's the strongest part. Then he turns to continue his test. Have fun. Izuku doesn't wait for an answer, but he sees the boy put on the gauntlets after a few seconds and start running again. The robot slaughter soon continues for Izuku. Another three-pointer beheaded, 27. 2 more two-pointers cut in half, 31. 4 one-pointers stabbed in the eye, 35. And a three-pointer and a two-pointer walking together, 40. In the meantime, he sometimes had to stop to push someone out of range of an attack or save someone from falling debris. Suddenly he realizes that there are no more robots around. How much time is left? And then there was a loud sound, like the road wheels of a tank moving. A short time later he sees the building-sized robot approaching. Is this zero-pointer? And there's one in each test area? Man, this school has too much money on its hands. Izuku was turning to run away. There is no point in fighting the giant robot when it's worthless, when he heard someone calling for help. Focusing, he notices someone fallen with debris pinning their legs. Izuku rushes to help, and to his surprise, he's not the only one. The purple-haired boy, Izuku really needs to remember to ask his name, also runs. The person trapped in the rubble is the girl who helped Izuku earlier. Checking the girl, her feet are definitely broken, and she is looking kind of green. Izuku looks at the purple-haired boy. I lift the rock and you pull her. Izuku says as he moves to grab the rock pinning the girl. He sends an apologetic look at the girl. This might hurt, but hold on. 3, 2. Now. Izuku lifts the stone while the other boy pulls the girl. He helps her get up and leave, but she can't walk with her feet broken. They won't escape fast enough. Alright, keep going. Izuku says to them as he drops the rock and turns to face zero-pointer. He draws his katanas and positions himself with the right one above his head and the left one in front of his body. Oden Notorio. Izuku covers his arms and katanas in haki and rushes at the giant robot, leaping toward its chest and then delivering a diagonal slash with each katana at the same time. 2 Gen Shirataki. The robot is cut in half, immediately stopping moving. Just as Izuku reaches the ground, he hears the announcement that the practical exams are over. Smiling, Izuku makes a motion of sheathing his katanas, and as soon as he releases them, they disappear. If he counted right, he made 40 points. He really hopes that's enough. Izuku sees the girl he saved being slaughtered by an old lady recovery girl. She is so cool, but the purple-haired boy is not there. Izuku considers going there to check on her, but he is not injured, so it is better to let the doctor do her job in peace. Izuku passes briefly through the changing room and changes into more casual clothes, a pair of jeans and a t-shirt with socks written on it, and then heads for the exit. He was about to leave when a deep voice interrupted him. Hey! Izuku turns and finds the purple-haired boy holding Izuku's gauntlets. Come to think of it, this is the first time Izuku has heard him speak. His voice is nice. Thanks for the gauntlets. I might have broken my hands if it weren't for them. Izuku takes the gauntlets, and they disappear. Afterward, no problem. Izuku replies, smiling, and ignores the muttered, too bright from the boy. I'm Edward Izuku. He reaches out for a handshake. Yamazawa Hitoshi. The boy Yamazawa replies, shaking Izuku's hand. Then after a few seconds of hesitation he says, You helped me and you had nothing to gain from it. You could easily have got more points if you didn't stop to help me. The Y in the sentence is left unsaid. You have a mental quirk, right? Izuku asks, and the boy flinches. From your reaction, I'm going to guess that you have been bullied for your quirk. Probably a so-called villainous quirk. Another flinch. Well, that's stupid. There are no villainous quirks, only villainous people. Anyone who calls you a villain for something you can't control is just a bigoted a-hole. Wow. Yamazawa took a deep breath. My quirk is brainwashing. I can control people if they reply to a question I ask. Yamazawa seems to hunch into himself, probably waiting for an insult that will never come, not from Izuku. That's so cool. Izuku had stars in his eyes as he said it. Your quirk would be perfect for heroics, Yamazawa-kun. Yamazawa was looking at him like he hung the moon. You think? Of course. You could make villains turn themselves in without a fight. You would be perfect for hostage situations. Rescue too. You could easily calm panicking victims. Izuku replied, then his expression turned sour. This exam is so unfair to non-combat quirks. Especially mental ones. Yeah, I know. Yamazawa replied, then sighed. But still I had to try. I just got 13 points in the end. I doubt it's enough to pass. Well, did you apply for Gen Ed too? Izuku asked. Of course. It would be illogical not to have a backup plan. Yamazawa replied, and Izuku smirked. Then not everything is lost. Even if you don't pass, you'll have another chance to transfer. Are you talking about the sports festival? Yamazawa asked. The very own. Izuku replied. Have you heard of Eraserhead? Oh, have I? Yamazawa snorted. I'm surprised you know of him, though. He's such a cool hero. And he fights quirkless. Izuku replied. Like me. But you do have a quirk. Yamazawa points out. Izuku smiles and reaches out his hand. A flintlock pistol adapted with a barrel for 6 bullets appears. He twirls the pistol in his fingers and makes a holstering motion, then it disappears again. My quirk only allows me to summon my equipment. And I have only had it for 3 years. Izuku explained. But that means you got your quirk when you were 12. Yamazawa replied. That should be impossible. My quirk isn't natural. Izuku shrugged. Have you ever heard of Akuma no Miz? Aren't those legends? Yamazawa asked. Not quite. Izuku smirked. Opening his arms, 12 lights appear around him and quickly take the form of 12 different weapons. I ate the Gooby no Mi. I'm an equipment human. Before that, I was completely quirkless. Then he lowers his arms and the weapons disappear. What about that thing about turning your sword black? Yamazawa asked, still in disbelief. Hockey? Anyone can learn to do that. Izuku replied, smirking, then he turned his back to Hitoshi and closed his eyes. Try punching me. Don't warn me, just do it. What? Hitoshi asked. Come on, it'll be fine. Izuku replied. All right, if you're dash. In the middle of the phrase, Hitoshi threw a surprise punch, but Izuku simply moved his head out of the way. Sure. How? Can Bunshaku, or observation hockey? Izuku explained. It's a form of hockey that grants the user a sixth sense that allows them to sense the presence, strength, and emotions of others and gain limited precognitive abilities. I have heard of an advanced form where it is possible to predict even a few seconds into the future, but I have never met anyone capable of this. Next, Izuku raised his arm and covered it in armament, turning it black. Busashoku, or armament hockey. He showed his arm to Yamazawa, who tried to poke it. His arm was hard as steel. It's a form of hockey that allows the user to use their own spiritual energy to create, in essence, an invisible armor around themselves, providing incredible offensive and defensive capabilities. You said anyone can learn that? Yamazawa asked, surprised. Before quirks, most people used hockey. But after the quirks started emerging, most people forgot about hockey. Izuku explained. But the technique is still passed among some people. My papa is one of those. I've been training hockey since papa adopted me 5 years ago. Then Izuku summoned his cell phone. Now, what's your number? My number? Yamazawa asked. Yup. Izuku grinned. If you want to transfer to heroics, you'll have to get rid of these noodle arms. Your quirk is powerful, but no hero is a one-trick pony. I'll help you train. Are you sure? Yamazawa asked. You barely know me. No. But I like to think I'm a good judge of character. Izuku grinned. A benefit of being able to feel emotions and intent. Izuku unlocks his phone and gives it to Yamazawa. Now, put your number here. Yamazawa hesitated for a bit, but ultimately he took the phone and put his number. Then Izuku messaged the new number with a smiley face. Now I have to go. Izuku said. But I'll talk to you later. Bye, Yamazawa-kun. Izuku nodded and then headed for the exit. Yamazawa waved back, albeit a little more timidly. Waiting for Izuku at the exit was a tall, blonde man wearing an open purple shirt with a blue tattoo in the shape of a cross with a horizontal crescent. Some say his head resembles a pineapple. Grinning, Izuku rushed and tackled him into a hug. Marco-ni! Izuku yelled as Marco grabbed him in the air and hugged him back. Hey Izu! Marco smiled, ruffling Izuku's hair. How was the exam, Yua? Amazing! I saw so many cool quirks today. Izuku replied. And I used Uncle Odin's style at the practical exam. Will he be at home today? Everyone is coming. Marco said. It wouldn't be a party without the entire family, Yua. Yay! Izuku cheered. Race you home. You're on, Yua. Marco replied. Grinning, Izuku climbed a building to go by the rooftops. He knows he has no chance. Marco is a phoenix, after all, he can fly. But it is always fun to race with him. That night, the entire Edward family threw a party to celebrate Izuku's first step on his journey to becoming a pro hero, even though he didn't know the result yet. The truth is that these drunkards just wanted an excuse to throw a party. During the night, Izuku exchanged some messages with Yamazawa and received some cat videos. Izuku fell asleep with a smile on his face. The next day, Izuku wakes up just before sunrise as usual. After a shower, baths and Ekama no Ms don't mix, he gets dressed and goes out for his morning run. In the living room, he finds his brothers all asleep, sprawled out on the floor and sofa. Judging by the many bottles of sake on the floor, today will be a hangover day. Izuku smiles fondly at his troublemaker brothers as he summons his ankle and wrist weights, 100 kilograms on each limb, and goes out for his run. He reaches Dagoba Beach just in time to see the sunrise. Once a garbage dump, the beach is now one of the city's most beautiful spots. Cleaning up this place alone was difficult, especially having to balance the cleaning with the rest of his training. But seeing the result, Izuku does not regret the 3 years he spent working on it. Returning home, he is not surprised to find his brothers still asleep. The exception being Thatch, who Izuku can hear in the kitchen preparing breakfast, and his papa sitting on his giant chair drinking from a giant-sized bottle of sake. How someone can drink so much is something Izuku always wonders about. Even more so, considering that Izuku has never seen his papa drunk. With a mischievous smile, Izuku climbs the chair from behind and leaps onto his papa's shoulders. Good morning, Papa. He screams, not really bothering if he'll wake up the others. They should be up already. Whitebeard takes another big sip before lowering the bottle and turning to face Izuku. Morning, brat. He grumbles. Where do you get all this energy from? Maybe if you didn't drink so much, you would have more energy. Or at least spend less time hungover. Izuku giggles. I mean, come on, Papa, at least eat breakfast first. I do what I want, brat. Papa replied. There's nothing to fear, Dash. You are Whitebeard. Izuku interrupts him, rolling his eyes and waving one hand. Yeah, I heard that one before. He jumps back to the floor. I'll help Thatchni make breakfast. Then he turns to his brothers, who are in varying stages of awakening. Anyone who is not up and showered in an hour is not getting breakfast. That's cruel, Izu. Uncle Odin says. Next time, don't party until 4 in the morning. Izuku replies, smirking evilly. He leaves, ignoring the various grumbles from the boys on the floor. In the kitchen, Thatch was running around preparing food. Feeding so many people who seem to be able to eat 3 times their weight is no easy task, but Thatch is a wizard in the kitchen. Izuku quickly washes his hands and puts on an apron. He falls into a practice dance that he has done many times before. His cooking skills don't dream of rivaling his brothers, but Izuku is a fast learner. An hour later, and all the food is taken to the mess hall. Izuku is proud to see that his brothers and uncle have taken his warning seriously and are ready. Nodding in approval, he points to the food. Well, dig in. And everyone cheers. No alcohol until you eat. Then they make silence. But Pops is drinking already. Josani points. I can't stop him, but you? That's another story. Izuku replies as he starts serving himself. Actually, isn't Marconi the one who should be talking about this? He's the medic. Concussions I can handle. Drunkards I can't. Marconi shrugs. Well, I won't give up just because they're lost causes. Izuku replies. If you are not going to take care of your own health, someone else has to. Eat your vegetables too. He bites a broccoli. Cannibalism. 16 voices say at the same time. Izuku laughs at their antics. There's never a dull day with this family. It is only thanks to them that Izuku can get through the next 2 weeks without giving in to anxiety while waiting for the exam results. The last 2 weeks for Hitoshi have been the most stressful he has had in recent times. But unfortunately, nothing can be done about it. The moment Yue's letter arrived, he immediately picked it up and locked himself in his room to read it. Some would think that being the son of 2 Yue teachers, he would have the privilege of already knowing whether he passed or not. Well, think again. Neither Aizawa nor Yamada had any involvement in the entrance exams this year. This means they have no idea of Hitoshi's score and even less if he passed or not. It has been a little over a year since the Yamazawas adopted Hitoshi and arrested his former foster parents in the process. Since then, Hitoshi knows that he has come a long way. For the first few weeks, Hitoshi was like a feral cat. He trusted no one, refused to talk, and spent most of his time hiding in his room. It was with a lot of effort on Yamada's part and a lot of patience on Aizawa's part that he began to open up. Maybe the therapy helped too. Apart from mental problems, he also had physical problems. In his foster home, Hitoshi spent most of the time having to wear a muzzle, and obviously, the foster parents would not let him take it off even to eat. When the Yamazawas adopted him, he was critically underweight and malnourished. Virtually all the time since then has been spent trying to bring him back to a healthy weight. It has only been 2 months since Hitoshi was cleared to start training. The training has progressed well, but 2 months were nowhere near enough to bring Hitoshi to a level where he would have a chance of passing Yue's entrance exam without an offensive quirk. Still, he had to try. It is useless and illogical to hesitate. Hitoshi thinks while opening the card more violently than necessary. Like ripping off a bandage. From inside the envelope fell a disc-shaped device that immediately activated, projecting a hologram of the principal. Hello, am I a dog? A mouse? The bear? I'm Nedzu, principal of UA. Hitoshi knows him, not on a very personal level, but it would be impossible for him not to know his parents' boss, even more so considering that his doctor is the recovery girl who works at UA. Yamazawa Hitoshi-kun, in the written test you passed with flying colors, your score was an incredible 93%, more than enough to earn you a position in UA's general studies class. In the practical exam, you scored 13 villain points and 25 rescue points, the secret aspect of the test. With a total of 38 points, unfortunately, this is not enough to be accepted into the hero class. But we would be honored to have a brilliant mind like yours studying with us. Welcome to UA, Yamazawa Hitoshi. Inside the envelope was also a sheet of paper with the scores and names of the students. Hitoshi knows he shouldn't look, but he needs to know how close he was to passing. Looking at the scores, he immediately felt the tears welling up in his eyes. The 36th place scored 40 points. Hitoshi was 37th, just 3 more points, and he would have passed. A single 3-pointer more. Unable to resist any longer, the tears fell, and Hitoshi cried silently. Unbeknownst to Hitoshi, his fathers could hear their son's silent sobbing on the other side of his door. With a brief glance and a shake of Aizawa's head, they decide to leave and give him some privacy. Hitoshi is incredibly similar to Aizawa, and just like him, Hitoshi will not want them to see him crying. The tears lasted for about 5 minutes before Hitoshi managed to calm down. He looked at the scoreboards again for a specific name and found it at the top of the scores. Edward Izuku. Villain points, 40, rescue points, rank first. Nothing surprising, Hitoshi easily saw how incredible his first friend was. Picking up his cell phone, he decides to send a message. Sleep who? Hey, I saw the results, congratulations. To his surprise, the answer comes almost immediately. Arsenal with legs? Thanks. Are you okay though? Hitoshi starts to write a standard reply, wanting to assure his friend that he's fine, but... Sleep who? Not really. I was so close. 3 more points and I would be in. Hitoshi sees the bubbles under Edward's nickname appearing and disappearing several times. About 5 minutes later, he finally answers. Arsenal with legs? Do you want to meet me somewhere? We could do something or simply talk. It's okay if you can't. I understand if you're busy. Sleep who? Sounds fine by me. Arsenal with legs? I don't want to be a bother. Sleep who? Where to? Arsenal with legs? Let me think. There's this cat cafe I like to go. We can meet at the train station and go together. What do you think? Sleep who? Perfect. How about we meet there in 1 hour? Arsenal with legs? Of course. It's a date. Not a date. I'll stop writing now. See you soon. Sleep who? See you soon, Edward-kun. Despite his sadness only a few minutes ago, Hitoshi catches himself laughing at the messages. How can a boy be such a ray of sunshine one moment and so awkward the next? As he gets up to get ready and goes to the bathroom to wash the tears from his face, Hitoshi catches himself thinking about the messages. He smiles at the thought. I wouldn't mind. After a quick freakout, Izuku took a shower and dressed in his casual clothes. One of his GG shirts, Shut Up Izu, this is Comedic Pinnacle, written tuxedo shirt, a pair of jeans, and his red shoes. And then he left to meet Yamazawa at the train station. Izuku smiled when he saw his friend getting off the train. Yamazawa is the first friend his age that Izuku has made since Bakugo. Izuku loves his brothers, but the youngest of them is 5 years older than Izuku. Not to mention that Yamazawa understands better than many the hellish experience it is to go through school with an unwanted quirk or without one. Suffice it to say that during those 2 weeks after the entrance exam, they bonded over the many experiences they shared. Izuku is quite happy to hear that his friend is in a good home these days, even more so to learn what happened to his former foster home. If that place still existed, well, by the weekend, it would be in the ground. The methods are not important. Today is the first time they have seen each other in person since that day. And Izuku must take a deep breath when he sees Yamazawa. On the day of the entrance exam, Izuku was so focused on the test and his nerves that he didn't stop to take a good look at him. But today, seeing Hitoshi wearing a cat-eared hoodie and skinny jeans, Izuku quickly averts his gaze to his face, and, goddamn it, eye bags are not supposed to be attractive. Trying to ignore his gay panic, Izuku waves to Yamazawa, who soon notices him and approaches him. Hey, Edward-kun. Yamazawa greets, not quite smiling, but Izuku can see he's happy. Hi, Yamazawa-kun. Izuku replies with all the enthusiasm his friend lacks. So, where are we going? Yamazawa asks. Just follow me. Izuku smiles and gestures to the exit. I'm sure you'll love the place. If there are cats, I already like it. Hitoshi replies. Izuku snorts. Prepare to be buried in cats. Izuku guides Yamazawa along the path he is already so familiar with, but on the way, he notices Yamazawa hesitating when he sees something. Something wrong? Izuku asks. Hitoshi points a bit ahead. Isn't that, he turns his head to Izuku, the Red District? Yes? What's the Izuku snaps his fingers. The Red District is known as a land of no law. No heroes or policemen patrol there. Most of the criminals live. How could Izuku forget the fame this place has? Everything they say about this place used to be true. To walk alone in the Red District was to ask to be attacked, robbed, or killed. But everything changed about 10 years ago when a huge ship docked in the harbor near the beach. With the ship came a group that settled in the Red District and began to act as vigilantes. Here, Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a black card with an emblem. A skull with a crescent-shaped mustache and a pair of cross-shaped bones behind it. With me here, you will have no problems. But if you are here alone for some reason, just show this to anyone who tries to bother you. Yamazawa saw the card, and his eyes lit up with recognition. Whitebeard? Yamazawa asked, looking up. How do you have this? Izuku sighed and looked at Yamazawa. His face only showed curiosity, so Izuku asked, What do you think of Whitebeard? Yamazawa stopped for a few seconds to think. Dad talks about him a lot. One of the few men he truly respects. Yamazawa said, I personally have nothing against him. His group of vigilantes does a better job than most heroes I know. He's also the best papa I could ask for. Izuku said once he was satisfied with Yamazawa's answer. Papa? Yamazawa practically yelled. Wait, are you the mysterious son that Dad said he never met? Your dad knows about me? Izuku asked. Wait, who's your dad? Eraserhead. Yamazawa replied. What? This time it was Izuku who yelled. You mean I just spent the last 2 weeks fanboying about your father in front of you? Then he covers his face with his hands, trying to cover how red with embarrassment he is. Oh my God, I just spent the last 2 weeks fanboying about your father in front of you. Kill me now, please. Yamazawa just laughs at his face. You will survive, Yamazawa said, patting Izuku's shoulder. I guess this explains why you're so strong. I heard the only one who could fight Whitebeard in Japan is All Might. Oh please. I'm the weakest in my family. Izuku replied as they started walking again. I can't defeat any of my brothers in a sparring match. How many brothers do you have again? Yamazawa asked. At the moment, 15 brothers and 1 uncle. Until Papa finds someone else and opts again for forced adoption. Izuku replied. I'm actually kinda surprised he still hasn't adopted anyone else. Papa collects children as if they were Pokemon. Then he points to a building ahead. Here we are. Izuku pointed to the entrance of the cafe. The painting of the name was faded, and it seemed that no one had bothered to redo it for years. Nobody remembers the name of this cafe. The owner forgot it years ago, so everyone calls it the Nameless Cafe. Izuku said as he opened the door. But don't be fooled by appearances. Yamazawa's reaction said everything Izuku needed to know. If on the outside, the place looked like it was falling apart, on the inside, it was one of the most beautiful things they had ever seen. And that's not to mention the more than 30 cats walking peacefully around the place. Izuku asks Yamazawa to get a table and goes to the counter, where he has to repeat his order 5 times until the owner, a more than 80-year-old man, understands. He orders 2 black coffees and then goes to the table, where he has to put one hand over his mouth to keep from squeaking at the scene. Yamazawa was practically buried in cats. An Abyssinian cat on his head, playing with his hair. A Bengal cat on his right shoulder and a Somali cat on his left, lightly biting his ear. Even Mr. Cranky, the grumpy old Mainsin, was purring in his lap. On the table, a tabby cat was playfully gnawing on his fingers. And on the floor, a regal Persian was playing with his shoelaces. Meanwhile, Yamazawa had his eyes closed with a soft smile on his face. Balancing the trays with the drinks in one hand, Izuku took his cell phone and snapped a picture of the scene before placing the tray on the table. This will be the new screensaver for his cell phone. Is this weird? Hearing the tray on the table, Yamazawa opened his eyes, and Izuku quickly looked away, blushing slightly. Izuku passes the coffee to Yamazawa, who carefully tries to pick up the cup without shaking the Bengal on his shoulder. Still, the cat drops to the floor and joins the Persian playing with Yamazawa's shoelaces. I feel jealous. Izuku mutters as he sips his coffee. Jealous? Of what? Yamazawa asks innocently, but his smug smile says everything. Izuku aggressively sips his coffee while ignoring him. Too hot. He's not sure if he means the coffee or his friend. So, can you keep me a secret from your dad? Izuku asks after a few seconds. Papa and Eraserhead have a game going on. Papa says Eraserhead can't guess which of the students is his son before the sports festival. So until then, I have to try not to let him find out. I can, but won't your name be a giveaway? Yamazawa asked. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. What is Whitebeard's name? Izuku asked. Edward. Yamazawa stopped to think. Actually, I don't remember his name. Because you don't know. Izuku shrugged. If anyone asks Papa this question, his answer will always be, I am Whitebeard. Half of the Red District is actually convinced that this really is his name. Eraserhead doesn't know his name either. Then he leaned closer and whispered, It's Edward Newgate, by the way. But I didn't tell you this. Yamazawa chuckles. Alright, my lips are sealed. Thanks, Zawa. Izuku says, then he realizes what he just called him and starts to blush. That was... Izuku, why are you so awkward? You're stuck. You're welcome, Yamazawa replies, giggling. Edo. And somehow, Izuku got even redder than before. Hitoshi is dead and has gone to cat heaven. That is the only thing he can call this place. He has been to some cat cafes, but this place seems to have 3 times as many cats than other cafes. Not to mention how they practically jumped on him as soon as he sat down. Edo's face when he saw Hitoshi was priceless. If he didn't have a giant cat on his lap, he would have pulled out his cell phone to take a picture of his pouting friend. He takes a sip of his coffee, I wonder what brand that is, and focuses on Edo, who has summoned a notebook and a pen. So, Edo taps the pen on his chin. Classes start in 2 months, and the sports festival is 1 month later. We have 3 months to prepare you. Do you have a plan? Hitoshi asks as he sees Edo scribbling something. Well, you'll need as many tools as you can get. Edo replies. So, with UA's rules, you can use up to 3 support gear pieces. As long as it's approved by the principal, the head of the support department, and your homeroom teacher. He explains. So we can start from there. He closes the notebook and grins at Hitoshi. How do you feel about weapons? Hitoshi can't help but gulp seeing this grin. Seems like I sold my soul to a demon. A few hours later, finds Hitoshi and Edo sitting on the beach with 2 piles of weapons in front of them. Each time Edo summons one, he mutters something while writing in his notebook and then throws the weapon into one of the piles. Hitoshi is even trying to pretend to understand what he is muttering at such speed. The first pile had a pair of katanas, a mallet, a jousting spear and shield, a pair of flintlock pistols, a flail, a scythe, and... Is that a bazooka? The second pile had a naginata, the gauntlets that Hitoshi used in the entrance exam, a whip, and a type of club with spikes. After muttering while analyzing a kuzurigama, Edo throws it into the first pile. Then he looks at Hitoshi and points at the pile. These I don't think are a good idea. The mallet, lance, and flail are too heavy. As easy as it is to get a gun license these days, 3 months is not enough. And the katanas, scythe, and kuzurigama are too dangerous to start with. Edo explains. The katanas for other people and the scythes, well, I don't want to have to explain to your dad how you accidentally cut off your own arm. Yeah, fair enough. Hitoshi concedes, cutting off his own arm does not sound appealing. Then Edo points to the second pile. Choose one and let's see how it feels. Hitoshi nods and takes the gauntlets, which were the closest to him. Edo nods approvingly and stands in front of him. Try attacking me. What? Are you crazy? Don't worry. Edo smiles and slams his fists together. His whole body turns black, including his hair. You won't hurt me. Taking a deep breath, Hitoshi enters the instantiation he learned from his father. He's amateur at best, but at least he knows how to punch. He throws a few punches, which Edo accepts without defense, and to his surprise, Edo doesn't even move. After about 5 minutes, Edo grabs one of his punches. Alright, I think this is enough. Edo says as his skin goes back to normal. What do you think? It's light and easy to use. Hitoshi says as he takes off the gauntlets. Though I think it's mostly because Dad already taught me how to punch. Alright, let's leave the gauntlets as a possibility then. Edo smiles. Next, Hitoshi picked up the spiked club. It was big enough to reach over his shoulders, clearly made to be used with both hands. The kanabo, Edo says. Efficient, but heavy. Let's see if it works for you. Try swinging it like this. He made a swing motion with his hands. Hitoshi tried copying it. This is really heavy. But the movement made him lose his balance and fall face first into the sand. Edo started laughing. Trader. Yeah, too heavy for me. Hitoshi said as he started dusting himself. I figured that would be the case. Edo said, putting it away. This thing weighs 15 pounds. Then why did you ask me to try? I thought it would be funny. Edo shrugged. And you didn't disappoint. JRK. Hitoshi mumbled. Thank you. Edo replied, smirking. I try. Alright, next one. Hitoshi said, grabbing the whip. Do you really know how to use this? Nope. Edo replied. I have been practicing, but I am still an amateur. Then he sighed. The kanabo was so much easier to learn. Raising his hands, Edo made a few soda cans appear. He made a makeshift stand with some wooden logs. Why the hell does he carry logs with him? And placed the cans on top. All right. Edo smiled. Try on. Narrowing his eyes on the targets, Hitoshi swings the whip aiming at the can on the right. The whip cracks, but Hitoshi misses the can, hitting the trunk, which ends up falling to the sand. Swinging the whip again, this time he hits the middle can, which is torn apart. And then the whip curls around the left can and Hitoshi pulls out and grabs the can in the air. When he turns around, he can't contain his smug smile seeing Edo's shocked expression. What the? Edo eloquently says. I've been training with the whip for months and I can't do this. Do you have training? Nope. Hitoshi replies, opening the can slowly so as not to splash it in his face. First time I try a whip. I guess some people are just naturals. Edo mumbles. Do you like it? I don't know if I would use it as my main weapon. Hitoshi says as he gives the whip back to Izuku. Yeah, I can see it. Edo replies. But you could try to keep it with you for mobility. With some training you could use the whip similarly to your dad's scarf. Of course, with some changes. But it could be your signature support gear. Now this is something to keep in mind. Guess I'll talk to Dad later. Hitoshi said. Maybe Auntie Nem can help me. Midnight. Hitoshi nods. I will try to ask for her help as well. The self-learning whip is not working very well for me. Anyway, last weapon. Naginata. Hitoshi says as Edo picks the pole weapon from the ground. I have a good feeling about this one. Edo says as he gives it to Hitoshi. He carefully guides Hitoshi's hands, showing where and how to hold the weapon. Remember to be careful, the blade is as sharp as it looks. Back at the pile of weapons, Edo takes the scythe and positions himself with the blade not pointed at Hitoshi. Let's start slowly. Try to copy my movements. Hitoshi nods, and Edo starts moving. He makes a diagonal cutting motion with the back of his scythe, telegraphing his movements well so Hitoshi can see exactly how to move. Hitoshi copies the movement until the two poles meet. Edo quickly flips the scythe blade, hooks the naginata and pulls, causing Hitoshi to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The positioning of the feet is just as important as the positioning of the hands. Edo says, if your instance is clumsy, it becomes easy to lose your balance and in a fight. He swings the scythe at Hitoshi, stopping the blade just short of his neck. You would be dead now. Then he removes the scythe and extends his hand to Hitoshi. Want to try again? Hitoshi nods and accepts the outstretched hand, hoping that Edo doesn't notice his blushing cheeks, or at least that he thinks it's from embarrassment for having fallen. Hitoshi picks up the naginata and takes position again. This time Edo approaches and corrects the position of his feet and shows the correct angle of holding the polearm. Returning to his position in front of Hitoshi, Edo takes the same instance. In this position, you are free to attack from various angles. Edo explains, making a few diagonal swings. And you can quickly change the direction you are facing. He turns with a quick move facing west, then he turns to east, and then back to south. Nodding to Hitoshi, they repeat the first move, but this time, when Edo pulls with the scythe, Hitoshi feels the pull but stands firm. Edo beams proudly at him. Perfect, Zawa. It took me much longer to learn this. At what age did you start training again? Hitoshi asked. Papa was the first to train me when I showed interest in his naginata. I was 10 years old. Soon after that, Uncle Odin taught me his sword style. Edo replies. From then on, I started asking my other brothers for help as well, so most of the weapons I learned simultaneously. Impressive. Hitoshi commends. You must have put much effort into this. I didn't have a quirk at the time. And yet Papa, unlike anyone I have ever met in my life, believed in me. Edo explains. When I told him I wanted to be a hero, he laughed, but not at me or at my dream. He laughed of happiness and said that I could be anything I wanted to be. To give anything less than my best would be a disrespect to his trust and name. Hitoshi smiles upon hearing this and takes a stance again. Then I can't be left behind. He says resolutely. I want to be a hero, and I'll be the best hero I can. Then let's go, Zawa. I won't go easy on you. Edo grins. I wouldn't want that. Hitoshi replies, and they go back to training. A few hours later, they put away their weapons. Hitoshi is feeling tired but pleased, while Edo is barely breaking a sweat. Did you come to a decision? Edo asks as he stores the other weapons back in whenever they go when they disappear. I will talk to my parents about your idea for the whip, but I think I will use the Naginata as the main weapon. Hitoshi says. Oh, I have an idea for that too. Edo summons a notebook, he opens it on a sketch and shows Hitoshi. You don't always want to use lethal force, so I thought of that. The sketch, which looks more like a blueprint, is of a long, retractable staff. With this design, it is easy to carry, maybe a little heavier than a regular Naginata due to the mechanisms, but nothing compromising. Activating the mechanism. He points at the trigger and then flips the page. Releases the blade, so you have both a staff and a Naginata in the same weapon, just needing to decide which one you are going to use. Hitoshi whistles in awe. You design support gear too? Hitoshi asks. Is there something you can't do? Many things. Edo replies. I might have the idea, but I can't build it. So you'll have to meet someone from the support course to ask for help. Then he closes the notebook and it disappears. Now, if we still have time, there is one more thing I would like to discuss. Sure, Dad just told me to come back before dark. Hitoshi replies, glancing at his phone. They still have at least 2 hours. Great. Edo cheers. Now, for my question. Do you want to learn hockey? Hockey? Hitoshi isn't expecting that. Can I learn it? Isn't it some kind of secret technique? Far from it. Edo laughs. It is a relatively forgotten technique, but it is not a secret. Some heroes use it, for example, All Might is one of the best armament hockey users in the world. You said you've been training for 5 years. Hitoshi says. Do I have enough time to learn? Unless you are a genius, I doubt you will master hockey until the sports festival. Edo replies. But I can teach you the basics, and if we concentrate on just one type, I think you can learn enough to use it by then. All right. Hitoshi nods. As you said, I'll need every advantage I can have. What do you have in mind? You are tall, light, and quick. Edo explains. I think you will get the most out of learning observation hockey first. Then he summons a BLND-FLD. Put this on. Hitoshi warily stares at the BFLD for a few seconds, not trusting the boy's smile at all. Okay then, Hitoshi sighs and puts the BLND-FLD on. Great, now sit down. Hitoshi does as he said. Now focus on me but forget about your senses. Try to concentrate on my presence only. Hitoshi could hear Edo walking slowly as he spoke. You're not trying to hear me, you're trying to feel me. Hitoshi nods and tries to concentrate on what he says when... Ouch! Hitoshi jumps up feeling a sharp blow on his head. He takes off the BLND and sees Edo with a piece of bamboo in his hand and trying to hold back his laughter. Is this really training or do you just want to see me suffer? He glares at the other boy. That is the best way to learn. Edo explains. You don't want to feel pain, so subconsciously, you will start trying to feel my presence in order to anticipate my movements and dodge them. Does it really work? Hitoshi asks skeptically. If you prefer, we can do the training I did. Edo suggests. Which was? Edo summons 2 pistols and starts twirling them in his fingers. Rubber bullets. He says. I was blindfolded while my brother continually shot at me until I learned to anticipate and dodge the bullets. Duh. Hitoshi silently sits up and puts the blindfold back on. Carry on. He says, ignoring Edo's laughter. They train for an hour or so until Hitoshi says that he needs to go home. Because of the training, Hitoshi has a lot of bumps and a headache. Hold on for a second. Edo says as he looks up. Hitoshi looks where he is looking and sees a silhouette flying towards them. I asked my brother to come here. The silhouette approaches and Hitoshi sees a giant blue bird flying at high speed until it lands right in front of them. Then the bird changes shape and becomes a tall, blonde human. Hey Izu. The blonde greets. Is this your friend Yua? Hi, Marconi. Edo says, hugging the blonde. This is Yamazawa Hitoshi, my friend. Zoa, this is Edward Marco, my big brother. Nice to meet you, Edwardson. Hitoshi says, bowing slightly. No need for formalities. He says. You can call me Marco Yua. Then he turns to Edo. It's great to meet your friends, but I know that's not why you called me here, Yua. I'm teaching him hockey. Observation. Edo says as if that explains everything. And from the look on Marco's face, it does. All right, Yua. Marco raises a hand, and a blue fire ignites. He takes a step closer to Hitoshi. Come here. Hitoshi takes a step back in surprise. Oops, I forgot I didn't explain. Edo says, scratching the back of his head. Don't worry, Marconi is a medic and his flames don't hurt. Trusting Edo's words, Hitoshi comes close and Marco gently runs his hand over his head. He feels the fire, but it doesn't burn. On the contrary, it is a comforting sensation. When Marco removes his hand, the bumps are gone. All new Yua. Marco smiles. Wow. Hitoshi says in awe as he runs a hand through his head. Even my headache is gone. Yup, Marconi is amazing. Edo says, hugging Marco again. Thank you. No problem. Marco replies, ruffling Edo's hair. If you need help again, just ask Yua. With that, he transforms again and flies away. Hitoshi continues to stare for a few seconds until Edo calls his attention. Come on, I'll walk you to the station. Edo says. Hitoshi nods and follows him. On the way, they talk a little more, with Edo explaining a little about his brothers. It is incredibly interesting to tell the truth. They all act as vigilantes, but only 5 of them, including Whitebeard himself, can actually be charged with vigilantism. All the others are quirkless and therefore outside the bounds of the law. Edo walks with Hitoshi to the train station and waits with him until the train arrives. On the way back, Hitoshi catches himself looking at the card Edo has given him and smiling. Mama! Izuku cried seeing his mama falling to the ground. He ran to her, his mama was not moving. Mama! Mama! Please say something. Sure gone. Izuku hears a choking sound and turns to his papa. Izu! His papa falls down with a hole in his throat and blood pouring out of his mouth. He looks directly at Izuku. Run. If you had just handed over the brat, I wouldn't have had to do this, said the tall masked man who pierced his parents with his finger. He's just a quirkless brat. It's not like he has any value to you. He wipes the blood from his finger with a handkerchief that he took from the pocket of his white suit. But for us, he is exactly what we need. Overcome with fear, Izuku turns and runs. How useless. You won't get away, kid. Izuku hears the man saying, but he doesn't stop. Soru. Suddenly the man was in front of Izuku, almost as if he had just teleported. Now, are you going to come quietly, or are we doing it the hard way? No, please. Izuku takes a few steps back, shaking his head. Help, someone. Help me. Give up, brat. The man says, slowly approaching Izuku. No one will save you. Izuku continues walking backward until he feels his back hitting the wall. Now, come without resistance. Izuku closes his eyes as a hand approaches him. Izuku wakes up in a cold sweat. It had been a while since he had last had a nightmare about that night. Even after all these years, Izuku still doesn't know who that masked man was or what he wanted with him. Taking a deep breath, Izuku crosses his legs on the bed and closes his eyes. He follows his breathing exercises, slowly letting the nightmare slip from his mind. He focuses on his memory, recalling the rest of that night. Izuku closes his eyes as a hand approaches him. However, the hand never reaches him. Instead, Izuku hears an impact, as if someone had hit something hard on the ground. "You have some nerve, doing whatever you want in my territory." An unfamiliar voice says. "Sheet, you weren't supposed to be here." Izuku hears the man say. Izuku slowly opens his eyes and sees the masked man with his back to him. In front of the man was a gigantic silhouette, the details of which he could not see in the dark. The silhouette was clearly of a human, but Izuku has never heard of such a tall person. Is that their quirk? Gigantification, perhaps. "Soru," the man said and disappeared. "Ga." Izuku looks up and sees the masked man being grabbed by the neck by the giant man. From the giant man's hand, a blue aura raises, and he slams the masked man on the pavement. The impact is so great that Izuku feels the ground shaking. I hate arrogant brats who think they can do whatever they want. Suddenly Izuku felt the giant's gaze on him. However, as intimidating as he was, Izuku was not afraid of him. "Are you a hero?" Izuku asked. "Gururara." The giant man let out a weird laugh. "I'm not a hero, kiddo. I am Whitebeard." "But you saved me," Izuku replied. "Doesn't this make you a hero? If this is what you want to call me." Whitebeard replied. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly Izuku remembers what just happened, and runs back to where his parents are, ignoring the giant's calls. "Mama! Papa!" Izuku calls out, but neither of them answers or moves. "Mama! Papa!" He hears footsteps behind him, but he ignores them in favor of hugging his parents to the ground, completely ignoring the blood staining his clothes. "Please, don't leave me alone," he cries. Izuku is not sure how long he spent crying. When his tears finally dry, and he looks up, he realizes Whitebeard was still there with him. He kneels in front of Izuku and smiles at him. "Do you have anywhere to go, kid?" he asks gently. Izuku thinks for a while. In his 10 years, no one but his parents cared about him. Maybe Aunt Mitsuki, but that would mean having to live with Kaken, and Izuku doesn't want that. No one else would care about a quirkless kid. Izuku shakes his head negatively. I'm quirkless, no one will care about me," Izuku says with lowered head. Suddenly, Izuku sees a huge hand in front of him. He looks up and sees Whitebeard extending his hand to him and grinning. "Then come with me," Whitebeard says. "What? But I'm quirkless," Izuku replies. "So is Odin, Thatch, Vista, and several others of my children. I don't care about your quirk," Whitebeard says. "So, what do you say?" Not trusting his voice, Izuku nods and places his hand over the extended hand. The size difference between them is so great that Izuku could probably fit into this hand. With unexpected kindness from someone of this size, Whitebeard picks Izuku up and places him on his shoulder. "You are so big. Is that your quirk?" Izuku ends up asking as Whitebeard starts walking. "Gururara." His laughter is incredibly comforting. The memory of that night is bittersweet. That was the night Izuku both lost everything and gained everything. He still misses his biological parents who gave their lives to save him. He will always miss them. Maybe it is time to visit them again. The last time was a few months ago. The sound of a message on his cell phone brings Izuku out of his musing. He checks and sees that Zawa has sent a gif of a yawning kitten with the caption, "Good meowing." With a grin on his face, Izuku jumps out of bed and starts his day. It has been a few weeks since they started training, and Hitoshi has been progressing rapidly. Training with Edo is brutal. It is amazing how a boy can smile like sunshine while nearly breaking his ribs with a wooden naginata. Not to mention the number of blows to the head that Hitoshi has received since he began training in observation hockey. And they trained hard. Both Hitoshi and Edo did middle school online. And both finished months in advance. So they have a lot of free time, and most of that time they spend training. 4, 5, 6. The sixth attack hit Hitoshi on the head. "You dodged 5 consecutive blows, but you are losing focus." The key to observation hockey is to remain calm and focused. Again. Let's go. Hitoshi said, taking a deep breath. Concentrating on Edo, Hitoshi began to visualize a silhouette despite being blindfolded and facing away from his friend. He sensed when Edo lifted the bamboo to hit him and moved his head out of the way just in time. 1. He feels Edo raising his arm again. 2, 3, 4, 5. With each avoided hit, the image gets blurrier. 6, 7, 8. The 8th blow hits. Ouch. Hitoshi whines. Okay, enough hockey training for today. I don't want to rack your brain too much. Edo says, grinning. Hitoshi, despite his headache, laughs at the joke. The sound of pole weapons hitting each other echoed through the beach. Izuku and Zawa continually attacked each other in search of an opening. Izuku remained on the defensive, anticipating and blocking strike after strike. Finding an opening, Izuku quickly hits Zawa's legs, taking the taller boy to the ground. Then, in one swift movement, he moves his weapon to his neck. And you're dead. Izuku smiles. This makes 5-0 just today. You're too fast. Zawa replies. You should stop trying to copy me. Izuku says. We are very different. It doesn't make sense for us to have the same style. Then what do you suggest? Zawa asks. Try. Izuku replies. You already understand the basics, the rest is up to you. Other postures, other movements. You are going to be a hero, look for less lethal techniques. Zawa spends a few moments thinking, until he takes a stance again, this time with his arms above his head and the naginata pointed downward. Let's go. Izuku grins and takes a stance. Alright, here I come. 33, 34, 35. Hitoshi dodges each blow until a sudden sound makes him lose focus and he feels a hit to the head. You're getting better, but the goal is to dodge 100 consecutive hits. Will I still have a brain by then? Hitoshi asks, massaging the bump on his head. At most, you will lose a few brain cells. Edo shrugs. Nothing serious. Of course, you wouldn't mind losing something you never had. Hitoshi smirks and immediately dodges another blow. You're getting predictable. In this case, we can increase the speed a little. Edo smirked back. Sheet, Hitoshi should have stayed quiet. So, the kittens here are available for adoption, right? Zawa asked from under his usual pile of cats. Everyone other than Mr. Cranky, who is the owner's cat, is. Izuku replies. Why? Zawa lifts the Somali cat that as usual was perched on his left shoulder. I am one push away from bringing this baby home, and you just gave me that push. Zawa says in complete seriousness. Izuku laughs. It's so hard to take him seriously when he's practically wearing kittens as armor. You have your dad's permission? Right. Izuku asks, but Zawa just keeps staring at him without answering. You have your dad's permission, right? The answer is no. He hadn't. But that didn't change anything. Apparently, with Eraserhead's tendency to bring strays home, he couldn't say anything when Zawa arrived with a new kitten. Zawa called him Chewy, because of his tendency to stand on his shoulder chewing his ear. 87, 88, 89. The 90th attack hits Hitoshi. 90. Again. Hitoshi says, trying to refocus. No, that's enough for today. Edo says. I can keep going. Hitoshi argues. Again, please. Zoa, you are not this desperate normally. Edo replies. What is going on? We only have one more week until school starts. Hitoshi says. And we still have one more month until the sports festival. I will not stop our training. Edo says. But you will be busy with hero training. I can't take up even more of your time. Hitoshi argues. You are not taking anything, Zawa. Edo shakes his head. Do you think I would have continued with this if I didn't enjoy training with you? I may not be a vigilante, but I am a member of the Whitebeard group. No one could make me do something I don't want to do. But Hitoshi feels a flick on his forehead. Zawa, I like spending time with you. I like our training. I like you. Edo says, blushing. So don't worry. We will keep training, and you will transfer to the hero course. We will be classmates. All right. Hitoshi nods. 97, 98, 99. Izuku smiles and completely hides his presence for the next attack. 100. He swings the bamboo down towards Hitoshi's head, who at the last second jumps out of the way. Izuku grins ferally and applauds. You did it. I did it. Zawa removes the blndfld from the rest and looks at Izuku with an expression between shock and excitement. I did it. See, I knew you could do it. Izuku smiles warmly at him. What do we do now? Zawa asks and takes a step back when he sees Izuku's smirk. The next step is speed. Raising his hand, in a second Izuku summons a pistol and shoots it aimed at Zawa's arm. Zawa realizes and dodges the bullet in time. What the heck? Relax, it's not real bullets. But if it hits you it will hurt so. Izuku throws the naginata to Hitoshi. Focus. Without warning, Izuku starts cackling as he shoots at Hitoshi, who desperately tries to dodge or block. It's tomorrow, isn't it? Hitoshi asks as he watches the sunset with Edo. Yup. Edo replies smiling. I'll finally meet your dad. You could have met him earlier if you had accepted his invitation for dinner at my place last week. Hitoshi points. Zawa, you said your dad wears bright pink sweatpants indoors. If this is my first impression of him, I will never be able to look at him without laughing. Okay, fair enough. Hitoshi laughs. I'll see you in the canteen? If your dad doesn't take us away first. Of course. Edo says. You can forget any chance of attending the orientation. Hitoshi says. I will be ready. Izuku couldn't hide his excitement as he stared at the door of Hero Class 1A. His class from today on. He could hardly sleep last night because of his anxiety for this day. He's not exactly afraid. He's definitely praying that Bakugo is not in the same class. But frankly, he stopped fearing his former friend Bully long ago. He won't let himself be pushed around again. With this in mind, he decisively opens the door. Remove your foot from the desk immediately. Such an action is insulting to those who came to UA before us, and to the craftsman who made this desk. I don't care. What middle school do you come from, extra? And immediately closes it again, leaning his forehead on the door and sighing deeply. My God, why me? Izuku takes several deep breaths, trying to gather his courage to enter the room, when he hears a voice behind him. Hey, it's the plain-faced boy. Plain-faced? Really? Izuku turns around and sees the pink cheeks girl he and Zawa saved from the zero-pointer. Hey, you made it too. Izuku greets, and now that he thinks about it, he never asked her name. I'm Edward Izuku, I never introduced myself. He extends his hand. I'm Uraraka Achiko. Nice to meet you. She shakes his hand, keeping her thumb up. 5-point activation quirk? So why are you standing in front of the door? I'm trying to work up the courage to go in. The annoying kid who accused me of trying to distract the others, and my former childhood friend turned bully are in there, and arguing over a desk. Izuku explains and sighs again. Well, better to enter. Izuku opens the door, carefully this time, and enters, immediately looking for his desk. Of course, they put me right behind Bakugo, where else would I sit? He sighs again and sits down. And at that very moment, the blue-haired boy notices him and approaches him. Where are your school supplies? Don't you know how disrespectful it is to come to school unprepared? Of course, the first thing he does is scold Izuku again. What else was he expecting? Izuku simply raises an eyebrow and points to the floor next to his desk, where a yellow backpack, which Izuku has just summoned to mess with the boy, is resting on the desk's foot. The boy immediately goes red-faced. My apologies. I'm Ida Tenya, from Sumai Academy. Edward Izuku. Izuku replies shortly. Usually, he would be happier with the prospect of possible new friends. But Ida just caught the attention of the last person Izuku wanted. So forgive him for being in a bad mood. A few seconds of awkward silence pass, where Izuku can feel the full weight of Bakugo's angry stare on him until Ida starts talking again, moving his arms like a robot. What's that? Some kind of intimidation technique? I have to commend you, Edward-kun. You were the superior candidate. Izuku gave him a confused expression. You perceived the true nature of the practical exam, while I did not. What are you talking about, Ida? Izuku asked. You figured out that the exam was about more than just fighting the Villa Dash. No, I didn't. Izuku interrupts the ranting. I didn't save you Rarika for points, and neither did Zawa. We helped her because it was the right thing to do. It's what a hero would do. Suddenly, Izuku noticed a new presence outside the door lying on the floor. Looking around, Izuku saw that all the students were already in the class, most divided into small groups and chatting. Better sit down before the teacher calls. Not a second after he says this, a stern voice is heard from the classroom door. If you're here to make friends, then get out. The door opens and on the floor, in all his glory, is Caterpillarman Eraserhead, in a hideous yellow. But what right do I have to criticize? Just look at my backpack, sleeping bag and draining a jelly pouch. This is the hero course. Honestly, despite Zawa's multiple warnings about how dramatic his dad is, Izuku still underestimated him. Only years of training and experience with the goofy guys he calls brothers could keep Izuku from bursting into laughter at the scene. The rest of the class is divided between surprise, shock, and fear. Only one of you realized I was here. For all the others, it took 8 seconds. This is unacceptable. You are not logical enough. Eraserhead says as he gets up from his sleeping bag and enters the room. My name is Eraserhead, and I'm your homeroom teacher. Then he took a pile of PE uniforms from somewhere, which Izuku doesn't plan to find out where, and threw them to the class. Take these and move to the PE training grounds. Whoever is not there in 15 minutes will get detention. And left the classroom without another warning. Not wanting to find out whether the threat is real or not, Izuku immediately finds a uniform his size and runs out of the classroom, following Eraserhead, the other students following close behind, at varying levels of speed and excitement. Aizawa Shoyuta woke up, already with a sense of impending doom. Today is the day he had known for years was coming. Of all the classes of hero hopefuls that Shoyuta has taught, and there have been several, he knows that this one will be the hardest of his career so far and possibly forever. Simple, Shoyuta will have to deal with someone he knows will be the ultimate problem child. Whitebeard's son. And to make things worse, Shoyuta has no idea who the brat is. That demon Whitebeard just said how old the brat was and that he was going to apply for UA. As always, Shoyuta didn't read the student files to avoid biases, but this year, he also couldn't watch the entrance exam, so he's completely in the dark about this class. The only thing he has checked out of the students is a basic description of their quirks to know which ones are the most volatile that he needs to be ready to erase. Definitely, this year he'll have to deal with the Hell class. As soon as he arrived at the classroom door, he got his first surprise. Someone noticed him at the door. No first year ever notices Shoyuta on the first day. And his second surprise is that when he looked at the boy who noticed him, Shoyuta immediately recognized the boy. Curly green hair, emerald eyes, diamond-shaped freckles. This is the kid that Hitoshi has been talking to, and obviously crushing hard, these past weeks. Of course, he would be one of Shuta's students. At least he's not a loud blonde. Following his standard script, Shoyuta introduced himself to the class and had everyone follow him to the PE training grounds, threatening them with detention if they took too long. Of course, most don't take the warning very seriously, but the green-haired boy gets up, grabs a uniform, and follows him. At least it seems that someone is logical. Shoyuta goes to the training grounds with the green-haired boy. He will learn their names soon enough, at his tail. To Shuta's surprise, the boy ignores the locker room and continues following Shoyuta to the field. But when Shoyuta turns to question why he hadn't gone to get dressed, the boy is already in his PE uniform, his school uniform nowhere to be seen. Something wrong, sensei? The boy asks innocently, and Shoyuta simply sighs and resumes his walk. This one will be a problem child, Shoyuta is sure. The rest of the students take more than 20 minutes to get dressed. This is unacceptable, and Shoyuta makes sure they know it. It took you 23 minutes to get here. You need to be faster. Shoyuta says to the class. The next time I expect you to be ready in 10. Then Shoyuta takes a good look at all the students, memorizing their faces. Today, you will participate in a quirk assessment test. Shoyuta says, and the class starts whispering to each other. But what about the orientation? A girl with brown hair asks. You are here to train to be heroes. You don't have time to waste on pointless ceremonies. Shoyuta replied, then scan the class once more. Edward Izuku? He calls the kid who got first in the entrance exam, and what a surprise, it's the problem child. Shoyuta sighed and threw a ball at the kid, who caught it easily. How far could you throw the ball in middle school? Don't know. I did middle school online. The last time I took a test like this was in elementary school. I think at that time the farthest I could throw was about 20 meters. Edward explains. Alright, use tour quirk to throw the ball. Shoyuta says. Anything goes as long as you don't leave the circle. Anything? Alright. The kid says and walks to the circle. A small cup appears in his hand, and he starts shaking it. A big grin flashes across his face as he looks into the cup and then releases it. The cup disappears before it hits the floor, and Edward holds out his hand. A light flashes and quickly spreads, taking the form of a huge iron club. A kanabo, but with rounded bumps instead of the spikes this weapon usually has. The boy swings the kanabo hitting the ground, which causes a loud crashing sound and a small crater in the ground. He throws the ball up and moves his body, using all his weight to swing the kanabo. Thunderbagwa. When the gun hits the ball, Shoyuta swears he sees black lightning coming out of the ball for a second before it goes flying, and everyone feels a shockwave created by the blow. Shuta's sensor activates a few seconds later, showing the distance the ball has flown. 1003, 6 meters. What the hell? Isn't his quirk a summoning quirk? What the F-Deku? You have some explaining to do. And suddenly, one of the students, the one with spiky blonde hair, is stomping towards Edward with his hand popping explosions. Shoyuta knows this one, Bakugo Katsuki, one of the kids with volatile quirks that Shoyuta has to keep an eye on. He's also one of Shuta's suspects who could be Whitebeard's son, but the chance is very low. This arrogant brat is the kind that Whitebeard hates the most. With a sigh, he's doing this a lot today. Shoyuta activates Erasure, and the explosions immediately stop as Shoyuta restrains the boy with his scarf. What the F-? What the hell is this fabric? I can't get free. And my quirk is not working. Bakugo screams. I erased your quirk. Shoyuta replies. I won't let you or anyone else attack your classmates outside of properly supervised training sessions. Now stop making me use my quirk, I have a dry eye. He takes his eye drops and drips them into his eyes. If you try attacking anyone again, I'll give you detention. Bakugo nods angrily, and Shoyuta releases him. He glares once more at Edward but goes back without trying to attack again. Then Shoyuta addresses the rest of the class. 50-meter dash, side steps, long jump, ball throw, sit-ups, long distance run, grip strength, and seated toe touch. Shoyuta numbers. You will all compete in these 8 categories. So we can all use our quirks on the tests? The spiky red-haired boy asks. This is so manly. This will be so much fun. Shoyuta feels his eye twitch when he hears the pink-skinned girl say that. Fun, you say? Shoyuta asks in a cold voice. Are you all here to have fun? You want to just play for the next 3 years? What happened to becoming a hero? If you can't take this seriously, let's raise the stakes a little. The one with the lowest score across the events will be immediately expelled. What? But this is only our first day. The brown-haired girl protests. This isn't fair. Fair? And are villain attacks fair? Are terrorist attacks fair? Are diseases fair? Natural disasters? Shoyuta asks. The world isn't fair. The sooner you learn that the better. This is why heroes exist, to battle the unfairness. If you don't want to be expelled, then prove to me that you deserve to be here. Plus Ultra and all that. Now we already wasted enough time. Shoyuta takes advantage of the tests to get a good look at each student, memorizing their names, quirks, and personalities. From this, he soon maps out the main suspects of being Whitebeard's son. Right off the bat, he rules out the girls. Whitebeard has made it clear that his son is a boy. And obviously, it's neither Ida nor Todoroki. Kuda is also soon ruled out. It would be impossible for someone who lives with that group of troublemakers to be so shy. The first suspects are Kirishima Ijuru, Kaminari Denki, Shiro Hanta, Tokoyami Fumikage, Shuji Mezu, and Edward Izuku. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro have personalities that fit in with Whitebeard's group. Tokoyami is dramatic, and because of his quirk, he and Shuji could be the kind of outcast that Whitebeard loves to adopt. Edward is a wild card. He is confident yet shows no arrogance. His quirk is a mystery. Shoyuta assumed it was some kind of summoning, yet the feats of strength surpass even many people with enhancement quirks. Hell, the kid got 500 kg on the grip test, losing only to Shuji, who have 6 arms, and Yaoyorozu, who literally created a hydraulic press for this test. Shoyuta is sure it's one of these 6, but until he has proof, he will not question any of them. After all, this match between him and Whitebeard is one he intends to win. The tests go well. To Shuta's delight, all the students seem to take themselves seriously and are doing their best. That is, all except one. Mineta Minoru quirk, pop off. He passed the entrance exam very narrowly, and during the tests, he seemed to be more interested in looking at the girls than doing the tests. The girls also seemed to be extremely uncomfortable around him. Something to keep an eye on. He would have been expelled already if he had not shown creativity in using his quirk on the side steps. Shoyuta will give him a chance and one chance only. Another remarkable result is the infinity that Uraraka achieves by throwing the ball into the stratosphere. Azui beats them all in the seated toe touch. Ida leaves everyone behind in the 50-meter dash. Several clear the sandbox in the standing long jump. Edward ties Yaoyorozu in the long-distance run. They only stopped running when it became clear that neither of them would tire so soon, which is surprising considering that the girl created a motorcycle for this event. And Azui again excels in the sit-ups because of his flexibility. After the last test, Shoyuta simply shows the score for the class instead of saying score by score. Yaoyorozu Momo, Edward Izuku, Todoroki Shudo, Bakugu Katsuki, Ida Tenya, Tokoyami Fumikage, Shujimez, Ojiro Mashireo, Kirishima Ijuru, Ishido Mina, Uraraka Chogo, Kudakoji, Satoru Kido, Ashutsu, Oyama Yuga, Kaminari Denki, Siro Hanta, Jirakyuka, Hagakure Tour, Mineta Minoru. About the threat of expulsion. Shoyuta says as he hears Mineta starting to cry. No one is getting expelled. He says, giving the class one of his sadistic grins. It was all a logical ruse to make sure you all gave your best. The class is silent for 5 seconds. And then everyone screams. What? Well, if you think about it for a second, it was obvious it was a lie. Yaoyorozu said, Am I the only one who figured out? Well, let her believe that. Shoyuta grins into his scarf. In your desks are your syllabuses, you can take it and go home for today. And if you have questions, you can find me either at the teacher's lounge or at my office. Then he leaves. He walks around a bit, and as soon as he is sure that all the students have left, he calls out the snooper. You're subtle as an elephant. He calls out, and in just a second, the gigantic blonde musclehead who was hired just this year appears. A logical ruse, you say, Aizawa? Ha ha. All might lass. You, who expelled your entire class last year. If they are still here, it means that you saw potential in them, doesn't it? What do you want? Shoyuta asks, annoyed. I was curious. A friend's son is among your students, I wanted to see how he does. All Might replies. You better not start showing favoritism, Yagi. Shoyuta warns. I wouldn't dream off, both the kid and his father would kill me if I did. Ha ha. All Might replied. Anyway, I saw what I wanted to, I'm sure this year will be interesting. Saying that All Might turns and leaves just as fast as he appeared. Shoyuta looks back at the locker room doors where the students disappeared and sigh. Interesting? A complete migraine, you mean? Then he goes back to the teacher's lounge. Tuesday, Izuku was going to school accompanied by Zawa and explaining what had happened the day before. Aizawa-sensei clearly recognized me, but did not try to talk to me. Izuku said, Whatever you said about me to him, I hope it was good things. But, afraid I'll tell him how many times you almost gave me a head trauma? Zawa replied, smirking. If half of what Papa said about him is true, then my training is extremely safe compared to his. Izuku smirked back. Touché. Zawa said. Dad complained quite a bit about his new problem children and how he can already feel the migraines this year. The same thing goes for me if I have to deal with another lecture from Ida for inappropriate behavior. Izuku said, then leaned a bit closer. Does he suspect? I heard my dad talking to Pops yesterday. Apparently he has 6 suspects, and you are one of them. Zawa explained. And I was so careful yesterday. Izuku muttered. Guess I'll have to be more careful. I'll avoid using hockey if I can. Zawa nodded, then smiled again. So you had your first impression. Will you be able to come home for dinner this time? Zawa asked. Dad said I can invite you again. No problem, I just need to tell Papa first. Izuku replied. Great, I'll talk to Dash. Edward-kun. A new voice interrupts them. Izuku turns around and sees Uraraka approaching. Hi, Uraraka-san. Izuku greets, then turns to Zawa. Zawa, this is Uraraka, she's at my class. Then he looks at Uraraka. Uraraka, this is Yamazawa, my friend. Hello, Yamazawa-kun. Nice to meet you. Uraraka greets. Which class are you in? 1C, General Studies. Zawa replies. For now. Izuku adds. For now. Zawa agrees. What do you mean? Uraraka asks. Students from other courses that make it far enough in the sports festival have a chance to transfer to the hero course. Izuku explains. And I have no doubt Zawa will do great. Uraraka looks between the two a few times and seems to come to some conclusion. She grins and asks, How long have you two been dating? She asks, and Izuku's face immediately turns red. We aren't dating. Izuku spluttered, flustered. Just friends. Zawa confirmed. Aha. Uraraka said with an expression of disbelief, then she smiled. So, are you excited for our first heroics class? I wonder who will be the teacher. I'm expecting details later. Zawa said, then he looked at his cell phone. I have to go, see you at lunch? You bet. Izuku replied, then went with Uraraka to class. The first PRD was simple enough. As expected of a high school, even if it is a hero school, they have common subjects, math, physics, science, English, oh my god, it's the present Mike, I love him, and as expected of the first official day, they had an introduction to the subjects. At lunchtime, Izuku sat with Zawa, Uraraka, Ida, who came with Uraraka, and Azui, Kalmitsu. He tried to invite Todoroki to sit with them, but Todoroki refused. Not today, but Izuku is persistent. After that, a few more lessons which most of them did not pay attention to. It is only the first week, and you are already like this? Until the class, everyone was waiting for arrived. Theories about who will be the teacher were running around the school all day until, I am here. A loud voice approaches the room while the legendary catchphrase is said. Coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku was visibly vibrating with excitement, but how could he not be? This is his second favorite hero we are talking about. Japan's #1 hero. And he is going to be Izuku's heroics teacher. In the past, All Might used to be Izuku's favorite hero with no contest. But after living with his brothers, most of them being quirkless and complete badasses, Izuku gained an even greater admiration for heroes who fight quirkless. This propelled Eraserhead to the top rank of Izuku. Eraserhead being Izuku's crush best friend's father has nothing to do with it. What are you talking about? Welcome to Foundational Hero Studies. All Might announces while striking various poses. For this class, we'll be building up your hero foundation through various trials. Let's start things with this. He stands up, pulls a card from his pocket, and shows it to the class. The card had the word battle on it. The trial of battle. Izuku could not hide his feral smile hearing these words. In the back of his mind, he thinks that maybe this is not a good idea for the first class because most of the students do not have any kind of formal training. But that part is soon overwhelmed by the excitement of being able to see his classmates' quirks in combat. It'll probably be all right. All Might must know what he's doing. Battle. Izuku hears Bakugo say, probably the one student in class more excited than Izuku. And to go with your first battle. All Might pressed a button, and 20 secret drawers appeared on the walls revealing suitcases numbered from 1 to 20. We've prepared the gear you send in the request for to match your quirks. Awesome! The class cheered together. Get changed and we'll be ready to go. All Might said as he marched to the door. Everyone, gather on the ground beta. Izuku ran and grabbed his briefcase, heading straight to the changing room. Being the first to enter, he quickly entered one of the cabins and locked the door. A little later, he heard the other students coming in. Unfortunately, Izuku cannot simply summon his costume onto his body like other clothes. To use his quirk, Izuku must first register the object, and to do this, he needs to be in contact with the object for 3 minutes. While wearing the costume, he will have more than enough time to register it. But this first time, he will have to dress it up the old-fashioned way. Izuku wastes no time in opening the case and checking out the costume. They sent him everything he asked for, not that he asked for much. His costume is quite simple. He takes off his uniform and begins to dress, putting on his light, dark green pants and tucking them into his large black boots that reach just below the knees. He ties the light green sash around his waist like a belt. Before putting on his shirt, Izuku looks at himself in the mirror. He has changed the color palette slightly to suit his style and be less obvious, but the pants are light and easy to move in. He summons another mirror and positions it behind him so that he can see his back in the mirror. On his back was a tattoo that took a lot of effort for his father to let him do. Bones in the shape of a cross and a smiling skull with a white mustache in the shape of a crescent. Whitebeard's emblem. Getting a tattoo while he's still growing should be a bad idea. But nowadays, there are people with quirks capable of removing tattoos, so in the future, when needed, Izuku can redo this tattoo without any problems. He simply did not want to wait another 5 years before he could get this tattoo. Nodding approvingly, Izuku puts on the shirt, the same color as his pants, with long sleeves, and ties the dark purple bandana around his right arm. And lastly, he takes off a long white coat. On the back, the jacket has a rock cross with a horizontal crescent, the same symbol Marco has tattooed on his chest. The sleeves are too long to pass his arms, but this coat was made to be worn as a cape. Izuku admires the coat for a few seconds, then sighs and puts it back in its case. Wearing it would completely give him away to Aizawa-sensei. Not this time, but soon. After registering the case, Izuku puts it away with his quirk and leaves the cubicle. Not surprisingly, Izuku is one of the first to leave. After all, his costume is simple, without many accessories. The only one ready was Ojiro, whose costume was as minimalist as Izuku's. The boys began to enter the room, one by one, some in pairs. The girls all entered together. Looking at the costumes, Izuku could soon observe some bizarre choices, but overall, they are not the worst he has ever seen. Apart from a few exceptions. Can Todoroki even see with his face like that? Why is Uraraka wearing heels? Why in the hell is Mineta wearing an iron diaper? Ida, your quirk depends on speed. Won't this armor restrict you? Yaoyorozu's outfit looks neither comfortable nor protective. Is Kirishima shirtless? Well, most of my brothers also refuse to wear shirts, so I guess I can't judge him. I also can't criticize Aoyama's choice of wearing a cape. I understand you. Please tell me Hagakure isn't naked. Are those grenades in Bakugo's wrists what I think they are? Who approved this? But despite his reservations, Izuku doesn't comment out loud. He even bites his hand to make sure he's not muttering. Hey, Edward-kun. Cool costume. Izuku turns and sees Uraraka. I like the colors. Thank you. Izuku nods. I like yours too. Space-themed? Yeah, but I should have been a little more specific with my request. Uraraka says, moving her arms. It's a little too tight for my taste. They probably did this to help with their quirk. Pressure points in certain parts should help with your nausea problem. Izuku explains. I am more concerned about these jumps. There must be a better way to put shock absorption into boots than with heels. Before Uraraka could answer, All Might began to speak. They say that the costume makes the hero. Well, from now on you are real heroes. All Might announces. Now let's see what you're made of, you zygotes. It's time for the trial of battle. Sensei. Will we use the mock city from the entrance exam? Ida asked. Not quite, young Ida. We'll be taking 2 steps ahead. 2 steps in fact. This will be an indoor battle trial. All Might explains. Villain cleanup is often seen out in the open. But statistically, most acts of villainy are committed indoors. Imprisonment, house arrest, black market. Any villain with intelligence is lurking in the shadows. Then he strikes his signature pose. For this test, you'll separate into villain and hero groups for a 2-on-2 team battle. What about the foundational training? Ajiax. Experience is the best training. All Might replies. This time, there won't be robots to destroy. So how do we determine who wins and loses? Yaoyorozu asks. Can we just blow them anyway? Bakugo asks. Is the loser at risk of being expelled? Uraraka asks. If we're separating into different groups, what would be the best way to do so? Ida asks. Doesn't this cape looks amazing on me? Aoyama asks. One at a time, I can't hear if everyone speaks at the same time. All Might replies, then he pulls out a sheet of paper, which looks comically small in his giant hands, and starts reading. For this training, we'll have some villains guard a nuclear weapon they intend on deploying. The heroes must stop them and their nefarious scheme before it's too late. This sounds like the script of an action movie. If the heroes capture the villains or reach the nuclear core before the time runs out, they win. If the villains manage to keep the core the whole time or capture the heroes, they win. Then he picks up a drawbox. Your teammates and opponents will be chosen by lottery. Is this really the best way? Ida asks. Well, pros are often forced to make impromptu team-ups with other heroes they might not know very well. Izuku explains, although he's not sure this is the reason All Might is choosing this method. I see. Always with our eyes on the future. Ida replies, bowing exaggeratedly. I apologize. Anyway, let's start this. All Might calls each student by seating order to pull their team. In the end, the teams are Team A, Kirishima Idru and Kuda Koji. Team B, Shiro Hanta and Edward Izuku. Team C, Tenya and Azui Tiu. Team D, Hagakure Toru and Todoroki Shudo. Team E, Kyoka Jairu and Yaoyorozu Momo. Team F, Uraraka Achiko and Tokoyami Fumikichi. Team G, Bakugo Katsuki and Mineta Minoru. Team H, Kaminari Denki and Satoru Kido. Team I, Aoyama Yuga and Shuji Mezu. Team J, Ojiro Mashireo and Ishido Mina. And after a second draw, the matchups are Team G versus Team B. Team F vs Team I vs Team J. Team H versus Team E. Team C versus Team D. Looking to the side, Izuku noticed Bakugo smirking at him. He thinks it will be easy, but Izuku intends to prove once and for all that he's no longer the useless Deku. First battle, Team G as heroes, vs Team B as villains. All Might said as he guided the teams to the building. This scenario has the villains inside the building first. Then, after 5 minutes, the heroes will be led in as well. Everyone else will be able to watch what unfolds through the surveillance cameras. After a few more explanations, Izuku and Shiro enter the building with the bomb, and the 5 minutes begin to count. Izuku quickly goes to the top floor and places the bomb in one of the rooms with only one entrance. If I know Bakugo, and believe me, I do, he will accept nothing but walking in the front door like a fearless hero. Izuku explains to Shiro as he positions the bomb. And he has a bone to pick with me. So he will come at me as soon as he knows where I am. So, do you have a plan? Shiro asks as Izuku summoned his dice and starts spinning in the cup. You can fill this room with traps, right? Izuku asks, and Shiro nods. Perfect, then I'll deal with Bakugo, and you try to capture Mineta. Bakugo will not hit help, and he will certainly act alone. Mineta will probably take advantage of this to sneak around and look for the bomb. You try to capture it or at least slow it down. As soon as I take care of Bakugo, I'll come and help you. And you will be fine on your own? Shiro asks, a bit worried. Don't worry, Bakugo thinks I'm still the weak kid he used to push around. Izuku replies. Then he stops spinning the cup and looks at the die. With a feral smile on his face, Izuku summons his trusty Naginata and spins it around in his hands. He's in for a big surprise. The 5 minutes are up. All Might announces. The heroes can now enter the building. Showtime. Izuku says, holding his hand above his head. Showtime. Shiro grins and gives him a high five. As expected, Bakugo entered through the front door, marching through the building as if he owned the place. Izuku left the bomb room while Shiro started to set traps with his tape and went down to intercept the heroes. Interestingly, Mineta was walking along with Bakugo, a few steps behind actually. By the time Izuku reached the 3rd floor, he could hear Bakugo's voice from downstairs. Inside voice is another concept that apparently the blonde is unfamiliar with. Don't get on my way, extra. Bakugo yelled. I will blow you up if you get in my way. Izuku couldn't hear Mineta's reply, but since Bakugo didn't scream anything else, he must have agreed. They are on the 2nd floor and making their way up. Izuku said on his comms. How are things there? I have finished setting the traps in the bomb room, starting down the corridor. Shiro replied. Roger that. I will intercept them on the 3rd floor. Izuku said. I'll keep the comms on. All right. Shiro replied. I finished the traps. Should I meet you? No, stay close to the bomb. Izuku said. I will let you know when Mineta arrives on your floor. Knock him out. Understood. Shiro replied. Good luck, Edward-kun. You too, Shiro-kun. Izuku replied. Bakugo is here. Deku. Bakugo screamed as soon as he saw Izuku and lunged at him. You're too loud, Bakugo. Izuku replied simply by moving his head out of the way of the right hook that Bakugo started. And predictable too. Shut up, you useless Deku. Bakugo screamed back. A left kick, right explosive palm, another right hook, right kick. Izuku mumbled while blocking each hit. You thought it was funny? Bakugo kept screaming as he attacked. Looking down at me all those years? Lying about your quirk? Disappearing and never giving news? Another right hook, but Izuku grabbed his arm this time and flipped him over his shoulder. Looking down on you? I looked up to you all our childhood, Bakugo. Izuku said calmly, despite the fury he was feeling inside. Lying about my quirk? Do you really think I decided to suffer years of bullying just to laugh at you? Do you really think you are so important? The surprise for you, Bakugo. This isn't a comic book. You're not the protagonist of a superhero story. He punched Bakugo in the stomach. Disappearing and never giving news? My parents were killed in front of my eyes. I was adopted by the greatest man I have ever known. Not only did he save me, but he also didn't care that I was quirkless. He never treated me like I was worthless. Trained me. He taught me what real strength was. I owe nothing to my bully. And I don't regret that I never reached out to you. You keep looking down on me, Deku. Bakugo replied as he managed to push Izuku off of him. Just because you have a quirk now doesn't mean anything has changed. You're still just a rock in my path. He aimed another explosion at Izuku's face. Didn't you hear anything I said? This isn't about quirks. Izuku screamed back. This isn't about being better than you. And this isn't about you. I'll show you how I'm better, Deku. Bakugo replied, reaching for his gauntlets. I still remember your stalker notes, Deku. You know how my quirk works. Now let's see if the support department did what I asked. Izuku heard All Might shout something into Bakugo's communicator, but he couldn't hear what it was. He'll be fine if he dodges. Then he pulled the pin. Izuku barely had time to cover himself with haki before the blast hit him. When the dust cleared, there was a hole in the wall, and the whole corridor was destroyed. But in the center of the explosion, Izuku hadn't even moved. The only indication that he had been hit was the burn marks on his clothes. You really don't understand, do you, Bakugo? All your life, you have been told that you are destined for greatness because of your powerful quirk. There's a term for people like you. Izuku said in his best unimpressed tone while shaking his head. Frog in the well. It's time you learn how big the world really is. Izuku rushes at Bakugo, making 2 vertical cuts with his Naginata. Bakugo's gauntlets are easily split and fall to the ground. Bakugo looks at Izuku in surprise. What the F-Deku? He says. This is impossible. You have no idea what is possible, Bakugu. Izuku hits the bottom of the naginata into Bakugu's stomach, and then he quickly grabs the capture tape and ties him up. Bakugu Katsuki has been captured. All Might's voice sounds on the comms. Panting, Izuku notices a presence approaching from the top floor. Shiro-kun. Mineta just got to your floor. Izuku says. Roger. I'm moving to him. Shiro replies. I'm coming up to help you. Try to hold him. Izuku says, then turn off the comms. He goes to the stairs but stops at the door and looks back at Bakugu. One more thing, Bakugu. My name is Edward Izuku. Deku died 5 years ago. Then he leaves and runs upstairs. Mineta Minoru has been captured. All Might announces as Izuku is reaching the 4th floor. The villains are the winners. Izuku blinks a few times, then reaches for his comms. What happened? Hell if I know. Shiro replies. I put so many traps and he fell for the first one. I just had to walk to him and tie the capture tape. Oh well. Izuku shrugs. Let's go back then. Since no one was seriously injured, and Izuku convinced everyone that he was fine and didn't need to go to the infirmary, they returned to the surveillance room. So, who would you say it was the MVP of this match? All Might asked as they entered. It was Edward Shiro. Yaoyorozu and Izuku said at the same time. Ladies first. Izuku nods at her, and Yaoyorozu nods back. Edward was the one who made the plan and decided how to hide the bomb. He was also the one who suggested the traps. He anticipated how Bakugu would act and acted efficiently to neutralize him. He analyzed. While Shiro also followed the plan and was successful with his traps, he didn't get a chance to show much. Bakugu was reckless and allowed himself to be blinded by anger. The amount of collateral damage he caused is unacceptable for a hero. And Mineta was very careless and was caught quickly by the traps. Also, somehow, Edward knew where he was at all times, which made Mineta's attempt to sneak around pointless. Then she nodded at Izuku. You're not wrong, but I made a mistake too. Although it was the best course of action, my fight with Bakugu was for personal reasons. I could have stopped him before he used the gauntlets, or I could have dodged the blast. Izuku explained. But I took the attack head-on. I did it to prove a point, and it was extremely reckless. I lost my cool, and in the field that could get someone killed. Shiro, on the other hand, stuck to the plan the whole time. He set the traps, guarded the bomb, and neutralized Mineta quickly and efficiently. So I think he was the MVP. Both of you brought great arguments. All Might said. But I agree with young Edward. And so, I declare Shiro the MVP of this round. But don't be discouraged. You are here to learn. And the only way to learn is to make mistakes. The students nod in agreement, while Izuku lowers his head, disappointed in himself. Izuku knows he's still a student and is allowed to make mistakes. He knows it very well. But knowing doesn't make the experience any less frustrating. He knows that he could have done better. But he was so overcome by his emotions that he lost control of his observation hockey for the first time in years. Even though he won, it doesn't taste like victory. Of all the people there, Izuku has the most experience and probably the second most training. He needs to do better. He needs to try better. Hitoshi was waiting in front of class 1A for the students to be dismissed. Support students have extra classes in the labs where they can work on their inventions. Hero students have the heroics class. But general students don't have any extra classes, so their classes end early. Usually, Hitoshi would go home first since his parents had other things to do. But today he's waiting for Edo. About 2 minutes before the last bell rings, the students arrive in the classroom to get their backpacks. For some reason, Edo was walking alone and gloomy and was the last one to enter the classroom. He didn't even notice Hitoshi there before he entered. Oh, hi Yamazawa-kun. Hitoshi turns and sees Uraraka. Hi, Uraraka-san. Hitoshi greets, then looks back at the classroom's door. What happened to Edo? He made a mistake during today's heroics class. It was no big deal and no one was hurt, but he has been sulking ever since. Uraraka explained. I tried to cheer him, But it didn't work, so I'm giving him some space. Then she grins at him. But you're here now. Maybe you'll have better luck cheering him. I can try. Hitoshi replied as he saw Edo leaving the classroom with his backpack in his hand. He sighed and dropped the backpack, which disappeared before hitting the floor, then started walking, still looking down. Edo! Hitoshi calls. Edo looks up, and his eyes widen when he sees Hitoshi. Hey, Uzawa. I was going to look for you in the teacher's lounge. Edo smiles, but the smile doesn't reach his eyes. Whatever happened, Edo is really upset. Yeah, since my class ends earlier, I decided to come to find you. Hitoshi looked back to where Uraraka was, but she was already at the end of the corridor. She winks at Hitoshi and gives him a thumbs up before walking away with Ida. What was that? Hitoshi shakes his head and signals for Edo to follow him. They walk silently until Hitoshi is sure no one is around to hear them. No one but Netsu, of course. The principal can see everything that happens anywhere in this school except for the bathrooms. Edo! Hitoshi calls and Edo looks at him, still with that fake smile. Hitoshi shakes his head and puts a hand on his shoulder. You don't have to force yourself to smile with me, Edo. Edo's smile falls and he sighs. Am I that obvious? No. I'm just good at noticing fake smiles. Hitoshi smiles. Do you want to tell me what happened? It's stupid, Edo shakes his head. It upset you. That alone makes it not stupid to me. Hitoshi replies. But you don't need to talk if you don't want to. No, it's okay. Edo waves a hand. And I did promise that I would tell you what happened today. He gives Hitoshi a small and more genuine smile, so Hitoshi nods. Edo explains everything in more detail than necessary, but Hitoshi doesn't interrupt him. He starts from when All Might entered the room, taking a moment to go off on a tangent about how sad it is that he can't wear the cape without giving himself up to Aizawa, until the end of his match against Bakugo's team. What frustrates me is that I don't usually lose my temper like this. I know I could have done better. All Might knows who I am, and he knows the training I've had. I know that he also expected more from me. I expected more from myself. Edo rants. Aren't you putting too much pressure on yourself? Hitoshi asks. Edo, I have known you for 2 months, and in the meantime, you have taught me how to use observation hockey and 2 different weapons. I can say without a doubt that you are the most skilled student among the first and probably the second years. He cups Edo's face and looks into his eyes. But you are still 15 and have just entered the hero course. You have the right to make mistakes. But not buts. Hitoshi cuts him. You also have the right to have strong feelings. Especially when you have to face your bully that you haven't seen in 5 years and who frankly is still in butt. Edo gives him a shaky laugh. Thank you, Zawa. I think I needed to hear that. Edo says. No problem, you cheered me so many times already. Hitoshi replies, pulling him into a side hug. It's about time I returned the favor. Well, you're great at this. Edo's 1,000-watt smile returns in full force. Too bright. I need sunglasses. Hitoshi says, covering his eyes, and they start laughing. Dummy. Edo mutters. Are you still okay with coming to my house? Hitoshi asks. We can cancel if you want to. I'm okay. Edo replies. I finally get a chance to talk to Aizawa-sensei. And also to meet your mysterious second dad. I wonder who would marry Eraserhead. You'll see. Hitoshi smirks. So, why don't we dash? Puru 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 puru. A sound started. Puru 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 puru. Edo reached for his pocket and pulled out his cell phone. Puru 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 puru. It's my cousin. He mumbled as they kept walking. Catcha. He said as he pressed the answer button. Hi, Momo. He nodded a few times. He said he would be going back tomorrow. More nods. Sure, I'll tell him. Then he laughs. All right, we'll spar next time. Bye, Momo. Say hi to Yamato, Hiyori, and Auntie Toki for me. Then he hangs the call. Why does Uncle Odin have a cell phone if he never answers? Edo mutters. Family problems? Hitoshi asks. Nah, nothing to worry. Edo waves his hand around. Momonosuke, My cousin is trying to call his father, but he never answers his cell phone. Judging by the time dash, he glances at the time. He's either drinking, cooking Odin, the only thing he knows how to cook, or going out on patrol. Anyway, let's go? Hitoshi nods. If we run, we still have time to catch the train. All right. Edo replies, smirking. Race you, he says and starts running. Get back here, you cheater. Hitoshi yells as he runs after him. Inside the train, Izuku recounts the details of the rest of the battle trials matches. What? Just because I was all gloomy doesn't mean I didn't pay attention to the other matches. Which ends up taking the whole trip, and if Zawa hadn't been paying attention, they would have missed their stop. Zawa guides him to a very unimpressive apartment. Definitely not one that anyone would expect a pro hero to live in. Which is exactly the point considering that Aizawa is an underground hero. He doesn't want people to know that he is a hero, and whoever his husband is, he probably agrees. Stopping at the apartment door Izuku believes to be the Yamazawa's, Zawa takes his key and addresses Izuku. As soon as I open the door, come in quickly and close it, okay? Izuku nods, and Hitoshi unlocks the door. As soon as the door opens, Zawa enters, and Izuku follows right behind, closing the door behind him. The first thing he hears is a cacophony of meowing and approaching paw sounds. A crowd, ranging from kittens to old cats, run up to them and start pawing on Zawa's legs. With them moving around so much it is hard to count, but Izuku thinks there are 8 or 9 cats. The cats soon notice Izuku, and their reactions vary. Some move away, some look at him suspiciously, some get a little closer with curiosity, and Chewie climbs up Izuku's clothes and greets him by biting his ear as usual. Izuku won't admit it out loud, but he missed him. Before Hitoshi, Izuku was the Somali's favorite. But it seems that Zawa spends all day rolling in catnip because whenever he's around, all cats in a 5 kilometers radius gravitate to him like moths to a lantern. I know you said your father liked cats, but this is ridiculous. Izuku mutters as he recovers from the surprise. Zawa starts laughing. What a beautiful laugh. Focus Izuku. The only reason he hasn't opened a cat cafe yet is that 1, he can't bake, and 2, he doesn't have time. Zawa replies. Anyway, let me introduce you. He points to each cat in order of age, starting with the oldest. The gray tabby is Cheshire. He has an invisibility quirk and is smart enough to watch Alice in Wonderland, so if you see a floating head or smile, that's why. Did you say invisibility quirk? Izuku's eyes shine as he looks at the cat, which takes a step back and disappears. That's so cool. Yeah, you can nerd later. Zawa replies. Next, the 3-legged savannah is called Cardbox. Because Dad found him in an abandoned cardboard box during one of his patrols a few years ago. At Izuku's expression he adds, What? Did you really expect creativity from the man called Eraserhead? Fair enough. Izuku chuckles. Next, this is Milk. Zawa points to a pure white Angora with mismatched eyes, one green, the other blue. I don't need to explain this one. Lucky. Zawa points to a black Bombay cat. She was named Misfortune by her superstitious owners, but after Dad rescued her and threw the animal abusers in jail, he changed her name. Be a sturdy. Zawa pointed to the gray Cora. Stand near her, and she can and will scratch your feet. And never leave anything breakable within her reach. Pizza. He points to a yellow American bobtail. Dad found her on the roof of a pizzeria. Thief. He points to a one-eyed Bengal cat who was looking at Izuku suspiciously. Dad found him stealing from our garbage can and brought him in. He's suspicious of everyone who is not Dad or me. Don't worry if he doesn't like you at first. Princess. He pointed to the white ragdoll cat. This one was actually named by Papa. Dad wanted to name her trash can. I'm sure you can guess the reason by now. And you know Chewie. He pointed to the orange Somali at Izuku's shoulder. After a few minutes, the cats finally get tired of them and leave them alone. Zawa takes the opportunity to take off his shoes and go inside. Izuku, always the show-off, simply unsummon his. It's a very useful power, and he would be stupid not to take advantage of it. Zawa looks at his phone, then back to Izuku. Dad and Papa said they'll be back in about 30 minutes. Zawa explains. So make yourself at home. I'm going to change out of this uniform. Izuku nods as Zawa goes to where he assumes it's his room. When Zawa returns, they spend their time playing video games, something Izuku is terrible at, and Zawa has no qualms in teasing him about. And about half an hour later, they hear the door opening. Again, the cat entourage goes to greet the new arrivals. Hey babies. Aizawa says softly, more softly than Izuku ever heard. Have you behaved? Let's enter first, show. An incredibly familiar voice says. The listeners are probably already inside. Listeners? There's only one person who talks like this. It can't be. Izuku looks at Zawa, who's pointedly avoiding his gaze. Still in his costume, Aizawa enters first, with his husband following, and as soon as he enters. Hey, little listen dash. Present Mike. Izuku bursts and turns to Zawa. Your other dad is present Mike? And Zawa bursts into laughter. This isn't funny, Zawa. Eraserhead is one thing. It was just a week or two. But I've been fanboying about present Mike with you for the last 2 months, and you didn't think to tell me he's your other dad. Sorry. Zawa didn't look apologetic in the least. Oh, you're a fan then? Present Mike, should he call him Yamada? Asks. Why yeah, I always listen to your radio. Izuku replied. You know it already, but I'm Edward Izuku. Nice to meet you. He bows. And thank you for having me, sir. It's no problem at all, little listener. Yamada replies. And no need to call me sir. It makes me feel old. At that moment, Aizawa enters the room again. When did he leave? Wearing a pair of bright pink sweatpants and an oversized t-shirt that reads, Put your hands up. And not even all his years of high control can help him at that moment. Izuku falls to the floor and begins to roll with laughter. SSS sorry. He tries saying. Teaches Jadis dash. Another laughing fit interrupts him. I can't. T2 fu funny. Wow, Edo breathe. Zawa says, kneeling next to him and rubbing his back. I see can't. Izuku wheezes. It takes another 5 minutes before Izuku stops laughing. But what can he do? This is the most hilarious thing he ever saw in his life. The kid is a brat. This is the first impression Shoyuda has when he sees the boy having a fit of laughter when he sees Shoyuda in his pink sweatpants and Zashi's radio t-shirt. They are the most comfortable clothes he has. Who cares if they look weird on him? Sorry, sensei. The boy says, smiling at Shoyuda, and Shoyuda, for some reason, doesn't have it in him to be mad at the boy. Don't worry, kid. He replies and sits down in the armchair. Thief immediately jumps into his lap. Shoyuda closes his eyes as he pets the purring cat. All right, I'll start making dinner. Hizashi says. Can I help? Edward offers. You don't need to, little listener. You're our guest. Hizashi waves him off. It's no problem. I always cook with my brother. Shoyuda opens an eye when he hears this. So the problem child has brothers. I love cooking. If you're really sure, I would love some help. Hizashi replies, then lower his head and puts a hand in front of his face. Those two are completely hopeless in the kitchen. He pretends to whisper, but everyone hears. I'm not that bad. Hitoshi grumbles. Toshi, my son, joy of my life. I love you. Hizashi says dramatically. But you somehow managed to burn microwave noodles. Pops. Hitoshi whines as Edward follows a laughing Hizashi into the kitchen. He's not wrong. Shoyuda says. You have no room to speak. Hitoshi grumbles back. Mister, I live on coffee and jelly pouches. Never said I had. Shoyuda shrugs, then glances at the kitchen, where Edward and Hizashi talk excitedly as they move around gathering the ingredients for dinner. So, this is the famous Edo. I can feel your judgment from here, Dad. Hitoshi replies. I'm not judging you. Shoyuda smirks at Hitoshi. At least he's not a loud blonde. Dad! Hitoshi exclaims. He doesn't like me. Not like this. Are we talking about the same boy? Shoyuda asks. Because I can practically see hearts floating from his head each time he looks at you. Shut up, Dad. Hitoshi says without any heat behind his voice. Shoyuta watches as his son steals many glances at the duo working in the kitchen. Shoyuta has to admit, they are impressive. One wouldn't believe it's the first time they work together. The way Edward moves around makes Shoyuta think he might have worked in a professional kitchen. It's like he always knows exactly where Hisashi is every second. A few minutes later, Hisashi calls them to the table, and Shoyuta almost lets out a whistle in astonishment. Rice, furikake, miso soup, a lettuce salad, grilled fish, nikujiga, and yaki nasu made up the dishes on the table. On the fire, there was a tea kettle finishing boiling. From the quantity, it is evident that the cooks got carried away and made a little too much. They sat down to eat and started talking about their day. The topic soon came to foundational hero studies, and consequently, All Might as a teacher. With some effort he can be an excellent teacher. But he clearly has zero experience. Edward said, I mean, battle trials on the first day? No one got hurt. Thankfully the closest we got to something going wrong was Azui going into hibernation when Todoroki froze the entire building. But things could have gone very wrong if the teams had been a little more unbalanced. Then he looks at Shoyuta. Have you watched the class? No, I had my own classes. Shoyuta replied. But I have the recordings. I'll watch them after dinner. Can I watch too? Hitoshi asked. Sure, why not? It's not as if Hitoshi didn't watch it in other years either. Some might say that Shoyuta is giving his son an unfair advantage, but the truth is that any student could go to Nedzu and ask for the recordings of the heroics classes. The rat would give them without any problem. After dinner, Hitoshi and Shoyuta work together to take care of the dishes while Hisashi prepares the recording for them to watch. Edward sits on the floor in front of the sofa with a notebook and pen in hand. Suddenly a meowing sound starts coming from the counter. Shoyuta quickly walks over and grabs his phone. He sighs when he sees the name Tsukachi flashing on the screen. There is only one reason why the detective would call on a Tuesday night, and it's not one that Shoyuta will like. What do you want? Forgive him for being rude, but you both know that Shuta's rest is about to be interrupted. Sorry, Eraser. To be fair, the detective really seems apologetic. It's about the trafficking ring that we were investigating. There has been a change of plans, and the raid will take place tonight. That night? What the hell happened, Tsukachi? The raid was supposed to be in a week. Shoyuta asked a little louder than he meant to. The HPSC. One of the executive's son was kidnapped last night. Tsukachi replied bitterly. If we don't attack tonight, we lose the case, and they will set up a team of limelights to attack. Those idiots, if something goes wrong, we will never be able to catch them again. Shoyuta grumbles. Alright, I'm on my way. But we'll need backup. And I take it you have an idea? Shoyuta could hear Tsukachi passing in his room. I have, and the commission won't like it. But it's their own fault. Shoyuta replies as he goes to his room to put back his costume. I'll be in an hour. Understood. Then he hangs up the call. Less than 10 minutes later, Shoyuta is leaving the house in a hurry with his cell phone already dialing a number that he definitely didn't want to have to dial. Desperate times call for desperate measures. What do you want, Eraser? A gruff voice asks, and Shoyuta hears a gulping sound. Of course, he's drinking. When he's not drinking, I need help. Shoyuta admits to his immense displeasure. Trafficking ring. If we don't dismantle it this night, the commission will screw everything. Gururara. Shoyuta hears the unsufferable laugh and has to hold a groan. Alright, we'll lend a hand. I'll send the location and if it's possible, try to send someone that the commission can't do anything about. Shoyuta says. Whitebeard hangs the call just as Shoyuta reaches the police station. And looks like he's the first. Due to the last-minute call, only 5 heroes appear at the end. Fortunately, they are all seasoned and efficient pros. An hour later, the attack begins as the heroes storm the ring in the middle of a SLV auction. The police are positioned heavily outside to apprehend the fleeing buyers while the heroes face the horde of goons making up the security. Just as Shoyuta was getting ready to take down one of the henchmen who was running at him with a sword, a shot to the hand disarms the henchman, who falls to the ground screaming and holding his bloody hand. Looking back, Shoyuta sees a tall, pale man with long black hair and wearing a pink kimono. Izu, at least he's one of those with common sense. It could be someone worse, such as Tugen Tatsuka. A man with some kind of gigantification quirk falls down and starts to shrink. Shoyuta sighs when he sees the hairdo that resembles a plate belonging to a huge man wearing an orange kimono and with his legs completely exposed. Why did it have to be Kazuki? Deciding to ignore it for the moment, Shoyuta turns his attention back to the goons and continues fighting. An hour later, the 5 bosses responsible for the SLV trade are being put in the police van, and most of the children have been rescued. And as for those who were not, the heroes have a list of all the buyers who have passed through the underground auction over the last 5 years. If they are alive, they will be rescued, and if they aren't, those responsible will face justice. Just as Shoyuta is about to go home, he is interrupted by the man who has just helped him in the fight. Good to know things went well, huh, Shutaro? Kazuki. Shoyuta nods at him. We have enough to put all the responsible behind bars. I already said you can call me Odin. Kazuki says. We are friends. No, we aren't. Shoyuta replies. Odin-sama. Izu approaches them. We should go before the police start trying to catch us. He looks at Shoyuta. Good night, Eraserhead. Have you found our little brother? Not yet. Shoyuta sighs. I was about to watch today's heroics lesson when the police called this raid. I'm sure you'll have another chance. He turns back to Kazuki. We really need to go, Odin-sama. Alright, you should come to eat with us, Shutaro. First, I already had dinner, so no thanks. Shoyuta replies. Second, any place you go becomes a party, and I prefer to keep my peace. You need to live more. Kazuki laughs. Are you sure I'm older than you? I ask the same question. How can this kid in an adult's body be older than Shoyuta? I'm going home, and Izu is right. You should leave. Not for their sake but for the police. All right, we're going. Kazuki said, then jumped away while laughing. Have a good night, Eraserhead. Izu bowed and then followed. Sighing, Shoyuta checked the time and, seeing that it was already over 1 in the morning, decided that the report could wait until tomorrow. Going home, he found Hisashi asleep on the sofa, and on the floor, Edward and Hitoshi were cuddled under a blanket, sound asleep. Frankly, not even Shoyuta was so obvious and yet so oblivious to his own feelings. If these two don't confess soon, Hisashi might start acting like a wingman. And nobody wants that. We want All Might. This is what the crowd is shouting as Izuku and Zawa arrive in front of the school. The news about All Might teaching at UA seems to have finally gotten into the press. Bunch of vultures. We should have gone with Dad. Zawa mutters as he looks at the crowd in front of the gates. How will we pass? Aizawa is at the gate. If we can go unnoticed until he sees us, he should do the rest. Izuku replies. He closes his eyes, using his haki to feel each reporter in the area. All right, follow me. Izuku and Zawa hold hands and begin to slowly walk past the reporters. With the vultures focused on the gates, as long as they don't bump into anyone, they can get by unnoticed. And the plan works, for the most part. However, just as they are about to go through the gate, a hand grips Zawa's arm. How is All Might as a teacher? A reporter asks. No, demands. Izuku grabs the reporter's arm until he lets go of Zawa. Sir, you know it's illegal to interview minors without their parents' permission, right? Izuku asks. We just want a dash. It doesn't matter what you want. Izuku interrupts, glaring at the reporter. You are obstructing the entrance and preventing the students from entering. If you continue like this, we will be late for class. So can you please let my friend go? The reporter flinches under Izuku's glare and lets go of Zawa's arm. Thank you. Izuku nods and walks through the gate. He stops for a moment and looks back at the reporters. You know, between hero, general, support, and business, UA has 11 courses with 20 students and 3 years each. This gives a total of 33 courses or 660 students. If we consider that we don't have a class 2A, then that's 640 students. Of these 32 classes, All Might only teaches the 2 first-year hero classes. That's about 6.25% of the students. For every student you harass for answers, there's about 93.75% chance that they don't even know the answer to your question. Remember this the next time you bother a student. As they pass Aizawa, the teacher looks at them and raises an eyebrow. Izuku looks at Zawa in confusion until he realizes they're still holding hands. He drops his hand as if he has been burned and looks away, blushing like a tomato. As he and Zawa practically run away from the teacher's gaze, Izuku is sure he hears a chuckle. Suddenly Izuku freezes and looks back, searching the crowd for something. "Edo!" Zawa calls, and Izuku snaps his head towards him. "What happened?" he asks worriedly. "It's nothing." Izuku shakes his head. "I felt a strong negative emotion out there. I think one of the reporters didn't like what I said." "Are you sure?" Zawa asks. "Yeah, I'm not feeling it anymore." Izuku shakes his head and starts walking again. "Let's go." Unfortunately, they don't have much time to talk. The reporters have wasted precious minutes of their morning, and Izuku doesn't want to be the first to find out what Aizawa does with the students who are late. Zawa thinks the same. Present Mike may be a seemingly carefree man, but he takes punctuality extremely seriously. Running to class, Izuku arrives exactly 2 minutes before the bell rings. He ignores Ida's scolding about not running in the hallways and sits down. Just like yesterday, at the exact moment the bell rings, Aizawa opens the door and enters. This time all the students are instantly silent and sit down. "Only 3 seconds today." Aizawa nods approvingly. "Not bad. Now for starters. I hope you were rested from your class yesterday. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen events, I did not have the opportunity to review your performance. But don't think that means you can relax, understood?" "Yes, sir," the class says together. "Great, now into homeroom notices. I'm sorry to have to spring this on you all, but..." He makes a dramatic pause that has all the class on the edge of their seats, wondering if it's another pop test. "You need to pick a class president." The class was silent for exactly 3 seconds, and then everyone started shouting and raising their hands, volunteering for the job. Honestly, Izuku would rather not have this kind of responsibility. The hero class president is more than just a representative. They are basically the class leader. This is a role best left to people with a leadership character. Something that Izuku doesn't think he possesses. "Be quiet," Ida calls, surprising everyone. This is a task laden with responsibility where you must carry and pull everyone's weight as well as your own. Just because you'd like to do it doesn't mean you can. It is a holy office that requires the great esteem and trust of those around you. The only truly worthy leader will emerge from a democratic choice reflecting the will of the people. Which is why this must be settled by vote. This speech would be much more inspiring if Ida didn't have his hand raised higher than everyone in the class. "Don't you think it's too early for us to have developed any trust in each other?" As reacts. "Yeah, won't everyone just vote for themselves?" Kirishima compliments. "Then just make a rule." Izuku chimes in. 2 votes per person, so even if everyone votes for themselves, they will still have voted for someone else. It would be easier to simply prohibit voting for yourself, but we have no way of knowing if someone cheats. Then he looks at Aizawa, who is crawling into his sleeping bag. "Is this acceptable, sensei? I don't care how you do. Just choose before homeroom ends." Aizawa replies. "And don't wake me up unless someone is dying." Did anyone expect a different response? From then on, things go quickly. Yaoyorozu sets up a ballot box, and the students write their votes on pieces of paper. Looking around, Izuku considers his options. Without much thought, he writes Yaoyorozu's name on the paper. She's the perfect choice. She's level-headed, analytical, logical, and clearly has experience in leadership positions. The second vote is a little more complicated. Izuku considers voting for Ida but soon disregards it. He has the impression that if someone pushes a little more, that stick up his butt will come out by his mouth. Thinking a little more, he comes up with 2 possibilities. Tsu or Kirishima. Tsu has proven to have a good head on her shoulders. She doesn't seem to have a leadership character, but she would be great as vice president. The second option is Kirishima. simply because he has shown himself capable of keeping Bakugo on a leash. Any living creature capable of taming the Kaken beast is a good choice in Izuku's books. Both seem like good choices, and Izuku can't decide. So he does what he does best. He leaves the decision in the hands of Lady Luck. Summoning a coin, he tosses it up. Heads, Kirishima. Tails, Tsu. He picks the coin in the air and puts it on his wrist. Tsu it is. Izuku quickly writes his choice in the paper, just as Yaoyorozu starts picking the papers. He notices Jiraiya looking at him with an unreadable expression. From there, the vote count is done quickly, which leaves Izuku staring at the blackboard incredulously. He got 8 votes. 8. Alright, who the heck thought it would be a good idea to vote for me? He asks aloud, looking around. Uraraka avoids his gaze, but other than her, he has no idea who else voted for him. So the class president will be Edward, and vice president will be Yaoyorozu. Aizawa announces. Nope. I refuse. I'm not president material. Chose someone else. Izuku says quickly. Yaoyorozu is much better suited for the task. Everyone saw how good she was yesterday at the battle trials. And we all watched you too, Edwardkin. Yaoyorozu replies. You deserve the position. I already have enough troublemakers to keep in check. Izuku mumbles to himself. I don't want to be class president. How about a compromise? He tries. And what do you suggest, Edward-kun? Yaoyorozu asks. She clearly won't budge. Regardless of what they say, I think you are best suited to be the class president. So how about we switch positions? You are the president, and I am the vice president. Izuku tries. Yaoyorozu looks him in the eye, and Izuku meets her gaze head-on. He refuses to be the first to look away, no matter how intimidating this girl can be. Finally, she huffs and looks away. If the rest of the class agrees. She relents. Anyone who agrees, please raise your hand. Izuku turns around with a sweet smile that doesn't match at all the death glare he casts at the class. He hears some gulping, and slowly the students raise their hands. Even Bakugo agrees, but that's probably because he doesn't want Izuku as class president. Great! He claps his hands. I'm happy we all agree on this. He extends his hand to Yaoyorozu. It will be a pleasure to work with you, Yaoyorozu-san. Likewise, Edward-kun. Yaoyorozu shakes his hand smiling. And you can call me Yamamo. Then you can call me Edo. Izuku replies, smiling back. It's only fair. After the class president situation is resolved, classes run normally. At lunchtime, Izuku sits down with the same group as yesterday. Ida, Tsu, Uraraka, and Zawa. He tries to invite Todoroki again, but the bicolor boy refuses again. One day he will accept, even if only because of Izuku's insistence. During lunch, they discuss the vote. Honestly, 8 votes. Who in their right mind would think that I am a good choice? Izuku grumbles as he grumpily shoves the rice in his mouth. I would have voted for you too. Zawa says, smirking at Izuku. The little sheet. You're the worst, Zawa. Izuku whines. You've got the guts and judgment, Edward. Ida says. And also the humility to acknowledge your own mistakes. It may not sound like much, but this is the kind of characteristic that is important for a leader. That's why I voted for you. But didn't you want to be the class president too, Ida? Uraraka asks. Wanting and being qualified for the job are 2 different things. Ida replies. I followed my judgment on what would be the best course of action. Are you a rich boy, Ida? Uraraka bluntly asks. You talk like one. I don't like to draw attention to it, but dash. Wait, you don't know he's Ingenium's brother? Zawa interrupts him. The Ida family has been heroes for generations. Ingenium is not very high in the rankings, but this is mainly because it often gives new heroes a chance to shine. Team Ida 10 currently has 65 sidekicks registered with the agency. Izuku adds, Ingenium is truly a great hero. He's the kind of hero I aspire to be. Ida says proudly. Before the conversation could continue, an alarm begins to ring. Security breach level students, please promptly evacuate. What is a level 3 breach? Ida asks one of the running upperclassmen. It means someone infiltrated the school grounds. I never saw this happening before. The cafeteria soon descends into chaos, with dozens of students running messily to the emergency exits. With the chaos and noise, Izuku can't concentrate on his hockey, so he climbs up on the table and jumps over the students. Excuse me. Sorry. I need to pass. He gets to the window and looks outside, just to see the press storming the campus while Aizawa and Yamada try to hold them. Ida, it's just the press. Izuku shouts as he jumps back to his friends. We need to calm down these people before someone gets seriously hurt. Think Izuku, think. How can you get everyone's attention? Got it. Izuku summons a whistle and a megaphone. I will get the students' attention, he says, then blows the whistle with all his might. Everybody calm down. It's just the media. Ida announces through the megaphone. The students start to calm down as Izuku gets his breath back. He takes back the megaphone from Ida. Is that any way to act in an emergency? Make your way to the exit in an orderly fashion, and look at the ground. If someone is injured, help them get to the infirmary. You are all UA students, not a bunch of troglodytes. Izuku yells. As tempers calm down and the voices subside, Izuku manages to concentrate again. And at that moment, he feels an extremely hostile aura. The same one he felt earlier with Zawa. But this time, it is coming from the area that Izuku is sure is only allowed to staff. However, just as quickly as he felt it, the presence disappears. Izuku has already memorized the presence of each UA official. Whoever it was, that person shouldn't be there. I'll be right back. Izuku announces and starts to maneuver between the students. Wait, Edo. Zawa follows him. Izuku doesn't slow down until he's sure the corridor is empty. Zawa, do you know where is Nedzu's office? Yeah, I've been here a few times before. This way. Zawa gestures and Izuku starts following him. What happened? The presence from earlier. I felt it again. Izuku explains. It was inside the building and just disappeared. So either is someone with a super stealth quirk or a teleportation quirk. Whoever it is, they use the media as a smokescreen to enter, and I need to tell Nedzu. But you don't have any evidence. Zawa points. What will you do? I'll come clean to him. Izuku replies. I'm sure Nedzu knows what hockey is. If I explain everything, he'll know to take it seriously. Is it safe? Zawa asks worriedly. Don't worry, regardless of who my father is. I have never committed a crime. And everybody knows better than to cross Papa. Izuku smiles. It's here. Good luck. Zawa replies. I'll go back to class, but I'll see you after class, okay? Okay. Izuku nods. Be safe, Zawa. I don't know if they are still here. Zawa nods and leaves. Izuku goes to the door, and just as he lifts his hand to knock, the door opens. Welcome, Edward-kun. The principal greets as Izuku enters the office. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? I'm Nedzu, principal of UA. Izuku is sure he's neither of these, but it's not the time. Hello, Nedzu-san. I need to report something. Izuku says. I know it sounds crazy and I can't prove it. But there was someone who shouldn't have been here, and I'm not talking about the press. Whoever it was used the press as a smokescreen to invade the staff area. And I don't know what they wanted. They disappeared too fast. I suspect a teleportation quirk. He frantically explains, trying to include as much detail as possible. Nedzu remains in a silence that only increases Izuku's anxiety. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. I could feel their presence. I can use observation hockey. Can you point to where you felt the presence? Nedzu says, turning his monitor towards Izuku and showing a detailed map of UA. Let me see. The cafeteria is here, judging by the distance, I'd say. Here. He points at the map. It's the teacher's lounge. They were here. I see. Nedzu nods. Thank you for bringing this to my knowledge, Edward-kun. And don't worry, I won't share your secret with anyone. Thank you, Ish. Izuku's eyes widen when he catches what the principal implied. You know. But of course. Nedzu replies cheerfully. Finding out Whitebeard's name was one of my biggest challenges. But I love challenges. But we can talk about this another day. For now, if you run, you can still make it to class on time. Here, take a shortcut. Izuku is so surprised that he hardly notices that the shortcut he takes to class is by crawling through the school's vents. In the end, he still manages to arrive before Aizawa, and despite everything, the rest of the day goes without further incident. Still, Izuku has a bad feeling about this break-in. Today, you will have a field trip. Aizawa-sensei announces at homeroom. All Might, myself, and one other teacher will accompany you to another facet of heroics you must train. He explains, showing the class a card with the word rescue written in bold letters. It's time to rescue training. Rescue training? Kaminari comments. Sounds a bit difficult this time around. Totally. Ashido agrees. Her quirk would be perfect for rescue. Come on, man. This is exactly what hero work is about. Kirishima replies. I'm getting pumped. If it's a flood, this is my specialty. Tsu comments. I really hope I don't get sent to a flood zone. Izuku mumbles. Silence. Aizawa-sensei gives the class a quirked glare, shutting everyone up. As I was saying, it's up to you whether or not you want to wear your costume. Some of your costumes are probably not adapted for the task at hand, after all. Still, they probably should wear it to know what they need to change. The training area is fairly far, so we'll get there by bus. That's all. Go get prepared. As usual, Izuku wastes no time picking up his costume and following Aizawa. On the way, he summons the clothes on his body, again ignoring the changing room and being the first to reach the bus as usual. After the scolding they received from sensei on the first day, the students wasted no time getting dressed and going to the bus. Yaoyorozu-san. Ida goes to the class president. In order to get everyone seated smoothly, should we file the students according to the seat numbers? If you want, you can try. Izuku chimes in. But I would recommend looking at the layout of the bus first. Yaoyorozu nods, and Ida goes full throttle trying to organize the students, ignoring Izuku's advice to check the layout of the bus first. This causes him to spend the entire trip sulking about the open layout of the bus. Well, Izuku tried to warn him. Hey, Ito-chan. Tsu calls him. I tend to speak my mind. That's a good thing, Itsuton. Izuku replies. More people should simply say what they think. It makes things much easier. I noticed that you carry a lot of things with you. Tsu says. Like that megaphone from yesterday. You think so? Izuku extends his hand and summons a rubber chicken. Why do you carry a rubber chicken with you? Kirishima asks. Why don't you carry a rubber chicken with you? Izuku blinks, squeezing the chicken. His classmates look at him with an expression of, are you serious? Anyway, your quirk is really cool. Kirishima continues. It's simple and versatile, although not flashy. Just like mine. Your quirk is awesome, Kirishima-kun. Izuku replies. I'm sure it'll be perfect for a pro hero. But you also have some tricks up your sleeve. Ashido chimes in. You took that huge explosion head-on and took no damage from it. Izuku laughs awkwardly while looking at Aizawa, who was sleeping, or at least pretending to be. This is something that I will keep secret for now. Izuku smirks. Oh, you're no fun. Ashido whines. I prefer to hear your theories. Izuku suggests. Let's see if anyone can make a right guess before the sports festival. Oh, you're on. Kaminari cheers. Izuku also notices Todoroki looking at him with unexpected intensity. Did I do something to him? The rest of the way, Izuku listens to some of the most illogical and crazy theories he has ever heard, including that he has some sort of secondary quirk that gives him temporary intangibility. If only. Unfortunately, the spoil sport wearing a scarf ends the fun, warning them that they have arrived. Getting off the bus, they come across a giant facility, somewhat resembling a thematic park. Flood wrecks. A voice approaches. Landslides. Fires, etc. The big figure wearing a white space suit stops in front of the class. This is a practical training area I created to simulate all kinds of accidents and disasters. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. USJ? Kaminari asks. Like, Universal Studios Japan? More important. Izuku adds. It's the space hero, 13. They're one of the best rescue heroes in the world. I love 13. Uraraka adds. Aizawa-sensei walks to 13 and asks a question, that 13 replies by raising 3 fingers. Aizawa sighs and shakes his head. If Izuku is to guess, from the fact that All Might is not here, he must have wasted all his time. Then 13 turns to the students. Before we start, I have one thing to say. Or 4. Okay, they have many things to say. Can they start? Izuku sidesteps the conversation about how their quirks could potentially kill. He knows that better than anyone. If his papa wanted to, he could easily destroy all of Japan with the power of Gura. Izuku fights with lethal weapons, and all his brothers are much stronger than him. All right. Aizawa starts. First things first. Suddenly, Izuku begins to feel a familiar, and definitely not friendly, presence coming from the central plaza. Sensei. He calls and points down. What's that? A wall of mist begins to expand, and out of it comes a tall person with blue hair and hands spread across his body. Please tell me they are fake. Huddle together and don't move. Aizawa warns. 13. Protect the students. What is that? Kirishima asks. Is this like the entrance exam? The training already start. Don't move. These are real villains. Aizawa warns, putting on his goggles and preparing to jump down. Sensei. Izuku called, ignoring the other students discussing about why the alarm didn't sound. You won't fight them alone, will you? Please say no. Your fighting style is not suited for this. No hero is a one-trick pony. Aizawa assures him. 13, I'm counting on you. So he throws himself straight at the villains, running through them like a steamroller. It's the first time Izuku has seen Eraserhead fight, and he's a total badass. Demenit, this is no time to analyze. Everyone, come on, we need to evacuate. Izuku calls and everyone starts following 13. Suddenly, a mist wall rises, blocking their path, and a pair of yellow eyes look at them. I'm afraid I can't let you escape. The mist starts taking human form, with a metal brace around where Izuku thinks it must be the neck. Greetings, we are the League of Villains. I apologize for the presumption, but we invited ourselves to enter UA Academy, the hero's base, in order to find All Might and extinguish the symbol of peace. Extinguish the symbol of peace? They want to kill All Might? These words end up making Izuku lose focus, and because of this, he doesn't notice Kirishima and Bakugo jumping on the Mistman. Didn't you think you could be defeated before you had the chance? Bakugo taunts. But the mist simply gathers back into human form. What is this? Is he a Logia? That was quite perilous. I need to remember that even though you are just students, you are still UA's precious golden eggs. He starts spreading his arms. But it doesn't matter. My job is to scatter you all, so you get tortured and killed. Izuku's vision is darkened by the fog. And the next thing he knows, he's falling out of the sky towards the landslide zone. He quickly straightens up and covers his legs with armament haki to absorb the impact. Reactivating his observation haki, Izuku realizes that he is surrounded by dozens of villains. And he also notices 2 more portals opening. From the first, Todoroki descends, making an ice ramp to the ground. And Izuku jumps into the air holding Hagakure so she wouldn't get hurt. Todoroki doesn't notice him and Hagakure there, and without giving the villains a chance, he spreads his ice all over the area. Izuku, realizing the attack, jumps out of the way with Hagakure. Danitsu Todoroki. Situational awareness, ever heard of it? Todoroki looks back and notices Izuku there. You almost froze Hagakure and me. Sorry. Todoroki replies. His face doesn't change, but Izuku can feel his remorse, so he lets it slide. Todoroki looks back at the frozen villains. Scatter and kill us, huh? Sorry to say it. But to me, it looks like you're just a load of mooks who don't know their quirks from their rear ends. This fucker, a villain says between chattering teeth. The second I can move again, I'll He stops as Todoroki approaches. At this rate, you will gradually succumb to death by necrosis. Frostbite is not a pleasant thing to feel. He explains. But I want to be a hero, so I want to avoid doing such a horrid thing. Having said that, why don't you start talking? Like hell, I'll say something. The villain screams. Todoroki raises his hand towards him, but Izuku stops him raising a hand. Leave this to me, he says as he approaches the villain. I think this villain will find me quite. He turns his back to the villain and raises his shirt showing his back. Persuasive. All the villains who see Izuku's back widen their eyes in terror. Izuku pulls down his shirt and looks at them with a sweet smile on his face. Ready to start talking? He asks, and the villain frantically nods. Great. Now, let's hear your brilliant plan to kill All Might. For more than an hour now, Hitoshi has been having a bad feeling. He believes it has something to do with the presence he felt running towards the school a few minutes ago. If he remembers correctly, the presence belongs to Ida, but shouldn't Class 1A be on a field trip at the moment? Suddenly, an alarm begins to sound, but it is different from yesterday's alarm. Pops notices the alarm and casts a worried look at Hitoshi before addressing the class. Stay here until the situation is resolved, he says as he runs to the door. A few seconds later, Hitoshi gets a ping on his phone. Presentation microphone. This alarm means that bad guys are attacking. The signal came from the USJ. Sleepy kitten. Isn't there where Dad went with his class? Presentation microphone. We are going there right at this moment, don't worry. Stay put, Toshi. Hitoshi knows that the only reason Pops has told him what is going on is that they have promised to always be open about everything with each other. The only reason Hitoshi hasn't told him about the hockey training he did with Edo is that he doesn't want to accidentally reveal his identity to Dad. But as soon as he finds out, Hitoshi will tell him everything. At the moment, the only thing he can do is hope that they are well. The crunch of another nose breaking echoes as Izuku through the villains trying to reach his sensei. His gauntlets are covered in the blood of all the villains he has taken down along the way, but they keep coming. Behind him, Todoroki freezes those who try to sneak up on them. And in a nearby river, Izuku sees Tsu and Mineta staring paralyzed at the monster holding Aizawa-sensei like a rag doll. The villain with the hands is saying something while gesticulating animatedly toward the monster when the fog man appears again. He says something, and the villain begins to violently scratch his own neck until he stops and turns his back to Aizawa. At this point, Izuku has a bad feeling the villain's aggression reaching astronomical levels. Izuku starts running even faster, breaking the nose of any villain who tries to intercept him and leaving them behind, when the villain starts running towards Tsu and puts a hand on her face. Izuku hasn't seen his quirk in action, but that movement makes him sure it's a 5-point contact quirk. The expression of terror on Tsu's face when she is touched confirms his suspicion, yet nothing happens. The villain looks back at Aizawa, who is on the ground with red eyes and floating hair. Izuku was just close enough to hear the villain. You're really cool, Eraserhead. Then he looks at the monster. Nomo. Kill Eraserhead. Kill Eraserhead. Kill Eraserhead. Kill Eraserhead. Izuku keeps running, but a villain jumps on his back and knocks him down. Kill Eraserhead. Several other villains pin him to the ground while Izuku struggles trying to free himself. Kill Eraserhead. The creature raises Aizawa's head and prepares to slam it to the ground. Kill Eraserhead. Stop! Izuku screams with all his might, and suddenly, the weight on his back disappears. He doesn't question and keeps running towards Aizawa-sensei. He doesn't notice the villains around him falling. He doesn't notice Mineta, next to Tsu, foaming at the mouth and fainting. He doesn't notice the surprised expression on the villain's face. And he doesn't notice that the Nomu has stopped moving. Izuku just runs, and summoning his katanas, he cuts off the monster's arm, freeing Aizawa-sensei. He holds Aizawa-sensei, who is barely conscious, and gently sets him down on the ground, putting himself between him and the monster. What is this? The villain asks. Only players have this power. Why do you have this power? The scratching is back in full force as the villain glares at Izuku. Are you a player too? Noma. Bring me the kid. The monster starts moving again, and Izuku barely has time to move out of the way and cut off the other arm. The creature shrieks but keeps moving towards Izuku even without arms. This won't work. The villain starts laughing. My Nomu has super regeneration. You'll need more than just cutting off limbs to defeat it. As he says that, the monster starts regrowing its limbs and punches Izuku again, who barely manages to cover his chest in haki to avoid breaking all his ribs. Dropping the katanas, Izuku summons a giant wooden mallet and hits the creature straight in the chest. But it barely moves. The Nomu also has shock absorption. The villain keeps bragging. It was bioengineered just to defeat All Might. What hope do you have of defeating it? Multiple quirks? How is this possible? Shaking his head, Izuku rolls out of the way from another punch and starts circling the Nomu. It's fast, but Izuku is just a little faster. Looking around, Izuku notices one blatant weak spot on the creature. The brain is exposed. Dropping the mallet, Izuku summons a pair of flintlock pistols and keeps running around the Nomu, taking many shots at its body. Izuku notices two details. The monster needs to regenerate worse wounds, and it regenerates its central parts much faster than its extremities. Knowing this, Izuku aims several shots at its hands and fingers. When the creature stops regenerating, Izuku takes advantage of this to jump onto its shoulders and starts firing non-stop at the exposed brain. The creature shrieks and thrashes around until it manages to grab Izuku by the shirt and throws him away. In his surprise, Izuku fails to cover himself with haki in time and slams his back against the fountain in the center with such force that the concrete breaks. Struggling to get up, Izuku sees the creature's brain regenerating, but much more slowly than the rest of its body. The creature rushes at Izuku and manages to grab him again by the collar of his shirt. Izuku aims his pistols and starts shooting at the creature again until a wave of ice freezes it in place. Izuku forces himself away, his shirt tearing as he manages to free himself and move away from the creature that falls to the ground. Just then he hears explosions. Looks like Bakugo and Kirishima are here as well. Trying to breathe, Izuku coughs up blood. This is never a good sign. He ignores it for the moment and rushes back into the fight, this time summoning a bazooka. He fires directly at Nomu, still trying to free itself from the ice. The explosion shatters the frozen creature, but it still regenerates. How strong is the regeneration of this thing? Just as the creature reassembles itself and is about to attack again, the doors of the USJ burst open. "I am here," All Might announces with his catchphrase and immediately jumps down the plaza. He quickly grabs Aizawa and then Izuku, taking them out of the danger zone. "Be careful," Izuku warns him. Multiple quirks. Shock absorption. Super regeneration. He starts coughing blood before he can say anything else. "You did good, young Edward. Leave the rest to me," All Might says and runs to the Nomu. "Ito-chan." Tsu calls as she runs to him, just before he loses consciousness. The last thing Shoyuta sees before losing consciousness is the back of his student, who has just fought a bioengineered creature created to kill All Might. And on his back, he sees the mark that he knows deeply. A cross made of bones, a smiling skull, and a crescent-shaped white mustache. This annoying beeping noise is what greets Izuku as soon as he wakes up. What happened for him to be here? Actually, where is here? Let's see. The last thing Izuku remembers. He went to school with Zawa. They split up and went to their own class. Aizawa announced that they would have a field trip. Classes went on as usual, and after lunch, the class put on their costumes and went to the bus. They went to USJ and met 13. All Might was supposed to be there, but apparently he spent his time limit. 13 lectured them about how dangerous their quirks could be, and then everyone entered the facility. Izuku felt a hostile presence, and shortly afterward, Aizawa saw a purple portal forming. Dozens of villains came out of the portals. Beep, beep, beep. Aizawa attacked the villains alone, and the villain who created the portals scattered the students around the facility. Beep, 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 beep. The creature. Multiple quirks. Aizawa didn't stand a chance. Beep 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 beep. The villain with the hands. The order. Noma. Kill Eraserhead. Kill Eraserhead. Beep 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 beep. Is Sensei okay? Please, he has to be okay. Beep 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 beep. Edo. Izuku hears a familiar voice and opens his eyes in panic. He doesn't recognize the white walls. Being in an unknown place means danger. Why is Zawa here? He has to protect Zawa. Edo. Zawa calls again. Can you hear me? Zawa. Izuku calls back, and suddenly he feels a haze in his mind. Calm down, Edo. Zawa orders. Take deep breaths. Follow my pattern. Zawa makes an exaggerated breathing pattern, and Izuku finds himself automatically following it. Beep 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 beep. 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 That's it. Great job, Edo. Izuku feels his control coming back. Now that he has calmed down, he can look around and see where he is. He is in a hospital bed. The last time Izuku was in a hospital bed was actually never. Before his 10 years, he never suffered an injury serious enough to be hospitalized. And after he was adopted, the few times he was seriously injured, he was not treated in hospitals. Marco is an incredible doctor, and the unofficial clinics in the Red District have always had what it takes to care for him and his family. Suddenly, he remembers the initial reason for his near-panic attack. Sensei. He looks at Zawa. Is Aizawa-sensei all right? His life is not at risk. But he hasn't woken up yet. Zawa pointed behind him. There was another bed. Lying on it was the figure of his sensei with his arms in casts, almost unrecognizable with all the bandages covering his face. He was almost motionless, but Izuku could see the subtle movement of his chest, proving that the man was breathing. Shaking his head, Izuku looks back at Zawa. His eye bags look even worse than usual. How long? Is less than one night. Zawa replies as he glances at the clock. Your surgery ended about 6 hours ago. Surgery? Izuku asks. Placing his hand on his chest, he notices the bandages around it and lightly feels the stitches underneath them. 10 broken ribs. Punctured lung. Head trauma. Luckily nothing too serious. Zawa explained. According to the doctors, you should still be under the effects of the anesthesia. They expected it to take at least another day before you woke up. Well, fair enough. Izuku nodded. But my body recovers faster than normal people. This is mainly thanks to Marco. He explains. His resurrection flames work similarly to Recovery Girl's quirk. They speed up the recovery of the body. However, prolonged exposure to his flames ends up causing an increase in natural recovery, even without being directly exposed to them. Marco-ni has been my doctor for the last 5 years, you know? Zawa nods and furrows his brows. Zawa, I want to yell at you. But I also want to hug you. Zawa says. What were you thinking trying to face a monster with multiple quirks made to kill All Might? He glares at Izuku. I wasn't. Izuku sighs and looks away. When that villain ordered the creature to kill Aizawa, I couldn't think anymore. I'm sorry I worried you, Zawa. You idiot. Zawa replied, with tears gathering in his eyes. Don't you ever scare me like that again. Then his expression softens. I want to be mad at you, but it's impossible. You saved Dad's life. I'll be more careful. I promise you, Zawa. Hitoshi. Zawa says. After what we've been through, I think we are way past family names. Then call me Izuku. Izuku smiles brightly. Deal. Suddenly, Izuku remembers a detail and begins to panic. Oh God, Hito. He sends a panicked look at Hitoshi. My shirt ripped. How many people saw my back? Your back? Hitoshi tilts his head. What is the problem with people seeing your back? I never showed it to you? Izuku turns his back to Hitoshi. Despite the bandages wrapping him, the tattoo is still partly visible. Papa's symbol. I don't think you have to worry. Hitoshi replies. I wasn't there, but I talked with your friends later. They said Todoroki froze your back while he was carrying you outside, so I doubt most of the students saw anything. So Tsu and Todoroki know for sure. Izuku mutters. Maybe Bakugo and Kirishima since they were around too. Maybe Dash. The door opens and present Mike enters. His eyes first focus on Aizawa, still unconscious on the bed, and Izuku doesn't even need his haki to notice his distress at seeing his husband in this state. But then his eyes turn to Hitoshi, and by extension he notices Izuku awake, and he immediately smiles. "Hey little listener. It's good to see you awake," he says as he gets closer. "How are you feeling?" Now that Izuku has calmed down, he finally notices his state. His throat is completely dry, all his muscles are sore, and he has a headache. It's like he had been tackled by Jozani with full force. But it's not like he can use that analogy. Like I had been run over by a truck. He says instead, which is pretty much the same thing. Nah, a tackle from Jozani is much worse. He tries to reach for the water glass on the bedside table, but Hitoshi is faster and hands him the glass. "Here. Thanks." Izuku mutters as he slowly drinks it down, immediately feeling better, or at least his throat. "Good to know you're feeling better, Yua." A voice calls from the window. Izuku turns his face to the window, still drinking the water, and seeing the blonde pineapple-like head belonging to the figure perched on the window, he involuntarily spits the water out, hitting him right in the face. "Marco ni?" Izuku asks and starts coughing. "Hey Aizu." Marco simply jumps into the room, grabbing a towel and drying his face. Izuku looks worriedly at present Mike, who simply waves his hand in front of his face. "Don't worry little listener, I already know." Mike replies. "Marco is listed as your emergency contact, and I have worked with him a few times. I got it as soon as he showed up." "And you're okay with it?" Izuku asks, raising an eyebrow, then turns to Marco. "And why are you entering by the window?" Marco just shrugs. "I'm fine. I have nothing against Whitebeard and his family." Mike replies. "And Marco is a great friend." Hearing this, Izuku relaxes. Feeling his head throbbing again, he takes one hand to his temple and begins to massage it. Marco gently moves Izuku's hand out of the way and places his hand on his face. Izuku feels the pain subside and a pleasant warmth radiating from his brother's glowing blue hand. "Will you tell Aizawa?" Izuku asks. "Assuming he hasn't seen your tattoo, relax, only the doctors have seen it, and they have promised to keep it a secret. Your father is respected even here, I promise not to say anything." Mike smiles. "He wouldn't want my help either way. This is why I didn't tell him." Hitoshi explains, looking down. "Sorry Pops. I know we don't keep secrets from each other." "Don't worry, Hito." Mike waves him off. "This kind of secret is okay to keep. Sho will say the same." Izuku ends up having to spend another night in the hospital for observation. But the following day he's discharged. By this time, his head injury had completely healed, and his ribs were just bruised. Upon seeing the X-ray, the doctor in charge, in his surprise, uttered a very colorful word. Something like, "What's with this bullshit recovery?" Not having anything to say, Izuku simply shrugged as he removed the bandages from his chest. Bless the quirks of the doctors in this hospital. This surgery won't leave any scars. When Izuku finally checks his cell phone, he's greeted by dozens of notifications. There are at least 1,000 messages from the class group talking about the attack, many asking for news about him. Tsu, Todoroki, Kirishima, and, surprisingly, Bakugo send him private messages. As expected, the four saw Izuku's tattoo, but they easily promised not to tell anyone. Bakugo said, "To hell with who your old man is. I'll still beat you next time." So Izuku is pretty sure his secret is safe. Apart from his classmates, the rest of the messages come from his family. He receives at least one message from each of his brothers. More than 30 messages from a very worried Momonosuke. And some from a Yamato pretending not to be worried. Just before it was released, All Might and a detective appear in Izuku's room to get Izuku's statement about the incident. Apparently, Izuku and Todoroki managed to weaken the Nomu enough that it was already at the limit of its regeneration. So All Might just had to finish the creature off. The villain leaders fled through the portal of the Fog Man. But the others were all captured. Unfortunately, they were just cannon fodder, so they didn't know anything. Only by hearing about the other students' accounts, Izuku learns about how he apparently made all the villains, and one of the students, faint when he ran to save Aizawa. He didn't realize he had done this, but he obviously knows what he did. Whitebeard and Odin can do the same. Conqueror's Haki. Who would have thought that Izuku would awaken this power? A day later, he receives a message from Hito that Aizawa has woken up and he wants to see him. Izuku agrees without much thought because he's also extremely worried about his sensei and needs to see him alive. He doesn't even question why Aizawa would want to see him. Arriving at the hospital, Mike meets him at the entrance and takes him to Aizawa's room, where he hears an arguing going on at the door. "No way, Dad." It's Hito's voice. "Go back to bed." Mike gives him an apologetic smile and opens the door. "It's non-negotiable. I'm leaving today." And this voice belongs to Aizawa. "You just woke up." Hito yells back. "Do I need to brainwash you to sleep, Dad? You'll need more than that to keep me here, and you know it." Entering the room, Izuku finds Aizawa with his face turned toward Hitoshi, completely bandaged. How the hell is he even breathing? And Izuku knows he's smirking underneath these bandages. "And you're just in time, problem child." He addresses Izuku without even glancing at him. Not for the first time, Izuku catches himself wondering if Aizawa uses observation haki because his awareness is not from this world. "Sensei, I'm glad you're awake," Izuku says as he approaches and looks better at Aizawa. Most of his face is bandaged, but his eyes are free. Both arms are in a cast. His voice is a little muffled by the bandages, but it is still possible to understand him. All in all, taking into account how powerful Nomu was, Aizawa came out relatively well. The way Aizawa is observing Izuku makes him feel under a microscope. "How did I miss it?" Aizawa mutters. "Show me your back." "Sensei?" Izuku tilts his head. "I'm making sure I wasn't hallucinating." Aizawa replies. "It's you, isn't it?" Well, the bet ended sooner than Izuku expected. Sighing, he turns his back to Sensei and dispels his shirt, exposing his back. "Guess you won the bet, huh?" Izuku says, smiling. Aizawa huffs and shakes his head. "I knew you would be a brat." Aizawa says, "I should have guessed the day you visited." Izuku chuckles. "How's the old man?" "He's doing great." Izuku replies and summons a letter. "He said to give you this if you manage to find me." He gives the letter to Hito since Aizawa can't use his hands at the moment. Hito, knowing his dad, opens the letter and puts it in front of his face. Aizawa quickly reads the letter and makes a disgusted expression. "Tear down this thing, Hito." And looks at Izuku, who's laughing. "Shut up, brat." "Oh man, that's glorious." Izuku definitely wants to know what is written in the letter. Of course, he didn't read the letter. It wasn't meant for him. But knowing his papa, it was probably some kind of invitation. A party for sure. His family will grasp any excuse to throw a party. After handing over the letter, Izuku doesn't stick around for much longer. Aizawa-sensei still needs to rest, especially if he intends to break out of the hospital later. The lack of noise upon arriving home immediately put Izuku on alert. Usually, he could hear his brothers being rowdy from all the way across town. However, when he stepped onto Mob DS deck, not a single sound was heard. What are these troublemakers up to? Narrowing his eyes, Izuku immediately activates his observation haki. He senses 18 presences on the ship and immediately grins. This is going to be interesting. He quickly summons and rolls his die. As Izuku enters the interior of the ship, he is greeted by more silence and no sign of his brothers or papa. He searches room by room and finds each one empty, leaving the living room last. With all the windows and curtains closed, it was unnaturally dark, which only increased Izuku's suspicions. He enters carefully, one step at a time, trying to see anyone who might be hiding. In the corner of his face, he saw a tall silhouette jumping up at him. Izuku immediately summoned a shield in his left hand, drawing on his haki and blocking the incoming blow. Thunderbagwa! The kanabo and the shield collided, causing black lightning to fly all over the room. Izuku then summons a jousting spear in his right hand and makes a strike against his opponent, who jumps back, avoiding the blow. But Izuku follows up with a series of jabs, which his opponent blocks without much difficulty. Do you really need to do this every time? Izuku asks, not stopping his attacks. Can't we just talk? And where is the fun in that? A female voice replies, and Izuku hears laughing from the room. How the heck did you manage to keep them quiet anyway? Izuku jumps back and tries to hit a shield bash. Everyone wanted to watch. His opponent replied, meeting his attack with one of his own. Then at least open the curtains, damn it. Izuku replies as he's quickly overpowered by the sheer brute strength of his opponent. On it, ya. He hears Marco saying, and soon light starts filling the room, revealing his opponent. The first thing of note is the height of his opponent. Izuku judges that they must be close to 8 feet tall. Long, white hair bound between orange rods in a ponytail at the back, which fades to aqua green and then blue the further down, and ends in rectangular locks. Large, orange eyes with prominent eyelashes, gold hoop earrings on both ears, and horns on the top of their head, which are mostly red but gradually become more flesh-colored toward the base. They are wearing a sleeveless white garment with a diamond-shaped design on both sides and indigo, wisp-patterned lower half. He wears a pair of red hakama pants and sandals similar to Uncle Odin's and a large purple and white Neodaisuke behind his back. Gee Yamato, I see you haven't stopped growing yet. Izuku asks. Yamato just starts laughing. I see you have. Izuku responds to the provocation with another stab that is again blocked. Low blow. How rude. Izuku is 5 feet 5 inches tall. He's not short. It's not his fault that he lives with a bunch of giraffes. Izuku and Yamato exchange a few more blows, but in the end, Izuku is overpowered by his cousin, who is bigger, stronger, faster, and better at hockey than he is. Frankly, Izuku never stood a chance. The fight ends with Izuku pinned to the ground with Yamato on his back. So? Yamato asks. Uncle. Izuku replies. Uncle is right there, and he won't help you. Izuku could hear the grin in his voice as he pointed to where Izuku assumes is Uncle Odin. It's not like he can move his head to look. You JRK. Izuku taps the floor a few times, and Yamato finally lets him go. DMN it, not even close. You got better, Izuku. Yamato says while extending his hand to Izuku. Last time, you just lasted half the time. Sure. Improved a lot. I'm still not even able to make you use your hybrid form. Izuku simply ignores the comment and grabs the offered hand, standing up. Although frustrated, he is not exactly disappointed with the result. With the way Yamato lived until he was adopted by Uncle Odin a few years ago, it would be impossible to expect that Izuku could beat him. Yamato is still young, only 3 years older than Izuku. It's only been a few months since he graduated and officially debuted as a pro hero. However, he is both powerful and efficient. If he wasn't an underground hero, he would already be in the top 50 heroes. But fame has never appealed to him. Yamato is carefree and doesn't like to have too much attention on him. Not that he shies away from cameras. He simply prefers not to deal with the press. That is the reason he did not graduate from any of the better-known hero schools. He graduated from Chinmaku no Gakko, a school known for training many of today's best underground heroes. Of the top 10 underground heroes, a ranking not accessible to the public, the only hero that didn't come from there is Eraserhead. Well, Yamato might not work in Mustafa normally, but in the underground, information travels fast. Mere months after his debut, the guardian hero, Okuchi no Mikami, has already gathered quite the reputation for himself. So, I heard my cousin has learned a new trick. Yamato says as he pulls Izuku into a crushing hug. Apparently. Izuku scratches the back of his head. I'm not really sure what really happened. That's how it works. Yamato replies. No one consciously awakens Conqueror's Haki. It's always in life or death situations. Doesn't change the fact that I have no idea how to use it. Izuku mutters. Well, this is why you have us. Yamato smirks. You have 3 Conqueror's Haki users in the same room, after all. More like 2.5. Izuku smirks back. As a teacher, Uncle Odin is a great swordsman. Hey, I'm right here. Uncle Odin complains. Am I wrong? Izuku raises an eyebrow and Uncle Odin pouts. Really mature, Fuggle. Shaking his head, Izuku approaches his papa. Aizawa knows. Izuku says. He saw my back at USJ. So, he won the bet. Papa replies. Gururarara. Did you give him the letter? His response was. Izuku makes his best impersonation of a grumpy cat. Tear down this thing, Hito. Then he smiles. So, whatever was in the letter, I think his answer is no. Too bad. Gururarara. Papa says. For him. Then he grins and Izuku can't help but grin with him. Hitoshi is not happy with his dad. How could he be? His dad can barely move. He looks like a mummy with all the bandages, and yet he insists on going to class today. Frankly, Hitoshi almost brainwashed him just to see if he could get him to stay home and rest. But it would be useless. Hitoshi can't keep under control from so far away and for so long. The moment he snapped out of Hitoshi's control, he'd go straight to school. Why did his dad have to be such a workaholic? Yo, listeners. Are you ready for homeroom? At least Pops is energetic as always. I hope you all had a rest on this unscheduled break. Because now is when the real fight will begin. Hitoshi hears a few gulps from his classmates. They must be expecting another pop quiz, but Hitoshi knows this isn't the case. He means it literally after all. The sports festival is coming. Hitoshi straightens up in his chair as he hears his classmates muttering. Will we have the sports festival even after villains invaded the school? Someone asks. You don't have to worry about it, listeners. Pops waves off the concerns. After a long discussion and some deep planning, it has been decided that the sports festival will not be cancelled. Instead, security will be increased 5-fold, and several heroes will be called in to help with security. He looks at the class, measuring their reactions. Most of the students appear to be appeased by the response, though a few still look a bit concerned. The only thing you need to worry about is being at your best for the festival. What is the point for us? Another one asks. The only thing this festival is good for is to make the students of the hero course look better. We have nothing to gain from it. Quite the opposite. I believe you have a lot to gain by participating. Pops replies. For you from General Studies, there is a very important point in the sports festival. If you do well enough in the events, you have a chance to apply for a transfer to the hero course. This has been a tradition at UA since its foundation. At least half of the class perks up at hearing this. And, of course, it wouldn't be fair to assume that you all want to transfer, so we have another reward for you. For every event that you manage to qualify, you will get 3 points that can be used on any subject you want. Now, this piqued the interest of the rest of the class. So make sure you do your best. And in the true spirit of this school, go beyond. Plus Ultra. The class yelled back. For all those interested, you can reserve the gyms to train after class. However, in order not to have any favoritism, reservations will be on a first-come, first-served basis. You can talk to Cementos to make a reservation. Any questions? Several hands shot up, so Pops spent the rest of homeroom answering them. When lunchtime came, Hitoshi, as usual, went to Class 1A to meet with Izuku. But unexpectedly, he found a crowd in front of the classroom's door. Out of my way, extras. It's Bakugo getting the entire school against his class. How nice of him. What a bunch of arrogant pieces. Some blonde guy says. Don't think you're all that much just because the media has their eyes on you. We'll prove that Class 1B is the superior class. As Hitoshi pushes his way through the crowd, the boy keeps talking. I heard you all survived a bunch of villains, so what? We could have done the same. How annoying, like they asked to be attacked. Your homeroom teacher even got hospitalized. How pathetic, can't he even take care of a few villains? Okay, now he's gone too far. No one insults Eraserhead in front of Hitoshi. Hey, Mr. D. The blonde guy turns and sees Hitoshi. Do you think they asked to be attacked? In their first week? Before having any kind of training? Are you an idiot or just an a-hole? He glares at the boy with so much intensity that it looks like the boy would catch on fire. 2 teachers were hospitalized. 1 student almost died. And now you are here taunting them using a traumatic event? What kind of hero does this? Then he looks around at all the other students crowding the entrance. What kind of human being does this? You should be ashamed of yourselves. Then he turns to one. I'll give my all on the sports festival, so you better do the same. Then the students crowding the door start leaving one by one. That was incredible, Hito. Izu says as he approaches. I want to punch him so badly. Hitoshi grits his teeth as he walks with Izu. How dare he talk about my dad like this? How dare he bad talk his friends? His crew, best friend. He and Izuku are best friends. Entitled brat. You did pretty good. Izu says with a frightening grin on his face. If someone insulted Papa like that, I doubt I would be collected. Then his smile softens. Oh, can you go grab a table for us? I need to give Aizawa something. Sure. Is it a secret? Nah, your dad won the bet. I'll just give him his reward. He says and approaches Hitoshi's ear. Izu stretches out on tiptoe to reach for Hitoshi's ear, whispering the reward. Oh, my Nedzu. Hitoshi starts laughing. I'll have to ask Nedzu for the recording later. I need to see his reaction. See you soon, Hito. Izu waves and then goes in the direction of the teacher's lounge. Hitoshi just shakes his head and goes to the cafeteria. Hopefully, there are still some empty tables where they can sit. Shoyuta stands quietly in the teacher's lounge, ignoring the glare he's constantly feeling on the back of his head. He's been getting this same glare all day long from both Zashi and Hito. They need to stop worrying. If Shoyuta is well enough to walk, he is well enough to teach. He doesn't need to rest. Someone knocks on the door, and Nemuri quickly goes to open it. Hey, dear, do you need something? Nemuri asks. Hello, Kiyama-sensei. Oh sheet, it's the problem child. I have something for Aizawa-sensei. Suddenly, Shoyuta is beginning to regret his previous statement. He should have stayed at home resting. He's right there. Nemuri points at him, ignoring Shuta's almost desperate shake of his head. Thank you. Shoyuta schools his expression fast enough that the kid doesn't notice. He won't give him this satisfaction. What do you need, problem child? Shoyuta asks when the kid stops 2 steps from him. I have a gift from Papa. The problem child says, raising his hands. The flash of light that Shoyuta is already familiar with appears, and suddenly the problem child is holding a huge cask of sake. The thing is basically half Shuta's size. He said, congratulations on your victory. Then he puts it on the floor right in front of Shoyuta with enough force that he feels the floor shaking, then leaves without saying another word. Shoyuta can only look helplessly at the cask. What can he do with that? Neither he nor Zashi drink sake. From the corner of his eye, he can see all the teachers looking at him with variable expressions. Nemuri is slowly inching towards the cask when suddenly Snipe gets up. Dibs. All the teachers turn to him, and the cowboy just shrugs. What? We all know Aizawa doesn't drink. If no one wants it, I call dibs. Hey, not fair. I want some too. Nemuri points at the logo on the cask. This is the best sake in Japan. No drinking on the job. Nedzu calls over the speakers. Snipe and Nemuri glare at each other for a few seconds. Shoyuta sees Snipe inching for his gun and Nemuri inching for her whip at the same time. 50 we can split in some bottles and take home. Snipe suggests. Good enough for me. Nemuri nods. Whatever, just take it. I'm not taking this home. Shoyuta sighs and points to the cask. Izu will see if we don't take it with us. Zashi argues. What if his father asks what we did with it? Just split the sake. We can bring the cask home and do something with it. Shoyuta replies and goes to his sleeping bag. It's hard to get into it without using his arms, but after this he needs a nap. As he lies down, he hears Yagi muttering sadly. This is a great sake, he sighs. I miss my stomach. Hitoshi has always known that Izuku is a little crazy. This is the same kid who looked at Hitoshi falling into despair in the middle of what was basically the most important exam of their lives and decided to stop and help him. After meeting him for less than 2 weeks and seeing him in person for the second time, he decided to train Hitoshi. Heck, he befriended Hitoshi. How much crazier can you get than that? So yes, Izuku is a little crazy. This is one of the things Hitoshi likes about his friend. Thunder Bagua. Two kanabos collide in a show of black sparks. But another thing that Hitoshi has realized is that Izuku is probably the sanest one in this family of crazy people. Apparently, Izuku will be training with his cousin, who lives in another city, for the next 2 weeks. Izuku invited Hitoshi to train with him, and Hitoshi wisely chose only to observe for today. It only took 5 minutes of watching this sparring for Hitoshi to decide that he had better stay away from their training. He needs to be alive to have a chance to transfer to the hero course. Still, watching this puts several things into perspective for Hitoshi. He saw firsthand how strong and skilled Izuku was. But at this point, Yamato is clearly just toying with him. They fought at least once, with Izuku using each of his weapons, and only when he used his Naginata, which Izuku has already admitted is his best weapon, did Yamato take the fight seriously enough to hold the kanabo with both hands. At no point did he use his quirk. Hitoshi has no idea what Yamato's quirk is, but he knows that he's not quirkless. Izuku let slip earlier that his cousin is a new underground hero. And there are only 2 ways for a quirkless person to become a hero. By graduating from the UA, which, as ridiculous as it sounds, is still the only hero school that accepts quirkless people, is the UA. Or being scouted by the Marine, a foreign hero agency that has no ties whatsoever to the HPSC. The fact that the Marine and Whitebeard are declared enemies basically rules out this possibility. Which means that Yamato obviously has a quirk or an Akama no Mi like Izuku. Hitoshi may not be a quirk nerd like Izuku, but he would be lying if he were to say he's not curious. And with that, we are 15-0 for me. Yamato announces as he pins Izuku to the ground once more. Izuku slaps the ground a few times, announcing his surrender, and Yamato lets him go. We should have done this somewhere else. Izuku grumbles as he spits out the sand he inevitably ate. Afraid of a bit of sand, Zu? Yamato mocks and jumps out of the way as Izuku tries to swipe his leg. Good one, let's try again. Hitoshi sighs as they start fighting again, this time with Izuku trying to keep his distance using his pistols. It looks like they'll keep this for a while longer. Hey, watch it. Hitoshi says after ducking from a stray bullet. Sorry, Hito. Izuku replies with an unapologetic smile. After this one, Hitoshi doesn't feel bad about laughing when Izuku takes a direct hit to the face. Izuku was walking with his friends to the coffee shop when he came across one of the most bizarrely funny scenes of his life. All Might in his muscular form, hiding in the corner of the hallway and staring at them like a teenage girl with a crush. Young Edward. All Might calls. Do you want to have lunch with me? He raises a comically small for his giant hands lunchbox. Izuku blinks a few times and looks at his friends before shrugging. Sure, why not? He turns to Hitoshi and whispers. Meet me at Gym Iota after class. Then follows All Might. 5 minutes later, Izuku is sitting across from All Might, eating his snack while All Might explains about the repercussions of going over his limit in the USJ. At the moment, his time limit is at 2 hours and quickly decreasing. Honestly, I have to thank you, my boy. All Might says. If you and young Todoroki hadn't weakened the creature that much, I would probably have had to go way beyond my limit. That's good to hear. Izuku says. But I still don't know why are you telling me this. Isn't that supposed to be a secret? Do you know why I came to this school, young Edward? All Might asks. I have an idea. Izuku says, putting his lunchbox on the table. I already knew about your small form and that your time limit is decreasing. I just didn't know it was going down that fast. He explains. You'll have to retire soon, right? All Might nods. You want to find a successor, don't you? Practically all of our society leans on you. As much as I dislike it, we need a symbol of peace. That's right. All Might confirms. It has always been my dream to be a symbol that can bring hope to people. But I am still only human. I won't live forever, and society has become too dependent on its symbol of peace. He sighs and looks away. This is not what I wanted. Contrary to what many people believe, I know this isn't sustainable. But now that this happened, you have no choice but to find someone to be the next symbol of peace. Izuku completes. Or else, the society will collapse after your retirement. All Might nods again. Do you know what my quirk is? All Might asks. I know that Papa knows. Izuku replies, shaking his head. It's the only secret he keeps from the family. Newgate is a good friend. I always knew I could trust him. All Might says. My quirk is called One for All. In its essence, it's a stockpiling quirk. For the next few minutes, All Might explains about his quirk, its origins, and how it can be passed on to other people. He also explains about the battle between the two brothers and how All for One is probably still alive. Izuku listens attentively to every word, understanding exactly where All Might is going with this. If you're telling me all this? Exactly, young Edward. All Might smiles and turns into his muscular form. I think you are the right person to inherit the quirk. So I must ask, young Edward, would you accept being the 9th user of One for All? Izuku takes a deep breath and looks at All Might. All Might. He looks up, meeting the man's eyes. Are you trying to kill me? Not expecting this response, All Might instantly deflates, spits blood, and falls backward, knocking over the couch he was sitting on. Izuku holds back an amused smile as All Might tries to stand up. What do you mean, young Edward? All Might asks. I know the quirk is dangerous, but I'll make sure to help you learn how to use it. That's not the problem, All Might. Izuku replies as he extends his hands and makes a cup with a die appear on his hand. This is not a quirk, you know? He explains as he plays with the die. I ate the Gooby Gooby no Mi. This is where my power came from. He looks up as All Might sits back. What do you know about Akuma no Mi's? All thinks for a few seconds. Not much. Most people think they are legends. The fact that it is basically impossible to distinguish them from ordinary quirks doesn't help with the mysticism. He explains. What is commonly accepted is that the individual who eats an Akuma no Mi becomes unable to swim. The sea hates the devils. Izuku replies. In practice, if I am submerged above the waist, my strength begins to be drained, leaving me in a state of lethargy. No matter what the situation. Hell, if I'm not careful I could drown in a bathtub. That would be a very embarrassing way to die. He chuckles. But that's not the point. There's another thing about Akuma no Mis. Only quirkless people can eat them. Why is that? All Might asks. Who knows? Izuku shrugs. According to the legends, fruit demons fight among themselves. Which means that if a person tries to eat 2 fruits, he dies. The interesting thing is that the same is true for quirks. If someone who already has a quirk eats an Akuma no Mi, that person dies. He puts the cup down on the table. Now, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for a person to win a quirk when he already has a fruit. One for All may turn out to be a special case, and maybe I can inherit it without risk. Let's say we have a 50% chance. He raises the cup showing the die with a 1 face up. Is this a gamble we are willing to take? If something goes wrong, both my life and quirk will be lost. I see. All Might nods. You're right, it's too much of a risk to take. Thank you for explaining, young Edward. Still, seeing as I'm already part of the secret, I want to help you. Izuku says. In a school full of hero hopefuls, there must be someone worthy of inheriting your legacy. I'm grateful for your help, young Edward. All Might grins and inflates again. And even if my successor is not you, I will be happy to help you with whatever you need. I know you'll be a great hero. All your family would be if only the HPSC wasn't so prejudiced against the quirkless population. The Mariners have proven time after time that quirkless doesn't mean powerless, but the Commission still doesn't want to accept it. They are happy being vigilantes, don't worry. Izuku replies. Even if now they had the chance, I doubt any of them would accept. As for that offer, I might have something in mind. Just say the word and I'll help. If it's in my power. All Might says. Well, Do you have any tips about using Conqueror's Haki? Izuku asks. Well, my boy, you might have asked me the one thing I'm truly qualified to teach. All Might grins. You should start with. At the end of class, Shoyuta accompanies Hitoshi to the Iota gym, which Edward has reserved for them today. The students are allowed to use the gym to train after class, but it is necessary to have a teacher accompanying them, and Edward specifically requested Shoyuta. And well, he has no reason to refuse. To tell you the truth, he is curious about what kind of training they do. Hey, there you are, Edward says when they enter. How did he get there so fast? Shoyuta is sure they left the class at the same time. Ready to start, Hito? I am. Hitoshi hesitantly. But you didn't say what we'll do. I didn't. Edward tilts his head. Sorry, must have slipped my mind. He turns his back, takes a few steps, and suddenly hurls a marble at Hitoshi, who quickly dodges. Nice one. He grins. It seems like you got pretty good at observation Haki, so now I want to start teaching you about armament. Haki? Is this what they've been training all this time? Some people have naturally more talent for one type of Haki than another. Edward explains. Your progress with observation Haki is the fastest I have ever seen in one person, Hito. It took me 2 years to get to the point where you are now. Some people are downright geniuses like Eraserhead. What do you mean, problem child? I don't use Haki. Shoyuta replies. Not consciously, but you use it, sensei. Edward replies. That's what makes it so incredible. Generally, you need to stay focused constantly to keep observation Haki activated. But you keep yours passively active 24. It's not the strongest, but your situational awareness is unrivaled thanks to it. Shoyuta blinks a few times. Many people said to him how unnatural his situational awareness is. Usually, Shoyuta can recognize someone approaching him even if he has his eyes closed. But this is the first time someone has explained why. Oblivious to the crisis he just put Shoyuta through, Edward simply turns back to Hitoshi and continues talking. I doubt you'll progress with armament as fast as you did with observation. Edward says. But I can still teach you the basics. All right. Hitoshi nods decisively. I'm ready, what do we do? Edward grins and summons a bamboo. I hope you have your migraine meds. You'll need it. Hitoshi gulps but doesn't back down. For the next 2 hours, Shoyuta watches their training, which at first glance seems to be just Edward bullying Hitoshi. But for every hit that Edward hits, he offers advice on how to improve. Edward may be a tough teacher, but Shoyuta can see that he is a good teacher. The best part about being an underground hero is that in 90% of the cases, Shoyuta works at night. In his almost 12 years of experience, Shoyuta can count on the fingers of one hand the number of times he has been called into a daylight situation. Shoyuta likes to patrol at night. The night is peaceful, and the streets don't have the chaos of thousands of people walking around in a rush to get where they need to go. Shoyuta is not saying that the night does not have its bad side. Unfortunately, the worst of humanity hides in the darkness. The worst criminals, thieves, murderers, drug dealers, smugglers, kidnappers, arpithas. The worst victims, addicts, abused, kidnapped, jumpers. Shoyuta has seen and had to deal with every one of them. Still, he can't help but care. It would be much easier if he allowed himself to numb his feelings. But he doesn't want that. The day he can look with indifference at a child who has just jumped from a building after years of abuse is the day he knows he is no longer a hero. One of Shuta's greatest fears is one day turning on the TV and seeing the death of one of his former students on the news. But his worst fear is that on the day this happens, he will realize that he doesn't care. But today, he knows that he still cares. And because he cares, he can't relax on his patrol. Shaking his head to rid himself of the intrusive thoughts, he continues his way through the buildings. Until then, the night has been suspiciously quiet. He is in his last patrol hours and only had to prevent 2 muggings. He would normally be relieved about that. But he can't help feeling this is the calm before the storm. Suddenly, he notices a silhouette 2 buildings ahead and stops. He is not aware of any other heroes patrolling his route. And whoever this person is, he is not familiar. He decides to approach carefully just as the silhouette jumps from the building into one of the alleys. Shoyuta curses under his breath and goes after it. Arriving at the place where the silhouette has just descended, he sees two unconscious people and the same silhouette holding a large club on their shoulder. As if they had sensed him there, the silhouette looks up and begins to wave. Eraserhead. A feminine voice calls excitedly. Come on, help me here for a moment. Feeling the stranger is not a danger, Shoyuta gets down and examines the crime scene. Drag deal? Yup. The mysterious person replies. Dumb here. They point the club to the first person. Was trying to sell a new type of drag to dumber. They point to the second one. New drag. This is something Shoyuta hadn't heard about. Dangerous too. The person replies. Okay, and who are you? Oh, I forgot you didn't know me. The person rests the club on their shoulder and puts the other hand on their hip. Guardian hero, Okuchi no Mikami. TM please. I'm usually not from this area, but since I'm here for the next 2 weeks, I thought, why don't I patrol for a while? Okuchi no Mikami? Where did Shoyuta hear this name before? Oh shit. Shoyuta looks down, making sure both the men are still unconscious before taking a good look at him. He was tall, at least 8 feet tall. Long white hair with blue tips, orange eyes, red horns. Please, someone, say Shoyuta is wrong. Kuzuki Yamato? He asks, dreading the answer. Yay, you know about me. Okuchi starts jumping in place. It's so nice to finally meet you. My cousin didn't stop talking about since I arrived. He smirks. Well, you and your son. Shoyuta sighs and starts looking through the unconscious man on the floor. He finds 2 syringes. The first is empty, but the second is full. From the color, they both look like the same thing. Have you called for extraction? 3 minutes. Kuchi grins. Hey! A voice calls out from the alley entrance. How much longer will this ta dash? He stops in his tracks, looking between Eraserhead and the unconscious man on the floor. Sheet unders. He yells and starts running. Oh no, you won't. Okuchi yells back, throws his club up, and then puts both his hands on the floor. His body begins to shift, filling with white fur, then changing into a quadrupedal form. A ring formed by cold white smoke forms on his back. When the transformation is complete, Shoyuta sees a huge white wolf. The only resemblances he keeps to his previous form are the horns on top of his head and the Neodasuki on his back. He jumps above Shoyuta, creating a cold air trail that makes Shoyuta involuntarily shiver, and grabs the club with his mouth before running after the man. See you at the station, Eraser. As soon as he leaves, Shoyuta hears the sound of screeching tires and sees a speeding car being followed by the white wolf. Shoyuta wants to go after them, but he's not fast enough to follow a moving car. Or an ice wolf. Sighing, he looks back at the knocked-out men and then at the syringe in his hand. At this moment, he notices something. A symbol was drawn on the syringe. A smiley face crossed out. What is that? 2 weeks go by in the blink of an eye. Before Izuku knows it, it is already the day of the sports festival. He is, well, nervous is not exactly the word. He's confident enough that he will do well. Excited? Yes, he is, but that's not the word either. Well, whatever. The sports festival is here. And he will give it his all. Anything less would be an insult to his classmates and friends. And after the sports festival, Hitoshi will finally transfer to the hero course as he should have been since the beginning. In the waiting room, everyone is chatting excitedly, speculating what the events will be this year. Every year the events change, but they always follow the same structure. The first event is mass elimination. Only about 20% of the students make it through the first event. The second event is a pair group event designed to test the students' teamwork. Only 16 students make it through. The third and final events are always 1v1 battles. Edward. Izuku is pulled from his thinking when Todoroki calls him. Yes, Todoroki? Izuku smiles, and something flickers in Todoroki's eyes, too fast to identify. But it looked like fear? Todoroki shakes his head. No, it's nothing. Then he turns to Bakugo. Bakugo. Ha! The blonde turns to him. Objectively speaking, we are well matched. Todoroki starts. But I'll defeat you. Huh, the strongest in the class is declaring war? Kaminari nervously asks. Hey, what's with the sudden belligerence? Kirishima steps in. This isn't the time to start dash. I'm not here to make friends. Todoroki shrugs. Yeah, bring it on half and half. Bakugo yells, jumping from his seat. Izuku just shakes his head. So there will be no shortage of drama this year. Everyone, time to go in. Momo calls and everyone follows her. As they enter, Izuku tunes out Mick's introduction of the classes in favor of observing the students entering. As expected, everyone's eyes are on Class 1A, and this isn't completely a good thing, especially for the other classes. Most of them didn't try to harass them again after what Hitoshi said the first time. But it's obvious that they are still salty about being treated as background for the hero class. When Izuku focuses again, he hears Present Mike introducing the host of events this year. Let's all give a round of applause to the beautiful Midnight. As he says this, Midnight comes on stage with a whip in hand and cracks it, getting everyone's attention. Now, fair play. Izuku hears a few students questioning why the 18-plus hero is the host of a high school event, but she cuts it quickly, cracking her whip again. There's nothing wrong with me hosting the festival. Now, for the student's pledge, I would like to call the student who placed first in the entrance exam. Edward Izuku. As Izuku walks on stage, he hears a distinct voice coming from the audience. Looking up, he sees a pair of familiar red horns. Go Izu! Shaking his head, Izuku takes place in front of the microphone and looks at all the students. Most of them are glaring at him. Izuku simply smiles and gets closer to the microphone. Before I begin, could I ask the class presidents from the support course to step forward? The students look at each other, then, one by one, they step forward. The three presidents of the support course side by side. UA is no worldwide because of the hero class. And I understand why. But we shouldn't forget the other classes. What would be of the heroes without the support course? What is a hero without their costume? What is a hero without their support gear? What is a hero without their analysts? So, thank you for your job. He bows for them and they step back, smiling. The other students start murmuring, but Izuku keeps on. Could the class presidents from the business course step forward? Other three students step forward. Just as important as the support course is the business course. You are the ones who make the agencies work. You are the ones who make all the heroes' merchandise. You are the ones who take care of the finances. You are the ones who take care of public relations. The heroes would be nothing without you. He bows for them, too, and they step back. Then he looks down at where Hitoshi is and smiles. General education presidents? Other three step forward. It is a common saying that general education students are just the rejects of the heroes course. That is stupid, and I wish they would stop saying that. Most of them have not even tried for the hero course. You must remember that society does not revolve around heroes. They are also important. And for those who are here for the chance to try to transfer, come with everything, I know you can do it. He looks straight into Hitoshi's eyes as he says that. General education students, you are important too. Not just for heroes, but for the entire society. Never let anyone tell you otherwise. He once more bows for them and they step back. And last but not least, hero course presidents. Momo and an orange-haired girl step forward. First off, I know people are looking at Class 1A after we survived a villain attack, but I ask you that you don't sleep on Class B. They, too, are filled to the brim with students full of potential. Don't underestimate them. And for my fellow Class A members, there's only one thing I have to say. He grins. I pledge to give my all and aim for the top. You'd better do the same. This is the school motto after all. He takes a deep breath and pumps a hand up. Go beyond. Plus ultra. That's all I have to say. Thank you for hearing me. He bows once more. The audience and students applaud as Izuku comes down and takes his place back with his class. That was so manly, Ito bro. Kirishima exclaims when Izuku is back. Izuku just smiles. After this inspiring speech, I'm sure everyone is more than excited to get this show on the road. Midnight says, pointing to the big screen. So without further ado, let's go to the preliminaries, where lots of good people end up choking on their own tears. Every year it's a different event, and this year it'll be an exaggerated animation of a roulette wheel begins to pass, slowly slowing down until it stops at one of the events. The UA Triathlon. The stadium immediately begins to shift. Mike, if you'd be a dear. Of course, my fair lady. Mike takes over the explanation. I imagine that everyone knows what a triathlon is. 3 sports, 1 race. Biking, swimming, and running. But each of them has a little surprise along the way. There are 5 kilometers of cycling, 3 kilometers of running, and 700 m of swimming. Both an endurance and a skill race. Who will win? Who will lose? One thing we know, it will be exciting. Honestly, Izuku didn't hear half of what Mike said. He's too busy trying not to panic while looking at the huge pool he will have to cross. But of course he will. Izuku. An Akuma no Mi user. A hammer in the water. I'm so screwed. He mutters, hiding his face in his hands. Did Izuku say he was not nervous? Scratch that. He's completely nervous now. And what's worse, no one even knows why. The only ones in the AU who know how Izuku's quirk works are Hitoshi and All Might. Well, Netsu certainly knows too. The principal seems to know everything. It's not that he is hiding the origin of his powers. It just never came up. Case in point. Neither the students nor the teachers know that Izuku cannot swim. Aizawa would know if he read the students' files, but Izuku knows that he doesn't. Well, no matter, he will have to work it out. The preparation doesn't take a long time. 5 minutes and every student has their bike provided by the school. Oh boy, this means that Izuku can't use the motorized bicycle that Haru and I and Kari and I made for him. We are about to start. The rules are quite simple. Present Mick's voice echoes through the stadium. The first leg of the competition is a 5 kilometers bike ride. You may use your quirks in any way you wish, but it is forbidden to use attacks that will break the bikes of other competitors. This means basically that Izuku can give himself a bust, but he can't sabotage the others. Similar to racing games, a traffic light starts the countdown. Interesting. As soon as the light turns green, everyone starts at the same time. So, Eraserhead. Oh, that's right, Aizawa-sensei is in the announcing booth. What is the first thing the students should be aware? The tunnel. Aizawa replies but doesn't elaborate. Looking ahead, Izuku sees what he's talking about. A long tunnel, too narrow for everyone to fit in. Well, it's show time. Izuku says as he approaches the tunnel. The students start crowding the tunnel, making it impossible to pass by. But this doesn't mean he can't go above. By pressing only the front brake, the rear wheel keeps moving, causing the bicycle to turn. Izuku puts his hands on the ground and uses the strength of his legs to throw the bike over the crowd and then hurls himself behind it. Raising his hands, Izuku summons a pair of bazookas loaded with the special ammunition he uses for this situation. Aiming one downward, he fires, causing an explosion of air that propels him upward. The second he fires back, propelling himself forward. In 3 shots, he reaches his bicycle that was starting to go down and releases the bazookas, which then disappear. Grabbing the bike in the air, he straightens up, making sure to cover the bike with hockey. He doubts that something like this would be enough to break it, but better safe than sorry. Edward Izuku is the first to leave the tunnel. And what a radical move that was, my viewers. Mike announces. Eraser, what are teaching these kids? I didn't, he came like this. Aizawa deadpants. I'd like to say it surprises me, but it doesn't. Izuku chuckles while continuing to pedal as fast as possible. Looking back briefly, he sees who is approaching. Grabbing a page from his book, Bakugo uses his explosions to blast through the crowd while Todoroki creates a ramp of ice. Several of Izuku's other classmates use their quirks creatively to get past the obstacle. In Izuku's opinion, the most creative are certainly Siro. Sticks his tape to the ceiling like Spider-Man, and Uraraka, who removes his weight and that of his bicycle by literally pedaling through the ceiling of the tunnel. Despite the chaotic start, the rest of the route is pretty straightforward. Present Mike said there would be a surprise at each obstacle, and it looks like the tunnel was the surprise of the bike ride. Not long after, Izuku arrives at the area designated for dropping off the bikes and immediately jumps off his. And UA-bot immediately grabs the bike and moves it out of the way. Less than 100 meters away, he finds the part he had been dreading. And Edward Izuku makes it to the swim course, followed by Bakugo Katsuki and Todoroki Shudo. Practically in a blur, Bakugo jumps into the water and starts swimming, while Todoroki starts skating on the water with his ice. Having an idea, Izuku jumps after Todoroki using the path he just created. Instead of swimming, Edward decides to catch a ride on the path his rival just created, a bold move. Present Mike, why did you have to say that? Todoroki looks back and sees Izuku. He starts making his ice weaker. As soon as he passes through, it breaks, leaving no way for Izuku to continue. Izuku looks at the announcer's booth with what he hopes to be a scary glare. Though the fact that he's pouting probably deems it quite ineffective. Oops. Looks like Todoroki caught on to the strategy and put a stop on it. He doesn't sound apologetic in the least. Sighing, Izuku summons his Naginata and cuts a chunk of the ice he's in, using it as a makeshift raft. He starts using the Naginata as a row, but it's too slow. Soon, other students start catching up to him. First Bakugo, then Tsu, then Momo and many others. What are you doing? A familiar voice calls and looking behind, he sees Hitoshi riding on a few other kids' shoulders. Stop here for a moment. He orders and the kids stop right beside Izuku's raft. Well, you know I can't swim. Izuku replies, looking down at the ice raft. I swear this event was made to screw me. I mean, I know that, but don't you have, I don't know, an inflatable boat or something? Hitoshi shrugs. At this moment, Izuku stops to think clearly for the first time since the event began and immediately facepalms. Extending his hands toward the water, a jet ski appears. I'm a moron. Izuku mutters as he jumps on the jet ski. Want a ride? You have a jet ski? Hitoshi asks incredulously as he climbs behind Izuku. How did you forget you had a jet ski? Why do you have a jet ski? I was panicking, okay? Izuku huffs. And it was a gift from Uncle Odin. He gave me on my 12th anniversary. Your uncle gave a 12-year-old kid a jet ski? Hitoshi asks again. Look, Uncle Odin taught me to gamble when I was 11. Izuku replies. He's not exactly a paragon of responsibility. And he has too much money on his hands. Fair enough. Hitoshi sighs and then looks at the still brainwashed kids. Climb on the ice raft. After we leave, count 20 seconds, then wake up. As the kids start going up the raft, Izuku starts the jet ski. Hold on tight, okay? He says. I'll go fast. How far away is dash? This fast? Izuku begins to laugh. He might be an adrenaline junkie. Looking forward, he sees many whirlwinds on the water. Looks like this is the surprise of the swimming leg. He must have missed Mick's explanation during his earlier panic. Instead of slowing down to maneuver between them, he starts accelerating. Aizu? What are you? Hitoshi nervously starts. Hold on, Hito. We'll go full throttle now. He says. As soon as he collides with the whirlwind, he pulls on the controls jet ski, which makes the water vehicle do a backflip and jump through the whirlwind. Izuku! Hitoshi screams, while Izuku just laughs. With his high speed, he soon catches up with several of those who overtook him a few minutes ago. When he finishes this part, he is right behind Katsuki, Tsu, and Todoroki. Hey, that wasn't so bad. He laughs while Hitoshi is practically hugging the floor. Wasn't that bad? Hitoshi gets up and punches him on the shoulder. Why did I accept going with you? Don't be so dramatic, Hito. Izuku keeps laughing. We need to continue. Go on. I just need a few more seconds. Hitoshi replies, taking deep breaths. Alright. See you soon, Hito. Izuku says and starts running. Yeah. See you soon. Hitoshi waves. Izuku starts running, focusing on his feet. First, his shoes disappear, then he summons a pair of rollerblades. Then summoning a bazooka again, he uses it to catch impulse and go full speed ahead. Looks like Todoroki is the first one to get to our next surprise. Izuku looks ahead, realizing that Tsu, Bakugu, and Todoroki are not that far ahead. Looking a little further ahead, he sees something similar to an obstacle course. Run, jump, dodge, duck, climb, sneak. This is the final obstacle of the first event. The Chaos Field. Chaos is definitely the correct word to use. This seems to be a fusion of Aizawa-sensei's Hell course and a skateboard track. There are swinging weights, steep ramps, climbing walls, long jumps, and some kind of projectile being shot. Switching his skates back to his shoes, Izuku immediately starts crossing, easily dodging the weights thanks to his observation hockey. He picks up momentum and quickly jumps the ramps. He starts to climb the wall, having to change directions several times to avoid the paintball guns shooting at him. At this rate, he manages to pass Tsu and gets right behind Todoroki and Bakugu, who are running shoulder to shoulder. The next obstacle is a huge wall whose only passage is a hole underneath. Taking another impulse, Izuku throws himself on the ground, quickly sliding underneath, and without losing momentum, he leaps to scale the next wall. In an impressive display of dexterity, Edward breezes through all the obstacles. We are in the final moments. Who will win the race? Mike announces. Again. Seeing there's only a straight path left, Izuku summons his rollerblades once more and uses another blast to take impulse, practically flying. Todoroki and Bakugu are about to cross the finish line when Izuku jumps on them. "Sorry, Todoroki Kaken," he says, holding them by the shoulder and pulling himself towards the finish line. In their surprise, both fall down on their butts and can only watch as Izuku flies through the finish line, stealing the first place. And Edward Izuku gets first place. Recovering quickly, Todoroki and Bakugu run again and cross the finish line as well. Todoroki gets second place, and Bakugu third. "Deku, you little sheet." "Oops, here comes Bakugu." "Hey, Kaken." Izuku grins. "Congratulations on the third place." Then he starts running before the blonde can reply. "I'll kill you. Deku." He can try. Focusing back on the big screen, Izuku watches as the students come in. Tsu takes fourth place, followed by Momo in fifth. In sixth place goes a tall girl with purple eyes and black hair with purple ends. Izuku remembers seeing her while giving his speech earlier. This girl is the class president of one of the business classes. Well, Izuku did say not to underestimate the other courses. A few more people pass by, and Hitoshi arrives in 15th place. Gasping for breath but with a smile on his face. "Hito!" Izuku calls and tackles him into a hug. "You did it. You had any doubts?" Hitoshi playfully raises an eyebrow. "Never." Izuku laughs. "By the end of the day, there will be no doubt in anyone's mind that you belong to the hero course. And this is a promise," Hitoshi says. And the last person just crossed the finish line. Mike announces. Looking around, Izuku sees about 90 people. Of the 220 students, about 130 failed to finish the course. Izuku can see all the students from the hero courses there. Most of the others he recognizes as members of the support course and one or two from general studies and business. Now, for continuity, we will announce the qualifiers. As he says this, the names of all those who have finished the course appear in the order in which they arrived. Those who go on to the second round will be the top 42 finishers. 42 names are highlighted on the screen. Izuku takes a bit of satisfaction at seeing the name Mineta Minoru sitting at 43th place. Then Midnight cracks her whip, calling everyone's attention. And for the second event, we will have the same wheel-spinning animation as in the first phase takes place. Capture the flag. The rules are very simple. You will form teams of 2 to 4 people. Each team will receive banners with their team score. The goal is to collect as many points as possible. Present Mike explains. Just stealing the flag is not enough. You need to take the opposing team's flag and bring it back to your team by placing it with yours. The point value of each flag is based on your score in the previous round. The 42nd place is worth 5 points, the 41st 10, the 40th 15, and so on. That is, of course, with the exception of first place, which is worth. Midnight makes a dramatic pause. 10 million points. Izuku immediately feels a flood of stares upon him, which he answers with a grin. Everyone can come at him. He's ready. Last thing we need to decide before you can start forming your groups is what field will be used. As Mike says that, another will start spinning. Izuku can only stare in shock when the wheels stop. Looks like it'll be the aquatic field. The image on the screen shows a huge flood with some tiny islands where the flags are held. Are you effing kidding me? Izuku curses. Izuku has never in his life felt such a craving for rat skewers. He should have known from the beginning that events were not random, or at least not as lucky as they make them seem. The first event having an aquatic part? Okay, bad luck, but that's life. But the second two? UA's team event never had any field changes before. Izuku remembers each one he watched. Scavenger hunt, team death battle, paintball, king of the hill, hide and seek. All these events always had their own arena. This is the first time in the history of the sports festival that the UA has come up with this bullshit of randomly choosing the field. And the reason for this is apparent. The rat is testing him. As much as Izuku has never said it outright, he is sure that Nezu knows that Izuku is an Akuma no Mi user. It is evident to anyone who knows how the DMN fruits work. Well, the joke is on him. Izuku doesn't intend to lose. So, are we going to keep on with the plan? Hitoshi asks. Just as planned. Izuku replies. We need to find 2 more teammates. 1 more, you mean? Someone calls from behind them. Izuku turns around, bumping into a pair of yellow eyes almost on top of him. The most noticeable feature is the crosses in the center of her eyes. Clearly part of a quirk. Taking a step back, he sees the rest of the person. A short girl. See, he is not that short. There are smaller people, with pink hair styled in dreadlocks. She had machines all over her body. Are you from support course? Izuku asks. I'm Hatsum Mei, future CEO of Hatsum Corps. And you, 10 million, have all the eyes on you during this event. She says. It's the perfect place for me to advertise my babies. Ignoring Hitoshi's sputtering at her wording, Izuku thinks for a moment. What she said makes perfect sense. Unlike the hero course, support course students are not here to get heroes' attention or internships. They want to show their inventions to get sponsorship. It makes perfect sense for her to want to be in the spotlight. After all, even if they lose, she will have her chance to show what her inventions are capable of. We have what you need. But the question is, do you have what we need, Hatsum? Izuku asks. You can bet. Hatsum grins. I prepared every single one of these babies so they can handle whatever this festival throws at them. She quickly makes a sales pitch showing some of her inventions, and Izuku can't help but grin at the display. She's imposing. Well, Hatsum, welcome to the team. Izuku says. We need 1 more person. And I know exactly who it should be. Hatsum, can you explain your babies to Hitoshi while I go? Hatsum jumps in while Hitoshi sends a look that screams, please, don't leave me here with this crazy girl. Izuku almost takes pity on him, but he needs to find his last team member before someone snags them. Thankfully, he finds the person quickly enough. And it seems that the girl still needs a team. Not unexpected, most people prefer to team up with people they know and have worked with before. Izuku approaches her and nudges her lightly on the shoulder, drawing her attention. Immediately, a pair of purple eyes lock on him. For a change, another person looking at him from above. Why is everyone so freaking tall? Smiling at her, Izuku introduces himself. Hi. I'm Edward Izuku. Amiya Rin. The girl greets back, shaking his hand. And what do you want? I think you know what I want. Izuku smiles. Sure. But why would I? Amiya asks. For starts. Izuku summons a pocket watch. We just have 3 more minutes to form the teams. And you're still alone. Fair enough. She sighs and looks him in the eyes. But I have to ask, are you going to win? I didn't come here to lose. Izuku replies, grinning. I'm in. She grins back. I hope you have a plan, Mr. Hammer. Mr. Hammer? Izuku asks, blinking at her. You're a hammer, right? Can't swim. Amiya replies. My mother is a Marine. That's what she calls the Akuma no Mi users. First time I hear this one. Izuku replies. But pretty accurate. Anyway, what's the plan and who's on the team? Amiya asks. This way. Izuku starts. As for the plan, I have a few good ideas. Shoyuta honestly wants to know what the rat is up to. Despite the spectacle they put on, the events of the sports festival are not random. It would only be possible to make such an elaborate competition if they had to prepare for all possibilities. No, the events are chosen weeks in advance. But this year, right after the USJ incident, Nedza decided that they would change the first two events. Initially, the events were supposed to be an obstacle course and a cavalry battle. But Rat decided that the first event would be a triathlon, and the second a capture the flag on a watercourse. It was only when Shoyuta saw Izuku struggling to get through the water portion of the triathlon that a bell rang in his head. Izuku doesn't really have a quirk. The kid's power comes from eating fruit. The truth is that Shoyuta only knows a few Akuma no Mi users. The only reason he knows that they are not a myth is that he has met Whitebeard's group. And now that it is clear that the events were chosen with Izuku in mind, the question is, why is Nedza doing this? Is it just to mess with the boy? Shoyuta is sure that the rat would not antagonize Whitebeard. That would be stupid. Looks like the time is up. Hisashi announces. And everyone has a team, that's great. Now each team will receive their flags. The color on your flag will be the island your team start. Taking a quick look at the teams, Shoyuta is happy to see that everyone has made solid choices. Mainly the problem child's team catches his eye. That Izuku and Hitoshi would form a team, Shoyuta had no doubt. But the other two members are excited. He has Hatsum Mei from the support course and Amiya Rin from the business course. For the first time, Shoyuta sees a team of one member from each department. As the students position their flags, Shoyuta soon notices that the green island, where the problem child's team is precisely in the center, making them even more of a target than the others. But interestingly, they don't seem too worried. Everyone's ready? Zashi asks. Let's start the countdown. 10. As Zashi starts counting, Shoyuta sees Izuku doing something. He summons a cup and starts spinning it in his hand. He looks into the cup, winces and turns it again. He looks and winces again, but this time, he puts the cup away and summons a long whip in its place. Shoyuta saw him doing this before. He did precisely the same thing before demanding the kanabo. Wait, he wouldn't, right? Start. Shoyuta sighs and decides to file this for later. As soon as the event starts, virtually every team goes for the problem child. But to everyone's surprise, Hitoshi immediately jumps into the water, Hatsum activates a jetpack and starts flying, and Amiya makes a jump that even Miruko would be impressed by. While in the air, her whole body catches fire, and she uses her hands as propellants. Only Izuku stands in the center while a crowd of people goes after his team's flags. Shoyuta sees the boy crack a smile that promises nothing but a headache, and then he starts swinging the whip around, letting no one get close without the risk of being hit. His form with the whip is amateurish at best. Still, it's impressive that he can use so many different weapons. The expression on Midnight's face says she agrees with Shoyuta. While Izuku chases away the people trying to take his flags, Shoyuta watches the rest of his team. It takes a lot of attention to notice Hitoshi swimming underwater toward another island. While 3 people are attacking Izuku, the 4th member is defending the island. Hitoshi sneaks up and says something to the defender, who responds and immediately stops moving. Hitoshi directly takes the 4 flags, says something to the defender, and then goes back into the water. A few seconds later, the defender is back to normal, but he doesn't look at the flags, not realizing they're gone. Hatsum is a bit more direct. She flies over one of the islands and drops. Are those grenades? To Shuta's relief, they are just a quick hardening sticky solution that traps the students while Mei catches the flags with an extendable claw. Before she leaves, Mei drops another grenade. This one explodes, leaving the kids on the island covered in glitter. Amiya is even more direct. She falls straight into the middle of one of the islands, complete with a superhero landing, and immediately kicks the defender, B-class Tetsu, into the water. She picks up the flags, then leaps, flying back to her island, and drops the flags right onto her pile. In 3 minutes, the problem child's team not only has the 10 million points but also has 12 extra flags. Seeing his team approaching, Izuku stops swinging the whip long enough for them to get in. Izuku gives Hitoshi a high five while Mei puts something on the ground that starts to expand and… Okay, where did this girl get a sentry gun from? The sentry starts shooting paintball bullets at anyone who comes close. Not enough to hurt anyone, but it sure disorients them. By this time, most teams had given up on them and started fighting among themselves. The exception is Todoroki's team and Bakugo, who are still trying to reach them. Bakugo, Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro were in one team. Todoroki, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Ida in the other. Team Todoroki chooses to traverse safely, with Todoroki creating an ice bridge, while Yaoyorozu has a giant shield in front of them. Ida and Kaminari are back on the island, protecting them. Meanwhile, Team Bakugo is much more aggressive, with Bakugo using his explosions to fly at them while Ashido swims behind. Siro and Kirishima are guarding their flags. Bakugo is first to reach the island, and Izuku immediately moves to intercept him. They exchange a few blows until Izuku manages to wrap his whip around his arm. Shoyuta is sure he sees the blonde man turn pale as Izuku grins at him. Holding the whip, Izuku starts spinning and throws the blonde away, causing him to fall into the water, weakening his blasts to nullify them. Todoroki immediately shoves Yaoyorozu behind him and lifts a giant wall of ice to block it. Meanwhile, Amiya moves in, intercepting Todoroki. She throws her right fist back, which begins to catch fire, and then throws a punch that unleashes a powerful burst of flames likely to rival those of Endeavor. Why isn't this girl in the hero course? Shoyuta hears someone asks. Her quirk is perfect for heroics. Isn't Yue's hero course supposed to choose the best? Another voice says. Other voices join in and begin to question. Until Shoyuta gets tired and pulls the microphone for him. Amiya Rin. Quirk, Blaze. Shoyuta says. This is the president of the Class 1I business class. Despite her flashy quirk, she has not even tried to apply for the hero course. Simply because this is not her wish. Did none of you hear what Edward said? The other classes are also important. The world doesn't revolve around heroes, and not everyone with powerful quirks wants to be a hero. He sighs. And if you are a hero, and you think that just because someone has a powerful quirk he should be a hero, you are an idiot and should retake your test to keep your license. He gives back the mic to Zashi. You heard him. Amiya Rin is one of the best students in the business course. And is more than happy where she is, isn't it right, Amiya? The girl in question pumps her arm, throwing a burst of flames in the air, which explodes, forming a thumbs-up symbol. Then immediately she focuses back on Todoroki, who tries to freeze her. Looks like the time is almost over. 1 minute left, guys. Izuku is sitting in front of the flags, watching Amiya and Todoroki intently. Todoroki begins to get more frantic, trying to force his way, even if it is through the flames. The ice platform where he is standing begins to melt from the heat. He turns and says something to Yaoyorozu, who nods and backs away. On the other side of the island, Hitoshi fights Ashido, and Hatsum cackles while she controls her sentry manually, sniping anyone who as much as looks like it's coming towards them. 30 seconds. Zashi announces. Suddenly, from the back of the island, in everyone's blind spot, Yaoyorozu stands up and sneaks up to the flags. She reaches out to grab the 10 million flag, but at that moment, Izuku, without turning around, catches her arm with his whip. Too bad. If it was anyone else, it probably would have worked. But it's practically impossible to sneak up on Izuku. And time. Zashi cheers. What an amazing game, everyone. The water begins to drain from the arena, and soon, the students descend to the ground, awaiting the results. Let's start from the bottom, okay? In fourth place, we have Team Todoroki. Todoroki looks quite surprised. But what happened is that while he was focused entirely on the 10 million points, Ida managed to grab a few flags while Kaminari protected his team. If it wasn't for that, Todoroki would have lost due to his tunnel vision. In third place, Team Azui. Team Uraraka, consisting of Azui, Uraraka, Shuji, and Tokoyami, played the stealth game to the limit. After the initial attack, they ultimately gave up on the 10 million points, instead focusing on having Uraraka and Azui snatch as many flags as possible. At the same time, Shuji and Tokoyami protected their own. In the second place, Team Bakugu. Team Bakugu did quite well. After being fended by Izuku, Bakugu was taunted by Monoma from Class B, which brought his focus straight to him. Bakugu then stole all his flags while Ishido tried to fight Hitoshi. Team Monoma got more flags, but in the end, it was only enough for his team to be in 5th place. And in 1st place, they proved to have an iron defense, not only keeping all their flags, including the 10 million point flag, but also stealing 12 extra flags. Team Edward. The team begins to celebrate, and Shoyuta watches with amusement as, in the heat of the moment, Izuku hugs Hitoshi and plants a kiss on his cheek, only to instantly turn as red as a strawberry and run off. Hitoshi just brings a hand up to his cheek and stares in shock as Izuku runs. 2,000 yen says that they are together by the end of the week. Zashi says as he mutes his microphone. 3,000 says that they don't make it past the end of the festival. Shoyuta replies. Zashi grins and shakes his hand. You have a bet, Sho. Good parents shouldn't bet on their son's love life. But honestly, Shoyuta can't handle the pinning anymore. As Zashi announces the lunch break and recreational events for those who want to participate, Shoyuta watches his son blushing as Hatsum says something to him. Yep, that bet is in the bag. Somebody kill me, please. Izuku kissed Hito. On national TV. In front of his dad. In front of his 2 dads. Yes, it was just a kiss on the cheek. But still. He kissed Hito. Izuku didn't even wait for midnight to announce lunch break before running out of the arena. How can he look Hito in the eyes after that? Then, why did Hito have to be so pretty? What was he supposed to do? Not falling in love? The almost rhythmic sound of something tapping on the floor distracts Izuku from his gay panic. Checking to see where the noise is coming from, he finds a very tall man. He's even taller than All Might. He's wearing a light purple yukata, a dark purple belt, and a purple cloak on top. Excuse me, sir. Izuku calls, and the man turns to him. Izuku immediately notices the cane in his hand. This area is restricted. Only students and teachers can enter. Oh, sorry. The tall man takes a hand to the back of his head. I was looking for the food stalls, but I think I'm lost. Looking into his face, Izuku notices the closed eyes and the scars coming from his forehead to each eye. In conjunction with the cane, this tells him everything he needs to know. Do you want help? Izuku offers. If you would be so kind. The man smiles. It's no problem, Izuku says, approaching him. He puts a hand on his arm and starts guiding him. You can call me Isho. The man replies as he walks with Izuku. Nice to meet you, Isho-san. Izuku smiles. I'm Edward Izuku. You've been quite impressive so far, Edward-kun. Isho replies. Izuku blushes and looks away. Thank you. He says. Are you looking for something specific? If you can point me to any noodle stall. Isho says. Right this way, sir. Izuku replies. The two walk in silence, but it's not uncomfortable. There is something about the mere presence of Isho-san that is extremely reassuring. It is as if he feels safe just by being next to him. Izuku is sure that he knows this man, but he is drawing a blank at the moment. Oh, here we are. Izuku announces. The lunch break was announced a few minutes ago, and the various food stalls are quickly filling up. Izuku quickly but carefully guides Isho to a stall where they are cooking noodles. The stools are a little small for a tall person like Isho, but he doesn't seem to mind. Thank you for the help. Isho says. Why don't I buy something for you as thanks? Oh, don't worry, Isho-san. Izuku waves him off and smiles. I'm happy to help. You are very kind, young man. Isho smiles and opens his eyes. Isho smiles and opens his eyes slightly, revealing a lack of pupils. Only the white of his eyes is visible. But I must insist. He waves a hand. 2 bowls, please. All right. Izuku relents and looks at the cook. But can you make mine to go, please? I have to meet my friends. The cook, a tall, rough-looking man with a blonde beard and a long braided mustache, looks at Izuku and laughs for a moment. I wish my pupils were polite like this. He walks over to the stove to start preparing food, and Izuku notices that his right leg is a prosthetic made of wood. Long story, and it's not important. Sorry, sir. Izuku blushes and looks away. Relax, boy. The man waves him off. Most people simply bombard me with questions. I'm used to it. It's not like it's a painful memory, just something I'm tired of explaining. He looks over his shoulder at Izuku and smirks. Besides, it's not like I need my leg to cook. My hands are all I need. That is really admirable, sir. Izuku smiles back. My pupil could really learn a thing or two about manners with you. The man mumbles. By the way, where did that brat go? He grumbles something unintelligible and shakes his head. Doesn't matter. A few seconds later, he places 2 bowls on the counter, one of them sealed. Here it is, but I recommend eating it right away. It's much better while it's hot. Thank you, sir. Izuku bows, then turns to Isho. Thank you, Isho-san. It is I who must thank you, young man, he says as he snaps the chopsticks. Thank you for bringing me here. He tastes the noodles and smiles. This is delicious. Good to know I didn't lose my touch. The cook laughs and then turns to Izuku. Well, off you go. He makes a shooing motion. And good luck in the 3rd event, brat. Thank you, sir. Izuku bows again and starts leaving with his bowl. A few steps later, he crosses paths with a blonde boy wearing a cook's uniform. The boy doesn't even look at him and runs to the stall Izuku has just left. There you are, brat. Where have you been? He hears the cook. Doesn't matter, let's go. There's much to do. It doesn't take long for Izuku to find his friends. After all, as soon as she notices him, Uraraka starts jumping to get his attention. Edward-kun. Over here. On the table are Hito, Tsu, Uraraka, Shuji, Tokoyami, Jairu, and Yamamo. We saved a spot for you. Izuku looks at the table and finds a vacant chair. Right next to Hito. DMNBSTRDS playing matchmaker. Without much to do, Izuku puts his bowl on the table and sits down, doing his best to hide the blush on his cheeks when he thinks about what happened earlier. He notices Jairu tapping a finger on the table in an accelerated rhythm that perfectly matches his heartbeat. When he looks at her, she just smirks, points to Hitoshi, and raises an eyebrow. Izuku chooses to ignore the teasing and just separates his chopsticks. Although it's been a few minutes, the noodles are still hot. Izuku tries them, and his eyes immediately go wide. He should have asked the name of that cook. This could compete with Lunch Rush's food. So, where did you go? Uraraka asks. We looked for you, but you were nowhere to be found. A blind man got lost and ended up wandering in the restricted area. Izuku explains. I helped him find the food stalls, and he bought me this as a thank you. Then he mumbles. I should have asked the cook's name. This is incredible. He looks around. Where is Ida? He got a call from his family a few minutes ago. Uraraka replies. He didn't say what it was about, but he looked worried. Well, I hope everything is okay. Izuku says, searching around once more for his blue-haired friend. Alas, no luck on that. Hey, Ito-chan. Tsu calls. Yes, Tsu. Izuku replies, looking up. What happened in the first event? Tsu asks, blunt as always. You lost a long time in the second obstacle. And you never left your island in the second event. Well, I can't swim. Izuku shrugs. That's my quirk's drawback. Really? Uraraka asks, surprised. I never heard of a drawback like that. I think I read something about it once. Yamamo says, putting a hand on her chin. But I thought it was just a myth. Most people think that. Izuku smiles. But no. Biologically, I have one more bone than you. I had to have my appendix removed last year. And I am starting to feel my wisdom teeth coming in. The what now? Uraraka asks, puzzled. Tsu and Jairu don't look much better. Basically, This means he's quirkless. Yamamoto explains. But he has a quirk. Uraraka replies. Not natural. Izuku smiles. I got my quirk after eating a weird fruit that tastes like crap. Akuma no Mi, Yamamoto says. I read about them in some books. The person who eats them gains mysterious powers. But in return, they are hated by the sea. Izuku completes. Which basically translates into my inability to swim. In water, I sink like a hammer. I only take showers because I could easily drown in a bathtub. He laughs. Wow, and to think Akuma no Mi really does exist. Yamamoto says in awe. They exist, but hear my warning. Izuku says seriously. If you ever find a strange fruit with spiral patterns on them, do not eat it under any circumstances. He says. These fruits interfere with a person's quirk factor. For a quirkless person, like I was, it's harmless. But if someone who already has a quirk tries to eat them. Izuku brings a thumb up to his throat and makes a cutting motion. It won't be pretty. Understood? Everyone at the table nods. Good. Izuku nods. Hey, Todoroki. He greets just as Todoroki is about to knock on his shoulder. Need something? Can I talk with you? Todoroki looks at the other people at the table just as Izuku finishes his noddles. Alone? Sure. He gets up and picks up his bowl. See you guys soon. As they walk, Izuku notices Hito glaring daggers into Todoroki's back. But the bicolor boy either doesn't see or ignores it completely. The moment Todoroki asked to speak to Aizu alone, Hitoshi panicked. But can you blame him? Hitoshi can only think of two reasons why Todoroki wants to talk to Izuku alone, and it's one worse than the other. The first is that he is angry that he lost in the first two events and is going to pick a fight with Aizu. Problematic, but he has no doubt that Aizu can beat him easily. The problem is that a fight now could end with both of them being disqualified. Now, the second reason is what really got Hitoshi panicked. Todoroki is going to confess to him. It makes perfect sense. Izuku is kind, friendly, and soft-spoken but also fierce, protective, and talented. Hitoshi wouldn't blame someone for falling in love with Izuku. He certainly did. And that is the problem. What if Todoroki really confesses his love? What if Izuku accepts? Hitoshi will never get over it. Hitoshi knows he shouldn't do that. He knows that Izuku will notice him there. But still, he follows the two of them. If he really missed his chance, he wants to be the first to know. Hitoshi follows Izuku's familiar presence. After months of training together, Hitoshi can easily distinguish his friend even in a crowd, and finds them in an empty hallway. Hitoshi hides, and Todoroki starts talking. You have completely outdone me. In the first event, even though I had all that advantage over you, you still beat me in the end. Hitoshi doesn't risk trying to look at them. He knows that Izuku has noticed him there, but he doesn't want Todoroki to know too. And in the second event, that girl. Amiya Rin. Her flames are the second hottest flames I've ever seen. Not even Endeavor comes close. He pauses for a few seconds as if in thought. I wonder if we are related. Maybe she's my half-sister. You're what? Izuku asks in disbelief. It would make sense. Todoroki continues like he didn't hear Aizu. Who is to say that mom was the only one? That BS Sardi must have bought other women. What are you talking about, Todoroki? Aizu asks. My father, Endeavor, is the number 2 hero. But he has never been satisfied with that. His dream is to surpass All Might and be the number 1 hero. But no matter how hard he tries, he never succeeds. Over time, he became frustrated and decided to invest in the second best thing, a successor. In his mind, if one of his sons can surpass All Might and become the number 1 hero, it means he has succeeded as well. He pauses for a moment. Edward-kun, do you know about quirk marriages? Hitoshi involuntarily lets out a gasp and clasps a hand over his mouth. Thankfully it doesn't look like Todoroki hurt him. As ridiculous as the old arranged marriages between noble families. A marriage between two people just for the quirks in an attempt to make a child with a power that surpasses both. Aizu practically growls. Are you saying? My father has power and money, enough to buy even people. He bought my mother from her family in an attempt to make a child with a quirk powerful enough to surpass all might. He considers my 3 older siblings failures, but I am his masterpiece. Todoroki pauses again. All the memories I have of my mom, she was always crying. Your left side is unbearable. This is what she said before she pulled boiling water on my face. After that, Endeavor put her in a mental institution. I haven't seen her ever since. Hitoshi hears a sigh, then Izu starts talking. I'm sorry this happened to you. And I'm here if you ever need help or just to vent. He says softly, but why are you telling me this? Because I want you to understand. Todoroki replies. In the second event, I almost broke my promise. I could feel his flames gathering. Had I not reeled them in, I would have used them. I need to win this festival using only my mother's ice. I must prove to him that I don't need his fire. Todoroki, Izu says firmly. First, if I ever see your father, I might punch that flaming mustache out of his face. Second, this is the biggest bullshit I have ever heard. What are you dash? Your ice is not your mother's. Your fire is not your father's. None of them can control your power for you. Refusing to use half your power is not the way to prove to your father that you don't need him. Izu replies. Even if you become the #1 hero using only your ice, you will still have done what he wanted. The only one you are hurting in this way is yourself. He sighs again. Don't be arrogant to think that you are the strongest, Todoroki. There will always be someone stronger than you. And one day, that someone may be a villain. What will you do then? Refuse to use your power and die? Refuse to use your power and let someone else die because of it. But Todoroki tries to say. But looks like he doesn't have words to express himself. Just think about what I said, okay? It doesn't have to be now. Take your time, but please, Todoroki, think about what is the right thing to do. Izu starts walking in Hitoshi's direction but stops for a moment. And Todoroki, I understand your reasons, but I won't hold back. If you want to have any chance of winning, you will have to give it your all. Turning the corner, Izu casts a pointed glance at Hitoshi, who follows him without saying anything. Once Todoroki is almost out of Hitoshi's hockey range, Izu looks at him. Eavesdropping, Hito? Despite the teasing tone, Hitoshi notices the disapproval in his gaze. Sorry. Hitoshi looks down. I know you can take care of yourself, but I was worried. I am glad you care so much, Hito. Izu sighs. But you heard something you weren't supposed to. I know, Hitoshi replies. I want to punch Endeavor now. He looks up at Izuku. I promise I won't tell anyone what I heard today. I know. I trust you, Hito. Izu smiles at him. And what are you going to do? Izu looks at him and raises an eyebrow. What? I know you, Izu. You won't let this go. You're right. Izuku huffs. I have used words. If we face each other and he still refuses to give his all, he won't stand a chance. As they walk along, they hear Present Mic beginning to announce the start of the third event. Izu and Hitoshi don't even need to hear it to know what it's about. The third event of the UA Sports Festival always consists of one-on-one fights. They say goodbye briefly and each goes their way. Hitoshi arrives at his class booth just in time for Present Mic to begin announcing the brackets. Due to a family emergency, Ida Tenya is withdrawing from the competition. In his place, one of the members of the 5th place team will take over. Midnight announces. Hitoshi looks at the stand of Class 1B, where the annoying blonde, a boy with black skin and white hair, one with round eyes and brown hair, and another with a plain appearance and hair, gather together and start throwing rock, paper, or scissors. After a few games, the blonde boy comes out as the winner. Then Minoma Nito is going to compete in the next event. Mike happily announces. With that, let me present you the brackets. So Hitoshi will be the first to fight? Kaminari. That's the electric boy from Class 1A. Well, Hitoshi already has a plan. Shoda, did I miss something? It's the only thing Izuku can think of asking when he sees his classmates dressed in cheerleading uniforms. Jiru, who is staring daggers at an appropriately frightened Kaminari and Mineta, turns to Izuku and huffs. The two idiots here appeared in the cafeteria shortly after you left. Jairu explains. They said that all the girls had to wear a cheerleader uniform. Aizawa-sensei's orders. Where the hell did they get the uniforms from? Izuku asks. They didn't. They said I had to create then. Yamamo replies. And no one suspected anything? Izuku asks. Yamamo is the class president. Why would Aizawa-sensei inform the resident pervert and not her? Yes, I can see that now, but at the time. Yamamo starts. They kept saying, are you really going to question sensei's orders? He's going to be angry. Ashido explains. We didn't want to risk. I see. Izuku says, turning slowly to Kaminari and Mineta. Your fight will be the first, Kaminari. I won't make you miss it. But as soon as you leave the ring, you two have two options. What? You go straight to Aizawa-sensei and tell him what you did. I go straight to Aizawa-sensei and tell him what you did. Regardless of what you choose. He summons his giant wooden mallet. You have 5 seconds to get the hell out of my sight. 2. Before Izuku got to 3, Kaminari and Mineta were already running from there. Izuku sighs and puts away the mallet. Thank you, Edo. Yamamo says. No problem. Honestly, I expected this from Mineta, but I thought Kaminari knew better. Izuku replies. He's not bad, but he's easily influenced. Jairu says. If all goes well, next week, Mineta will no longer be our problem. Izuku. I believe Aizawa-sensei will not be that harsh on Kaminari since it's his first offense. Anyway, you guys better get changed. Tsu, Ashido, your fight will be the third one. Having said that, all the girls rush to change. Izuku watches for a few seconds and then turns to look around the arena. Honestly, they look good in those clothes. But to trick them like that was a huge disrespect. He mutters, then raises his voice a little. And if anyone tries something like that again, they will have to deal with me. He doesn't even have to look to see the boys nodding. Now, let's start the 1v1 battles. I know you are all excited, so can I hear a cheer? From the entrance to the tunnel, Hitoshi can clearly hear his pop's announcement. The audience screams excitedly for about a minute. Very good. Now, on one side we have him. From the hero course, Class 1A. The Lord of Thunder. Are we looking at the reincarnation of Zeus? Thor? No, this is Kaminari Denki. As the audience cheers, Kaminari enters the ring. Over the top as always, pops. Hitoshi mumbles. On the other side, we have him. From General Studies, Class 1C. My beloved class. Mysterious and silent. Despite being in the flashiest team during the second event, we barely saw what he's capable of. This is Yamazawa Hitoshi. Hitoshi puts a lazy smile on his face and slowly enters the arena. He does his best to ignore the screams from the audience and stops in front of the loud blonde from Class 1A. Hey dude, no hard feelings, but I'll defeat you. The boy says, shooting finger guns at Hitoshi. Don't worry. It'll only take a second. Hitoshi smirks. If you think you can. He winks at the boy. Come get me, lightning bolt. I want a fair fight. No potentially lethal attacks. If I see anything like that, I will stop the fight, understood? Midnight says. Loud and clear. Hitoshi says. Clear as day. Kaminari says. Alright. 3, 2, go. She cracks her whip. So, what's your plan, hot stuff? Hitoshi asks. You'll see. Kaminari winks, and sparks immediately begin to build up all over his body. Hitoshi doesn't know exactly what's coming, but he knows it's an attack. Not that it matters anyway. I win. Stop. Hitoshi says as he feels the connection with Kaminari's mind. The sparks immediately stop. Now turn around and walk out of the ring. The audience immediately falls silent as Kaminari obeys and starts walking. Surprisingly, Hitoshi feels little resistance coming from his opponent. What is that? Kaminari is just walking out of bounds? Hitoshi has to hold back his laughter when he hears his pop's comment. How the hell can he be so good at playing dumb? That's why I say the entrance exam is completely illogical. Dad starts his rant that Hitoshi has already heard a million times. Here, we can see a powerful quirk, but one that is useless for fighting robots. I'm sure this quirk would be perfect for a hero. Hitoshi doesn't even need to be able to see the announcement booth to know that Pops has just winked at him. Kaminari Denki is out of bounds. Midnight announces. Yamazawa Hitoshi is the winner. The cheers from the audience are much more reluctant. They were expecting bloodshed, not what just happened. Not that Hitoshi cares what they want. The only thing he cares about is winning. He releases his hold on Kaminari and starts to leave but is interrupted when Kaminari calls him. Wait, Yamazawa. He stops and looks back, seeing Kaminari fidgeting. Congratulations on your win, dude. Thanks. This isn't what he was expecting. So, want to grab a coffee with me later? Kaminari asks, smiling. Sorry, Kaminari. Hitoshi says. You look like a cool guy, and I'm open to being friends if you want. But my heart is already taken. Oh DMN. The good-looking ones are always taken. Kaminari laments, then smiles. Well, I'm more than open to being friends too. Then he freezes for a second like he just remembered something. Oh shit. I need to talk to Aizawa-sensei before Edward kills me. He mumbles, then turns around. See you around, Yamazawa. Then he starts running. Hitoshi looks as the boys start running. What the hell did he do to land on Izu's sheet list? He shrugs. Not my problem. Then he walks back to his class booth, where his classmates congratulate him on his victory. The first fight ended exactly the way Izuku had hoped. Kaminari just doesn't know how to stay quiet. Combine that with him not knowing how Hito's quirk works, and you have a guaranteed win for Purple Beaker. A few minutes later, Mike starts announcing the second fight. Now, time for the second fight. On one side, we have him. From the hero course, Class 1B. The copycat and strategist with a tongue as sharp as a sword. Let's hear it for Minoma Nito. Minoma enters with a smug expression that immediately grinds on Izuku's classmates' nerves. I hope he loses. Ashido grumbles. On the other side, we have her. From the business course, president of Class 1I. She came 7th in the first event and was on the chaotic Team Edward in the second event. With an enviable performance, make way for Amiya Arun. Things are heating up. Amiya walks to the ring with fire in her eyes. Amiya looks at his opponent with an expression that Izuku doesn't often see. He doesn't know what the blonde has done to her, but Izuku is praying for his soul. I would take a step back if I were you. Izuku says. Things will get hot. Izuku's classmates look at him in confusion but take a step back as he says. Midnight cracks her whip, and Minoma immediately starts talking while placing a hand on the ground that begins to soften. Unfortunately, the imbecile doesn't know when to shut up. With every word, Amiya gets even angrier. The ends of her hair start to catch fire, and the flames only get bigger. In a few seconds, her head is like a torch. With one leap, she easily detaches herself from the softened floor. Using the flames as propulsion, she lunges at Minoma, who extends her hands creating air barriers, but she breaks them easily. Stopping in front of him, Minoma touches her arm, copying her quirk. At that moment, she grins and throws her fist back, gathering flames. With all her strength, she punches in and releases all the fire at once, immediately engulfing Minoma. When the attack stops, Minoma is no longer there. Several meters ahead, Minoma is pressed against the wall. Without the pressure of the flames, he soon falls to the ground. Despite this, it seems that all the damage he took came from his collision with the wall. He barely seems to have had any burns. Minoma Nito is out of bounds. Amiya Rin is the winner. Midnight announces. Izuku's colleagues are definitely among the loudest celebrating this victory. Frankly, as long as it wasn't Minoma, they didn't care who won. But being someone who wasn't even in the hero class makes it all the better. Izuku watches as the nurse bots carry Minoma. Good riddance. The next fight is Ashido vs Tsu. The fight ends very quickly. Ashido is fast, but her reaction time is not fast enough. She is soon wrapped around Tsu's tongue, and before she can react, she's thrown out of the arena. The next fight is much more direct. Kirishima vs Shuji. Izuku was honestly betting that Shuji would win, for the simple fact that Kirishima can't stay hardened forever. But to his surprise, Kirishima is much stronger than Izuku expected. Taking advantage of his defense, Kirishima approached, and with much more technique than Izuku thought he possessed, he grabbed Shuji and threw him out of the arena. Has he ever done judo? Watching Kirishima smiling in the arena, Izuku remembers his conversation with All Might a few days ago. Kirishima could be a good candidate for successor. Would he accept? The next two fights are the most contrasting. First, Yamamo vs Tokoyami. This was the second fastest fight. Yamamo tried to create a shield, but against Dark Shadow's barrage of attacks, she was quickly pushed out of the arena, resulting in her defeat. As good as her plans are, Yamamo seems to have trouble adapting when her initial plan fails. Uraraka vs Bakugo was the complete opposite. The longest and most violent fight so far. Bakugo is completely relentless in his attacks, always keeping Uraraka at a safe distance with his explosions. Uraraka, however, never stopped charging at him. Izuku almost summoned a megaphone to shout at the audience when they started booing Bakugo for toying with his opponent. Such disrespect, both to Bakugo, who is showing due respect, and to Uraraka, who's being completely underestimated. Fortunately, Aizawa intervened before Izuku needed to. And then Uraraka shut everyone up with his meteor shower. By the way, Bakugo is too powerful and defended the attack with a super explosion. Still, despite his nonchalant posture, Izuku clearly noticed the trembling hands he was trying to hide in his pockets. Todoroki vs Zero was another extremely fast fight. The moment Todoroki entered the arena, Izuku knew things would be quick. Izuku could feel the anger radiating off Todoroki, and as soon as the fight started, he buried Zero in a giant iceberg. While the audience tried to comfort Zero after the crushing defeat, Izuku just sighed and went to his waiting room. On the way, he crossed paths with Hatsum, who immediately asked him to call her Mei and offered Izuku her babies, to make the fight fairer. "Mei, you can't fool me," Izuku says. "I'd be more than happy to help you spread the word about your inventions. But you don't have to trick me into it." Having said that, he grins. "What do you have in mind?" 10 million. "I believe we will be great friends," Mei says, grinning back at him. "I'm sure we'll be," Izuku replies. "And you can call me Izuku. Or any variation you want." "Okay, Izu-chan," Mei says. We have about 10 minutes before they finish defrosting the arena. Here is the plan. Far away, on a whale-shaped ship, a family united by cups of sake was preparing to watch the fight of the youngest member of their family. "Hey, Pops," Vista calls. They finished with the ring. Izu's fight will start any time now. A few moments later, 17 people of comically different heights are all huddled together in front of the TV. "He's facing the pink-haired girl, right?" Jozu asks. "The one from the support course. I bet 5,000 yen that they have something plotted for that fight." Oden jokes. "I'm not taking this bet. It's obvious." Haruta grumbles. "You chicken." Oden replies. "I wonder what inventions that girl will show." Kirill says. "She has talent." "Talent? She created a jetpack. That's amazing." Haruta replies. "Do you think she has a laser beam?" "I very much doubt they would approve a laser beam to be used against children." Izu says, patting Haruta on the back. "It's starting." "Shut up," Whitebeard says, and immediately everyone falls silent. After this quick break, we are back with the last fight of the first round. On one side we have her. On the support course, Class 1H. The crazy inventor who dominated the second event with her beautiful babies, showing off all of their versatility. Introducing Hatsume. Mike announces. "That's a great introduction, Yua." Marco says. "Well, Mike is quite the showman." Oden replies. "Sure." Thatch hushes them. On the other side, we have him. From the hero course, first place in the entrance exam, and vice president of Class 1A. The walking surprise box, no one knows what he will pull out of his arsenal next. Living up to his pledge to aim for the top, he has completely dominated the competition so far. My companions, this is Edward Izuku. Izuku enters the arena, clad in support gear. Oh, this will be good, Drew says. Izuku and Hatsum say something to Midnight, who, after a few seconds, decides to allow their plan. As soon as Midnight cracks his whip, Hatsum activates his boots and jetpack, going airborne. Her voice begins to come over the loudspeakers. Welcome, everyone. I'm Hatsum Mei, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. And I am here to show you my beautiful babies. Hatsum explains. And I can attest to their quality. But anyone who saw the second event and has half a brain can see it too. Izuku's voice comes right after. What follows is 15 minutes with Izuku and Hatsum showing the functionality of Hatsum's inventions. The audience watches with varying degrees of interest. Among the Whitebeard family, Haruta and Curiel are attentive to every detail. The rest are too busy laughing to pay much attention to the inventions. Still, they are quite impressive. At the end of the performance, Hatsum bows, thanks the audience for their attention, and then simply jumps out of the ring. Gururara. Whitebeard laughs. That was amazing. Never a dull day with Izuku. Odin says. He'll face the Todoroki kid next, right? Jose says. That'll be interesting. The brat better give his all. Whitebeard says. It will be very insulting if he keeps holding back like this. He seems to really hate Endeavor. Izu observes. Any sensible person would hate him. Whitebeard replies. Even his own family. If there is one person to make the boy give his all, it's Izu. Vista points. For sure you are. Marco says. Izu can help the boy. They're announcing the next brackets. Namor says. Yamazawa will face the Fire Girl. Jose points. He's been training with Izu. Odin replies. He can win. If the brat wants to date our Izu, the least he can do is not be a wimp. Whitebeard grumbles. Well, we have a few minutes before the next fight. Thatch says. Whose turn is it to get the sake? Yours. Everyone says together. Really? Oh well. Thatch shrugs and gets up. Meanwhile, Present Mike continues hyping the audience for the next fight. Hitoshi kinda tuned out his pop's comments as he walked into the arena. Not that he wasn't interested in hearing the Present Mike's creative introductions of the participants. But he is nervous. His opponent, Amiya Rin, is a powerhouse in her own right. She swept the floor completely with Monoma in her last fight. But her posture is different now. In the first fight, she went into the arena, practically radiating irritation. Now, she looks disinterested, bored even. A few months ago, Hitoshi would have been offended that his opponent didn't even consider him a threat. But he doubts that this is the case. 3. Midnight starts counting. 2. Hitoshi takes stance and activates his haki. 1. Go! He immediately dives out of the way of a wave of flames. You seem a little disinterested. Hitoshi says he honestly is not expecting an answer. I have already accomplished my goal. Amiya shrugs and sends another attack, though it seems half-hearted at best. Last fight was personal. I can see it. Hitoshi says, avoid the next attack. That boy has been pushing everyone's buttons for weeks. He's insufferable. She growls. If only all this arrogance was backed up by skill. But no, he's no big deal. So, you just wanted to defeat Monoma? Hitoshi asks. You're not interested in winning the festival? At all. I have zero intentions of transferring to the hero course. She replies, and Hitoshi instantly feels the connection. And I don't need the extra credit either. Victory is yours. At that moment, Hitoshi realizes she has figured out how his quirk works. But she still answered his question. Activating brainwash, her expression becomes blank, and she stops attacking. Alright, turn around and walk out of bounds. Hitoshi feels no resistance as she carries out the order. Amiya Rin is out of bounds. Midnight announces. Yamazawa Hitoshi is the winner. After being freed from the brainwashing, Amiya turns to him, throws a peace sign, and calmly starts walking away. I can't wait to see what kind of hero you will be, she says as she leaves. Tsu and Kirishima fight next. Just as he did against Ishido, Tsu tries to trap Kirishima with his tongue and slingshot him out of the ring. Still, Kirishima manages to reverse the situation, holding Tsu's tongue like a rope and using it to swing her out of the arena. Tsu is strong, but there's a reason Kirishima is compared to an immovable object. Tokoyami vs. Bakugo was anticlimactic. Tokoyami surrendered early in the fight, probably to avoid revealing Dark Shadow's weakness. Anyway, Bakugo was not very happy with this victory, but he accepted it nonetheless. Izuku was inside his waiting room, cup and die in hand when he heard a knock at the door. "Enter," he says, and Hito enters. "Hey Hito, you're early. My next fight will be right after yours. Better wait here," Hito says, sitting down right next to Izuku. He glances at the cup in Izuku's hand. "Have you chosen your weapon yet?" "Not this time," Izuku says, slamming down the cup on the table, but he doesn't look at the die. "I might like to gamble, but I'll never gamble with lives at stake." Present Mick's voice starts calling the next participants. "I want Todoroki to do his best. The least I can do is extend him the same courtesy. Do you have a plan?" Hito asks as Izuku gets up and starts going to the door. Izuku simply points to the TV in the waiting room and smiles. "Just watch me. I would wish you luck. But you don't need it," Hito says. "Instead, win." Izuku gives him one last smile before walking through the door. The walk to the arena is short, but he crosses paths with someone who definitely should not be there and whom he definitely does not want to meet. Endeavor. Izuku tries to pretend he didn't see him and walks straight past, but the flaming trash bag calls out to him. "You will fight my Shudo now. I admit you are quite strong despite your weak quirk." Ding, how he wants to punch this flaming mustache out of his face. But my Shudo has the mission to overcome All Might. You will be a good stepping stone for him. Make sure you don't lose too pathetically. That's a good one coming from you. Izuku replies. The eternal number 2. Always running after All Might. Watch your tongue, boy. Endeavor growls. Or what? You'll burn me? Izuku challenges. Do it. I dare you. Endeavor grits his teeth, clearly holding himself from lashing. Even he knows that he will not get away with attacking a student. I'm not All Might. That's OB-. And Shudo is not you. Izuku interrupts. If he surpasses All Might, it will be despite your influence and not because of it. Now if you excuse me, I have a fight to get to. Then he leaves before Endeavor could say anything else. He arrives at the arena entrance just as Present Mike announces Todoroki's entrance. Now, let's start the last fight of the quarterfinals. A clash between two titans. On one side, with a facial expression that would make the best poker players envious. The Ice King of Class 1A, Todoroki Shudo. Todoroki walks up to the arena with an expression of complete disinterest. I don't know if that expression is better or worse than the anger he was in the last fight. Izuku mutters. On the other side, the exact opposite, wearing all his emotions on his sleeve. Okay, that's kinda true, but still rude. Dominating the competition from the start, will his reign of terror end now? The walking arsenal of Class 1A, Edward Izuku. You already know the rules. Give it your all. Midnight says. 3, 2, go. She cracks the whip. Immediately Todoroki steps on the ground with his right foot, and an ice trail begins to move toward Izuku. Izuku simply raises his arms and summons his giant wooden mallet, larger than his own body. Busashoku Koka. Izuku mutters, and the mallet turns black because of his haki. He slams it hard into the ground, shattering the ice completely. Izuku releases the mallet, which immediately disappears, and looks Todoroki straight in the eye as he summons his purple bandana. You're gonna have to try a little harder than that, he says as he ties the bandana on his head to keep his hair out of the way. Frowning, Todoroki sends another ice attack. This time, Izuku summons his kanabo, gripping it firmly with both hands. Holding it over his shoulder like a baseball bat, he swings. Narikabura. The displaced air makes a whistling sound, and the ice is completely shattered again. The entire audience goes absolutely silent. Wanna try again? Izuku asks as he starts walking towards Todoroki. DM it. Todoroki replies, he's starting to lose his calm. I can't lose here. He stomps again, sending another wave, smaller than the last. Izuku swings the kanabo again, this time with a single hand. Then stop holding back. He says, "You're shivering, Todoroki. What are you plotting?" Todoroki replies, "I already told you, Todoroki. If you want any chance of winning, then give it your all." Narikabura. This time the attack hits Todoroki right in the stomach, dragging him a few meters and making him fall to his knees, gripping his belly. "Why are you here, Todoroki? Why do you want to be a hero? Just to spite your father? Everyone here is giving their all. Are you really so arrogant to think you can win while half-butting?" "I won't use his power," Todoroki says. "Then it's a good you don't have his power." Izuku attacks again, and this time Todoroki barely dodges the giant club. "You are you, Todoroki. Your father can't control what kind of hero you'll be. He can't control how you use your fire. He can't control your fire, because it's yours." As he's about to send another attack, Todoroki's left side bursts into flames. "You're crazy," Todoroki says. "Don't you want to win too? Why are you helping me?" Because at the end of the day, helping people, regardless of who they are, is a hero's job. Izuku says, dispelling the kanabo. "And don't count me down yet." He summons his katanas, unsheathing only one and holding it in a two-handed grip. "Don't complain about the outcome now," Todoroki says, raising his left hand and sending a massive fire attack. "I won't." Izuku grins and runs towards the attack. Kitsunebi Ryu. He slashes straight through the flames. Hamurasaki. The katana completely disperses the flames, and Izuku stops right in front of Todoroki, who stares at him with wide eyes. He tries to raise his other hand for another strike, but Izuku slams the katana's handle into his stomach before he can react. Then he drops the katana and grabs Todoroki, throwing him out of bounds. Todoroki Shudo is out of bounds. Edward Izuku is the winner. Midnight announces. The audience keeps silent for a few seconds, trying to understand what just happened, but soon the cheers start. Meanwhile, Izuku goes down and helps Todoroki up. He ignores the cheers and helps Todoroki to the infirmary. Unfortunately, on the way, a certain burning garbage bag interrupts them. "Shudo, your performance was shameful. But at least you finally got over your childish tantrum." Endeavor says, "Now you can finally get on with your mission to surpass All Might. You may start out working as my sidekick, but soon you will be the number dash." "I didn't get over anything," Todoroki interrupts him. "But at that moment in the fight, you didn't even cross my mind. Whether that is a good thing or not remains to be seen." "What did you dash?" Endeavor reaches to grab Todoroki, but Izuku grabs his hand instead. "You shouldn't even be here, Endeavor." Izuku says, "This area is restricted to students and staff. And I'm sure you're neither, so get out of here before I call security." He turns his back to Endeavor and starts walking with Todoroki. "You know, I always thought that Endeavor was called the number 2 hero because he was in second place on the billboards." He glances back at Endeavor and smirks. "But now I understand. He's the number 2 hero because he's a piece of sheet of heroic proportions." As soon as they are out of Endeavor's range, Todoroki starts laughing. "A piece of sheet of heroic proportions? This is the best thing I ever heard." Todoroki says, "I wish someone recorded his face." "Don't worry, you can just ask the principal for a recording later." Izuku replies, glancing up at a security camera. "He's always watching." He says cryptically, "And here we are." They open the door and enter, immediately being seen by Recovery Girl and one other person. "I was wondering when you were going to show up." Recovery Girl says, "Neither of them seems to be badly hurt, but we will do a checkup in any case." She touches Todoroki, and immediately her eyes widen. "By Nedzukid, you are freezing. Lie down, you need to warm up. Trafalgargan, can you look over Edward for me?" "On it, Shizenjia." The other guy, a boy about 6 feet tall, wearing an UA uniform, turns to Izuku, staring at him with his yellow eyes. "Stand still for a moment. Room." He makes a circular motion with his right hand, and a semi-transparent blue dome forms around them. He then slightly unsheathes the katana in his other hand. Why is he holding a katana in the infirmary? And makes a motion passing it in front of Izuku. Scan. Is that your quirk? Izuku can help but ask. You have some minor burns, but otherwise you are perfectly fine. The guy says. Tact. He lifts a finger, and a tube of cream floats into his hand. Rub this on the burns and you'll be fine. This is so cool. Izuku says. And familiar too, are you from a hero family? I'm sure I heard of a quirk like this somewhere. That's not important. The guy waves him off. I'm Trafalgar Law. Class 2B. I'm Edward Izuku. Nice to meet you, Trafalgar-senpai. Izuku replies. Are you interning with Recovery Girl? This boy is training to be a field doctor. Recovery Girl replies, from where she's burying Todoroki into a pile of blankets. A hero license will let me use my quirk freely. Trafalgar says. What is your hero name? Izuku asks excitedly. Surgeon of Death. Surgeon of Death? Izuku asks incredulously. I mean, that's a really cool name, but how was it approved? What did you expect from a teacher who inspired his hero's name in Vlad the Impaler? Recovery Girl replies. This is why, as of this year, Midnight is responsible for approving the hero names. Anyway, you better get back, your boyfriend's fight is about to begin. Trafalgar says, and Izuku instantly blushes. He's not. Sure. Go on, dearie. Recovery Girl says. And I know your next fight will probably be the hardest. But go easy with the injuries, please. So far only 3 people, counting the popsicle over there, have had to come to the infirmary. This is a new record. Trafalgar says. It would be nice if we could keep it that way. Nothing would make me happier. Recovery Girl replies. We haven't had anyone with broken bones yet. I will be careful, but I can't make any promises. Kaken is very. Izuku pauses for a moment. Intense. Alright, carry on. Recovery Girl says. And good luck. Thank you. Izuku bows. I hope to see you later, senpai. And I hope you don't need to. Trafalgar grumbles. Bye, Todoroki. See you later. Izuku waves. Bye, Edward. Todoroki waves back. That battle was breathtaking. Hitoshi knows that Izuku is full of tricks, but cutting through fire? That shouldn't even be physically possible. One more thing to go in the little box along with all the other things that are best not questioned about his best friend. Well, my friends, after this incredible fight, we are ready to move on to the semifinals, after a quick break to let our participants get ready. Pops announces. In the meantime, here are the brackets. Kirishima Iger. That's the redhead with shark teeth. Now, how to make him reply?